Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we have a very special show for you. It is that time of year again for Mystery Tournament. We've got a little bit of a different show than we normally do for Mystery Tournament. We'll get to that in just a few seconds here. Just a few quick reminders before we get into the show. PAX East, GDQ will be returning to it March 26th through 29th. You can visit east.paxsite.com to find out more about the show, or you can use !PAX in Twitch chat for more information. Also, GDQ Hotfix will be showcasing transgender speedrunners in our second annual International Transgender Day of Visibility celebration on March 21st and 22nd. Run submissions are open from now until March 1st. You can use, which is tomorrow. You can use !TDOV in chat to learn more. With all that said, I've got some excellent folks here from Mystery Tournament. I'm going to hand it over to them, let them introduce themselves and what Mystery Tournament is.
Oh, man. Is it that time of year again? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I'm so excited. I don't even know who I am. Who am I again? I'm Blasphemous Roar. Hi, I'm Blasphemous Roar. And this is Mystery Tournament 20. No, this isn't Mystery Tournament 20. What is this right now? This is
Mystery Tournament. This is Mystery Tournament 20 XDX. This is the sign-ups and introductory tournament. We're going to be having a little blind racing tournament today. Some of our most excellent Mystery Tournament racers are going to be participating I think we're going to play up to 7 games today. 6 people duking it out for an opportunity to have a bye in the upcoming Mystery Tournament 20, which signups are open now. So if you are watching this today and you think, man, this looks like a lot of fun, we are personally, Blasphemous Roar and I are personally inviting you to join Mystery Tournament 20 and to play along with us.
That's right, that's what this is. This is a promotion match for Mystery Tournament 20XX. That's right, it's our 20th Mystery Tournament. Holy 20 Mystery Tournament. That's so many. Do you know how many that is? That's like 20.
That's a lot. Yeah, we've been doing this almost 15 years now, I think. If you're a fan of the Games Done Quick channel, I'm sure that you've seen a lot of these races here. We usually do our finals here on the Games Done Quick channel. So you've certainly seen it. And again, this is a tournament that is open to everybody. And because it is a blind racing tournament, it's even more accessible because you're not expected to know the games coming in. We will provide the games for you. We will provide the instructions, and you have an opportunity to just play a wide variety of games and have some fun with all of us here in the Mystery Discord.
Yeah, so this is basically one of the reasons that I ended up joining Mystery Tournament in the first place is that I had seen the promotion that they did on GDQ for Mystery Tournament, sorry, my thing just hiccuped. Mystery Tournament 10. Yeah. And as a result of that, because like me, I have pretty severe ADHD. I cannot sit there and play the same game over and over again with practicing it, learning the speed run, all that fun stuff. I can't do it. I can't play the same game over and over and over again. I have to play like 17 different games at all times and keep things fresh and new and stuff, or else I just space. So I never really had an opportunity to join in on the speedrunning aspect of, the gaming before, but Mystery Tournament, you don't practice. What gives you power is playing a bunch of different games, having the ability to read games, know how games work, and the more games that you play, the better you're likely to be at Mystery Tournament. So if that's ever stopped you from like, oh, I can't really learn a speed run because it's so much hard work and dedication, come join us for like a week, right? Not a week. Join us for 1 hour a week. That's how much time commitment this is. And it's not even like a fixed time commitment either. It is when you are available with your opponent to do your match 1 time a week, twice if you're in loser's bracket. Sorry, it's a double elimination tournament. They just go fast. So like, this is an open event, free to enter. We handle everything that you need to know. We'll walk you through every step of the way. Please join us. This is our 20th tournament. We want to make it the biggest ever. So even if you're not sure what to do, just join MT.
Yes, and we have a bunch of other events going on as well. The Mystery Discord is not simply about the Mystery Tournament. We have various races. We sometimes have weekly blinds that go on where we'll pick out a game in the community and we'll all play a game together on a Saturday. No commitment for further events. We also have opportunities. We have an RPG book club that we do every month. This month we are playing through, what are we playing through? Klonoa Heroes on the Game Boy Advance. So that's another fun event that we do. And then if you come up with a game, you're just looking for somebody to play a game with you that you've just had on your game list. We have folks who just pop into chat and say, hey, I found something fun on Steam, or I found something indie on Twitch.io that I want to play. And you find folks to play with you. We play everything, although we do have a couple of genres that particularly are close to our heart, including some of the games that we've got coming up today. So you'll have an opportunity here to see it's a huge variety of things that go on. So if you're a person who's like me, you play a huge variety of games, you don't like to get stuck to just one game, this is a community where you're going to get an opportunity to see and play a whole variety of games. You're going to find people who are gamers in the broadest sense of the word, that they enjoy all sorts of different games. And it's a great community. We're very welcoming, and you're going to find that people are going to be there to help you out, that they're going to help get you set up for these games. For example, the players that we've got playing today, they've come in, they had no idea what it is that they were going to be playing, and we've set them up with everything. We've got them set up with the game, we've given them instructions to get started, and then as soon as they get everything set up, we're going to have some exciting games popping up, and you folks are going to see them duke it out in a game that they have never seen before.
Now, we do have a bit of a switch up for this specific event here, right now. Normally, the way that it works is it is a double elimination tournament. You know, the way double elimination tournaments work, you get knocked down, you go through the loser's bracket. If you survive the loser's bracket, you will make it to grand finals. And in our grand finals, we don't do bracket resets. We do the winner of the game of the winner's bracket has a game lead on the opponents because they take a little while to race. So today our format is a little bit different. Today the way that it's going to work is that I thought I had this pulled up how this was going to work, and then I actually realized that I did not have that channel open. We have 3 players for the first 2 matches, and I'm trying to remember how that all fits together.
I believe it'll be dropping the slowest time.
It'll be dropping the slowest time.
Yeah, we're going to have a total of 5 different matchups today. We're going to have 2 matchups this morning, right now, of 3 players, and then we're going to drop 1 player for each. We're going to have another set of 2 matchups with our 4 remaining players, and that's going to drop us down to just 2 each. Then we're going to switch things up. I think we've got a little bit of an exhibition match where Internet Dirigible is going to explain some of the basics for blind speedrunning and some of the strategies there, that even though these are games that the players have never seen, there are some general strategies that you can apply in speedrunning to just sort of ways that you identify what a game is asking you to do and to figure out strategies to go fast. And then the final part of this matchup, which I think is going to hit around 6 p.m. Eastern this evening, we're going to have the final 2 racers doing a best of 3, and that's going to crown who is going to be the winner of our mini mystery tournament today. And that player is going to get a bye into the Mystery Tournament 20 that we have signups open for right now. So again, we've got a bunch of games here. You're going to get to see at least 7 different games today. And that's the nature of the mystery tournament. None of us know what we're going to see today, so you have no idea. We're going to see action games. We're going to see puzzle games. We're going to maybe see some strategy games. We're going to see games where we're going to be shooting and running. We're going to see games where they're platforming. And we're going to probably see some really confusing games where the whole game is going to be wrapping your head around it.
But do you know what game we're going to see first?
Which game are we going to see?
Mystery Tournament Classic, one of our favorite genres. It's golf time, baby!
Yeah, I'd say golf is probably one of our basic elements of the mystery tournament. Ball games, grapple games are always an attraction. Puzzle script games, we've seen quite a few of those in particular. But yeah, we love a golf game here in the mystery community. And so it's an interesting way to play when suddenly you're playing golf for speed instead of you're playing golf for score.
Yeah, so today we have 3 of our most powerful racers. We have Zex, Captain Drake, Andy 4H. So we're going to get the race started, and then we're going to tell you a little about these players, what's going on, what's going down with this race, and just listen to this beautiful golfing music.
And so our race has begun. It looks like our players are starting to move forward into their first hole. So we don't send the players in completely blind. The players did get a set of instructions to start with that gave them some very basic controls, and I am talking some very basic controls. Oh my, we got some holes in one right off the bat.
Yo, let's go.
Yeah, so the players did get some basic controls to give them some instructions, letting them know that some of the basic operation, which buttons do what. This is, if it's not apparent, this is a Famicom game. This is, for those of you who are in the United States, basically an NES game. And the players are just trying to get that ball into the hole as quickly as they can. And again, the goal is to go fast rather than based off a score, because the winner is going to be the first person who manages to clear the 4 different courses that they need to clear in today's race.
4 different courses? That's a lot of courses.
It is a lot.
4.
Well, that's why the golfers always have to shout 4 before they begin, because that is their favorite number.
And as anybody who's ever gone to karaoke with me knows, I can, in fact, only count to 4.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we're getting these first few holes are going pretty quickly here, but I'm sure things are going to ramp up in difficulty.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the players that we have here in this little invitational. And this match in particular, we have our classic friends, Zex, Captain Drake, and AND4H. Nico, which one do you want to talk about? Who's your friend here?
Well, I would say that, I don't know necessarily I'd say friends, but 2 of the 3 people in this match, I have lost to Captain Drake and to Andy in Mystery Tournament. Both of them have been folks who have defeated me and knocked me out of the finals. So definitely, I kind of feel like I'm favoring Zex a little bit, because I think he's the only one who I don't have a loss streak against.
Yeah, and so basically, these are some of our regular top 8 and tournament winners. Zex had won Mystery Tournament 11. And A4H has been the most winnerist win in Mystery Tournament, I believe. Has not yet been top. And then Captain Drake has won Mystery Tournament 6. Captain Drake's been with us a long time, winning Mystery Tournament 4 and 6. Zek's been with us even longer, or maybe about the same time, but having won Mystery Tournament 2. And then Andy showed up in Mystery Tournament 6, I think, 5. Yeah, 5, and just started sweeping the brackets and making. So these are really strong racers that have been consistently showing us their skills. And like we said, this is Mystery Tournament. This is not the kind of, how do I say this? It's the kind of thing that you can practice for, but it's not the kind of thing you can directly practice for. So Nico, tell me, how would you practice for Mystery Tournament?
Well, I think one of the easiest ways to practice for Mystery Tournament is to simply play a wide variety of games. So if you're a gamer who you tend to stick to certain genres, that you're only a strategy player or you only play run and gun platformers, you might have a little bit of difficulty here, because as you can see, we're starting off here with a sports game, which I think a lot of folks, sometimes they dismiss sports games, focusing on other kinds of single-player experiences. So if you have a wide variety of experiences, that's a huge advantage for you in Mystery Tournament, because you are more likely to have a rough idea of how you want to approach these games. In golf games, for example, you may come up with some strategies of just where's the best way to knock the ball. You may come up with some ideas for how to do bank shots better. Maybe you understand some of these course elements, like we see these little arrows on the screen that are depicting where the course is sort of got slopes. And that may not be something that's immediately obvious to you if you don't play a wide variety of games. So I think another thing I'd like to bring up too is, as Roar said, a lot of these players are very consistent winners. Again, Andy H has been winning quite a few mystery tournaments, and that I think is a testament to the fact that even though these are blind races and that there's a huge element of randomness to it, blind racing really is a repeatable skill that you can learn. That you can learn those skills and you can apply them consistently, and you can be a person who can perform very well, very consistently.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm going to say this 17 times at least throughout this entire bracket. This is open for anybody to sign up. Regardless of your skill level, please come join us. Have fun with this here in our 20th iteration. We want to make it bigger and more amazing than ever. We got incredible key art drawn by I don't know the artist, but nonetheless, we've got we've got an art that we've designed, paid for this tournament. We've got Mystery Funhouse is where we host these games. Every match gets broadcast to the best of our abilities, so you don't have to wait to hopefully hit top 8 to show your stuff on screen. We give everybody their day in the limelight. Come play.
Yeah, this is a lot of this is just about having fun with each other. So don't think to yourself, I'm just okay at video games. We do have a lot of people who you would say that they don't typically win matches, that they like to participate. Some folks will come in, they'll go 0 to 2, but you'll get to have fun. You'll get to see a lot of fun different games, a variety of games. This is a golf game. This might seem a little normal, but we play some very unusual and strange things. It's not unusual for you to get a match in Mystery Tournament, play a couple of levels of a really unusual, very interesting game, and then suddenly you find yourself, I want to play the rest of that. So you'll have an opportunity to explore a lot of genres, a lot of consoles. We play, like for example here, we're playing an old Famicom game, but we'll also play more recent indie games on PC. We'll play a lot of obscure consoles. I think I've played some Pokemon mini games in one tournament. So this is it's an opportunity to have fun with folks, and I can guarantee you, nobody's going to like kick you out. Nobody's going to make fun of you because you're playing along and you're not winning matches. We're here to have fun with each other, and we want you to join us and have fun too.
Yeah, and so like for instance, joining Mystery Tournament, my experience with joining Mystery Tournament, like I said, I joined in Mystery Tournament 11. 10, sorry. 11 is a different milestone for different reasons. I joined in Mystery Tournament 10, and literally my first match was against Used Pizza. And when we got the match, my roommate immediately said to me, "You're doomed. There's no way you're winning this match." And I actually did manage to beat Used Pizza in a blind race, which, if you recognize the name, is a pretty powerful and competent speedrunner. So, like, you never know what's going to happen with these things. It's not that it's an element of, it's not just because it was random, that's why I won. I won because I had a different skill set. It was a more thinky game, a puzzle platformer that I was able to kind of put the pieces together slightly faster. And that's the trick. Anybody can be good at these, but like, again, these are consistently good racers, not to diminish anybody's individual skill in this. The point is that you never know how you're going to do, what you're going to find. Speaking of, you might find a game that you want to speedrun. I have only ever speedran one game. Shuriken, a game that was for like a Game Boy styled game that's a free indie game. It was on Mystery Tournament. It was my time was like 40 minutes and everybody else was finishing in like 20 minutes, and I got mad as heck, so I went and played it again and finished it in 7. So
all right,
you never know what you're gonna get.
So speaking of that, we've got, this game is an interesting race so far. So for folks who've been watching, our players are just wrapping up the first of the 4 golf courses that they need to go through. It looks like this is only a 9-hole course. We see right here that Captain Drake is just wrapping up hole number 9. He's in the back here. We've got Andy and Zex are both starting on their second of their 4 courses. And I think these courses are going to start to get a little more complicated here. We could see that they've been trying to navigate around through some of these unusual slopes. I think we've got some kind of non-Euclidean geometry here. I don't know if you could actually build a golf course that has these slopes constructed as they are. But in the world of video game golf, you never know what you can get.
Hey, I mean, having played pool on the moon with no friction, I can tell you video games will take you everywhere. Sports, you never know what you're going to get with a sports video game.
So yeah, we see players have a couple of different approaches here. There's a couple of ways, like when you're confronted with a big hole like this, like some of the different ways I might approach it. One way is maybe you just go fast, like instead of spending a few minutes trying to map out a path meticulously, maybe you just start hitting the ball in the general direction of the hole. Since, I mean, you're being graded on speed rather than strokes, you might as well go. This game that we're playing right now, it is actually lightly modified. This isn't the normal version of golf that you would play. This is actually a modified ROM that has removed the stroke limit. So normally players would have the progress to the next hole if they had too many strokes. This removes it to make the game a little more raceable. And this is something we do sometimes in Mystery Tournament. We'll find a game, we'll say, man, this game would make for a really good race, but we really don't like that it's got a hard game over when you run out of lives. Or, man, this would be really great if only it didn't have this time limit. And we encourage those kind of goals, that people can submit games that have unusual modifications, maybe some cheat codes that make it more fun. Sometimes we do some that are even more unusual. Super Mario Kart on high speed, or only able to push the left button. So we like a huge variety of races here. So if you're watching this and you think, man, I thought of a really fun game that I would love other people to play, that's another really great reason to join the Mystery Tournament, because it's an opportunity for you to propose some games and see other people playing the games that you love.
I can't believe that I'm hanging out with a bunch of cheating people, making modified things and cheat codes and... Oh, wait, no, I can't.
Yeah, I think that's pretty understandable.
Yeah. We have fun around here.
All right. So right now...
Or don't. Maybe you want to come here and just be like, haha, I'm going to flex on these fools. There's no fun. This is competition. Sure. You do you, boo. Come fight us. We'll show you a thing or two.
Yeah, so Drake here is, he's trying to keep pace with our other players. He's starting to catch up a little bit. He's on hole number 4, whereas Zex and Andy are, right now, they're approaching the end of hole number 6 here. I do want to mention that a lot of these players, they do play a lot of other games in their spare time, that they're not always doing mystery tournaments. I do actually know as a fact that Captain Drake spent all day yesterday, nearly 15 hours, playing the new Resident Evil game in a single shot. So this is definitely a change of pace for him, spending all day shooting zombies, and now he is here shooting holes. Ooh, Zex already on hole number 8, but Andy is just ahead of him. Zex and Andy keep swapping places here. We see them popping up. And there's a lot of just aiming for little tiny gaps here, having to pop through.
This game is there's a lot of small shots that you need to make. Luckily, there's like a lot of slants that help you. Like right there, Captain Drake kind of, you get that hole that has just all the arrows pointing at the hole. So if you get it vaguely near the hole, you're good.
Yeah, then it's like real golf. There's a lot of deciding when you want to just shoot a big old shot and when you want to do something really gentle. And so it's really interesting seeing as players try to figure out which are they going to do. Are they going to go for that big shot? Are they going to go for that little shot? We see here with Zex, for example, has an opportunity to take that top path that has a little arrow going through, instead shoots straight for the hole and makes it onto course number 3 of 4. We're at the halfway point of the race here.
Zex is making good time here.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things here. We see Andy, for example, missing that hole.
Music change, yo.
Oh, nice.
Yo.
Yeah, and it's just
this is fire.
Yeah, it's just fun seeing all the different things you get here. You'll get a variety of games, and you never know what's going to really stick with you. That you'll pick a game that's got a great soundtrack that you would have never thought of, fun premises that we hadn't considered. I played some unusual anime games that I normally wouldn't. That when I got done, I said, "Hey, that's pretty fun. I want to play that full thing a little bit later."
So you might be asking how, like, there's so the first thought when you see a mystery tournament like this is, so it's the same game for every round, right? Like, it's, there's no way that you're going to do like there's no way you're going to have 500 entrants, 500 matches, and have a different game for each person, right?
Oh yeah, it's absolutely.
What?
It's absolutely. We have so many games. So a little bit behind the scenes. This is also a little bit unusual for Mystery Tournament because these are a bunch of very talented players who have played quite a few games. So before we start matches, we do have an opportunity. We reveal a game and we give the players an opportunity to talk about it. If the players have played the game before, we generally encourage players to announce that, let their opponent know that, hey, I have played a little bit about this before. Maybe I watched a speed run. Maybe I played a few holes of this before. And we do generally encourage players to try to find games that are new to them. So for experienced players like this, we may have to draw several games in a row before we manage to find something that they haven't played before.
But how would we five, like, what would be more reasonable? There was 120, 140 entrants for Mystery Tournament 19. That's 2 games apiece. That's 300, almost 400 games. How do you get 400 games, and how do you make sure that they're all fair and balanced and not just falling into random numbers? That seems crazy. Yeah,
well, in most mystery tournaments, we do encourage the entrants themselves to submit games, to make recommendations. So that's a perfect opportunity for you to take a game that you have seen that you really enjoy and to share it with the community. And that's part of the fun of joining Mystery Tournament too, is that your game will get announced and somebody will give you a ping on the Discord, say, hey, Sir Nico, we've got your game is coming up. You want to watch? And yeah, heck yeah, I want to watch somebody play my favorite game. On the other hand, you're right, Rory, you do have a lot of quality control involved. And I want to say that you probably have some experience on that end.
Oh, wait, you mean I know this stuff and I was a tester for a mystery tournament for a while?
It's entirely possible.
Oh, shoot. Why am I asking these questions then?
Leading questions are a really good technique in order to keep the commentary going.
Oh, fair. Okay. Well, speaking of commentary going, Andy has caught up to Zex here, was actually a couple holes behind, but is now managing to sneak up right up on Zex's tail.
Yeah, we keep seeing switches in the leads here, and it looks like Andy is just a little bit ahead of Zex, who almost made it that hole. We got Captain Drake is only 1 hole behind. Things could switch up, a couple of unlucky strokes, or even the players just hitting a hole where maybe a new mechanic is introduced that one of them doesn't pick up quite as quick. It's fascinating how sometimes a mystery tournament race can switch on a dime. You never know. Sometimes a player will discover a new technique. They might discover even glitches. That has happened before. Identify a glitch while you're playing the game and then suddenly take advantage of that and cruise ahead to a victory.
Now, so one of the weird things happened while I was playing Mystery Tournament. So, while I was in Mystery Tournament, and I got my matchup against my other person, right? It's like, it's me versus our good friend Pika Pals, and we're setting up for our match, and we're in the race room, and somebody else joined the race, and like, they're not my opponent. Why are they beat me pretty solidly too? Like, did I lose because some random person just joined and now I'm done for? Like, what's going on with that? Why?
Yeah, we have a lot of folks who like to join mystery races, and we actually strongly encourage that, especially if you're a new player and you don't have a lot of experience. All of these races are open. Anybody can watch them. We, as Roar mentioned before, we restream very nearly every single race. And so you'll have opportunities to watch. And yeah, you can join these races and play along. In fact, I think this race in particular, we did have somebody popped in, good old Mid-Boss, who is another regular in the mystery community, decided he wanted in on this race. And so he popped into the IRC, he popped in, and he's playing along as well. But of course, his participation has no impact on our other racers who are playing. But you are encouraged to do a similar thing, that when you join the mystery community, especially when Mystery Tournament 20 kicks off, we're going to have a lot of fun games going on, and you are very strongly encouraged to watch and to see how other people play and participate, get to see what fun games are popping up, and maybe getting some tips on ways that you can become a better mystery racer yourself.
Oh, you said letters there that I don't understand. IRC?
Yeah. So we do use an IRC client for a lot of our races. I think there's a web client too. If that's a thing that seems like that confuses you, that's fine. I didn't know anything about IRC. I really don't know anything about IRC. We have plenty of people in the community. All you need to do is pop in an hour before your race and tell somebody, hey, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. Could you draw me a diagram? And we have people who will walk you through every step of this. So again, no reason for anybody to feel intimidated. We want you to join Mystery Tournament, and we are going to do everything we can to make sure that you can participate in Mystery Tournament.
But why are we using IRC in particular? What's this Speedruns Live thing that you're dealing with? Like, is that because that's the IRC that I'm connecting to? I'm not connecting to Mystery Funhouse. I'm connecting to Speedruns.
Honestly, I'm going to let you answer that one, Roar, because I don't really know.
I wasn't sure if that was a bad layup or not. Honestly, I was trying to. So we use Speedruns Live right now. The reason we use IRC is because this is technically, in its original iterations and installations, while this is called Mystery Tournament, which gets conflated with a lot of fighting game mystery tournaments, this was originally Speedruns Live Mystery Tournament. So we use a website called Speedruns Live that tracks the race histories and lets you leave comments on your race, shows everybody's stats and the like. And that's why we use the IRC integration still, is because it's quicker, it's more, it's less resource intensive on a lot of things. So we're able to do database information like easier for that to show a lot of the race history. So you can often go like, oh, I wonder if one of my favorite games has been raced before, and you see like a bunch of speedruns, but if you see this weird time by a bunch of people that came in like way later than everyone else, that's because Speedruns Live is doing some really cool tracking on that. So you can even see your race history, compare how well you did to other players. You could possibly find a game that you're interested in, go look up that history and do a practice race against past opponents just to see if you're up to snuff or where you can improve. It's cool that we still use it, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's great. I actually did spend some time the other day looking up some of our old races, and I was actually looking up some of our old commentary, Roar. And I found that
don't do that.
The oldest commentary I found 8 years ago. We were co-commentating a weekly blind of Kuroshi on PC. 8 years. It's incredible.
Yeah, so I did want to talk about that, but I also wanted to wait for the gap while we set up the next race after this one. So I'm gonna have to put a pin in that one for a moment. But we'll come back to that comment. But yeah, we've been doing this for a while.
Oh my goodness!
It's hard not to fall into the hole of mentioning it all. Oh, Zex is through to the last set,
Yeah, Andy and Zex neck and
already
neck.
There, I see. I was noticing.
Yeah, so this race is Andy and Zex neck and neck. Either of them could pull ahead. Andy had a little bit of a premature shot here. This has some timing elements. Got to slip through this gate. It looks like Zex was able to do that first. This is really interesting too. We've got
a low friction pad.
Something's going on here. Yeah. So like after these first three holes, you would think, oh man, I've seen everything this game's got going on. Suddenly we've got all of these new elements. We've got umbrellas, or we've got this elephant. We've got Shamu is here. So this could be a thing that starts throwing off players, because suddenly new elements are being introduced 3/4 of the way into the race that they haven't seen. So this could be an opportunity for one of our players to pull ahead if they're able to understand all these new elements that are being introduced to them.
Like we said, this is a bit of a different take on the way that these things normally work. Only the last player in this race is going to get eliminated from this little bracket. So Captain Drake's got to pull ahead, although is now on this the same level.
Although that does
entirely a possibility.
That does bring up another element that I didn't think about. So these players have no idea what's going on with the others. So that's another element that happens in mystery racing. As you start to get further and further into the race, you start having to figure out what am I doing and what do I think my opponents are doing. If you're in a normal race, for example, where you can see the other players, you might be able to see things like, oh, I know this person, flubbed a trick, so I know that I can take it slow and easy. These players don't know that. They have to judge that based off of their own experiences to say, ooh, I think I made a lot of mistakes there. I might have to play a little more recklessly on the next hole to catch up. So even though we can see here that it looks like, Andy and Zex are ahead of Captain Drake, they don't know that. In their minds, any of those players might suspect that they are, in fact, falling behind. So that could explain some of the, you might see players do some unusual things. You might say, why are you rushing that shot? They might not realize that they have that luxury of time.
Yeah, it definitely leads to the pressure adds to the fun of things, especially. And I'm going to talk about the elephant in the room here. We mystery tournament. A lot of people go mystery tournament. Don't they have a lot of puzzles? Admittedly, we kind of do sometimes. We've tried to taper it down over the years. But like the reason I bring it up is because like puzzle games in a race is such a different beast that is so much more fun than playing a puzzle game on your own. Oh my God. If you are like adding the time pressure to figuring stuff out, the thing is that you can't do speedruns of a lot of classic puzzle games. Like we saw Baba Is You on GDQ once, and that was a cool speedrun because it shows off all the nonsense that Baba Is You is doing. But like otherwise it's just a Sokoban speedrun. Like what they don't work typically unless they are, have some weird gimmick that you get to show off. But here in blind racing, puzzles are really fun, in my opinion. So you get, like I said, a wide variety of these things. You get golf games where you're playing under pressure rather than going for stroke counts. You have puzzle games where you're trying to think under pressure. You have platformers where you're trying to hit goals. And like in a speed run, when you miss a jump, it's like, oh, this is the end of the run. I'm going to restart now because my world record is messed up. Yada, yada, yada. In blind racing, that's just a part of it. You slipped, you fell, you're still moving on. You need to finish this goal before your opponent. So it's...
Yeah, but most importantly, your opponent is blind to this game. They may have made the same mistake. They may have made an even more egregious mistake. And sometimes we'll have some races where even players will be stumped on a surprise element that you have no idea that they didn't realize, oh, you can actually stand on that platform. That is a platform. Oh,
so we've got the castle here for...
Yeah, so this is getting trickier because now we don't have numbers, we have names. I think the castle comes after the windmill, and I'm not actually sure what order these go in. So I think Andy is in the lead. Yeah, because Andy did the cannon already. Yeah, this gets tricky too, because we're also blind to this game. We also have no idea what the players are doing.
So if you've ever tried doing blind races, blind commentary is a hoot. We haven't played this game either, and that's kind of how we roll together on Mystery Funhouse. We the players, we the viewers, we the commentators all get to figure out this wonderful game together. And unfortunately, this game no longer has hole 1, hole 2, hole 3. It's now castle, windmill, airplane.
You see Cabbage Hat making a comment, victories because their opponent got stuck. That can happen in action games too. Sometimes it's less about you versus the opponent and more about just who has the ability to just power through whatever it is being tasked with you to do. Oh my goodness, what Zex is being asked to do here is to go through these teeny tiny little castle holes.
Yeah, and the question is see, I knew it. I knew as soon as he shot for the right one that it was going to be a fake out and it was going to spit it out in the wrong spot. I knew this was a warp door puzzle. You can't fool me, game.
And then the next question is, which kind of a warp door puzzle is this? Is this one of them where, I came out of this one, so therefore that can't be the exit? Or is it a warp door puzzle where you have to go back into the warp door you just came out of? Those are the worst ones. Non-Euclidean door puzzles. Oh, here we go. Zex made it.
We did it. Yes.
But I think Andy is just wrapping up the next hole. So as we're approaching, we're running out of holes here. So we're at the end of the race. There's still opportunity for anybody to pull ahead here. And of course, even though this is going to be 2 folks moving on, we still want to root for everybody to focus for that number 1 victory.
I believe that Zex and Drake are on 5 and 4H is on 6. 7.
I think that I think
it's a rocket ship.
Yeah, I think Zex is a little bit ahead of Captain Drake because the shuttle comes after the castle.
Yes, when I started talking, Zex was on the same. But yeah, Zex is
Taj Mahal.
Yeah, so Andy is pulling ahead here. Remember, it was Zex in the lead for a while, and now suddenly Andy is ready and raring to go.
But no surprise here. Again, all of these are incredibly talented players. All of these players have played many mystery tournaments, and they have been regular winners in mystery tournament. And I have played against several of these players, and I can confirm
the castle hole is random.
That is wow. Wow.
So mean.
Generally, we avoid randomness if we can avoid it, but I think that I don't see that being a decider in this race. We basically what we do is we try to make sure that a lot of the game criteria is that we try to make sure that the randomness isn't going to influence the game too much. Like if a power-up is random and for all intents and purposes, like the power-up, let's say like my classic reject game that everybody tells me I'm wrong about is the umbrella, is it in Bubble Bobble? That is actually literally what I was thinking of.
yeah. Bubble Bobble is a game that ends up getting rejected just because as much as it's not random, it's still not something that a player who doesn't know how to play the game can control. So you might just suddenly get like a 3-stage warp, a 10-stage warp, and it's like, this isn't... So games like that where like one player can gain a significant advantage just because of pure randomness, it tends to get knocked out. Another thing that we don't see often in Mystery Tournament is Metroidvanias. And that's there's a very simple reason for that. We like linearity in our races because...
we don't want one player to get the victory just because they randomly decided to go left instead of right.
Yeah. So...
Are you even looking at what Andy is being asked to do right now?
Yeah.
This is...
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's brutal.
You gotta hit it in... Wait, what? Or you could just ignore the Cobra.
Oh no, I'm looking at the swing.
Log. Oh, whoops.
This...
What? Oh no.
This is
that's rude.
This is incredible. This is an equalizer.
It is.
Or Andy could just make the shot. Done.
That's it.
Andy has finished with a time of 33:31. Nice. Done.
So even though the players do not know where each other are, they are in the IRC and they will be able to see when the other players finish. And so there's a little bit of sometimes there's a little bit of psychological relief when your opponent finishes and you say, oh, thank God, the challenge is over. Now I can just relax and finish the game on my own pace. Although right now it's still Captain Drake and Zex against each other. So both of them know that, Andy has finished this. So that's starting to tell them that, that's a pacemaker that I don't know where I stand, I don't know where I stand against my opponent, but my opponent could be declaring victory any moment now.
And again, folks, and I gotta say it 1,000 times, this is open to everybody to join. Type !join MT to get redirected to our Mystery Fun House website, where you can sign up, view the information, and know what you're getting into. Come join us. It's just free. It's just fun. We have a good time. That's all we're trying to have. That's the whole purpose of our existence, is have fun.
All right, here it is. Both Drake and Zex are on this hole.
No.
This could be the opportunity for Drake to take the victory away. If Drake can get into this hole, that'll be the victory.
Oh my God, almost no! You said this was the great equalizer. It sure is.
So anybody could win now. This could be anybody pulling out this victory. They just got
Captain Drake snipes Zex at the last moment.
Incredible, but at the same time, perfectly believable. Captain Drake, again, an incredibly talented speedrunner. Very regularly is in the top 8 of Mystery Tournament. So no surprise whatsoever. Although Zex as well, absolutely a talented racer. Of course, Andy is a talented racer as well, pulling off the first place here. Incredible performance.
All right, Zex, come on, we believe in you. Everybody give Zex your energy to beat this log. Get your lumberjacking going. If you have axe emotes or anything to defeat this log, share them and help Zex do this. Come on, Zex. Time it right. I believe.
Nice. Did it.
There we go.
And with that, game number 1 is complete. First place, we've got Andy H. Second place, we've got Captain Drake. And in third place, we've got Zex. Congratulations to all our racers. Excellent job. And so I think Andy and Captain Drake will be taking a break for maybe an hour. And we'll be moving on to our second race of the day. We've got so many races left today. I think, again, we were going to have at least 7 different games played today. So I'm excited. I have no idea what's next, so I'm just as excited as all of you to see what happens next.
Oh, I know exactly what's next. That's right, folks. It's a break time, we've been informed. So we will get stuff set up. I'm going to throw it over to Church to do the things that Church is going to do. And then we'll be back to talk to you more about Mystery Funhouse, what's going down, and see the next match. Church.
Yes, so Don't go away.
Yeah, thank you so much, you too. Yeah, so we're going to take a quick break. There's a lot of setup that goes into these games, so we're going to take a little bit of a break so we can let everybody on the admin side get ready for the next match. Just a quick reminder on the Hotfix side before we go to our break. If you are curious on what's coming up on Hotfix or interested in running anything on GDQ, you can always check out this week's schedule and submit your runs to be showcased at gdq.gg/hotfix. We're going to take that break now. We'll get set up for the next race. We'll see y'all in a few minutes, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today we have MTXX Invitational. We've got a bunch of matches promoting Mystery Tournament. Before we get back into it, just a quick reminder for everybody, you can catch up on all of our past GDQ Hotfix shows and marathons over at youtube.com/gamesonquick. If you're watching this over on YouTube, consider liking, subscribing, becoming a channel member to support GDQ and GDQ Hotfix. That said, I'm going to hand it right back over to our commentators here. Let them take over and re-explain Mystery Tournament and what's going on today.
Yeah. Yeah. So I am Sir Nico, and we've got Blasphemous Roar, and we've got for you another mystery game coming up. A mystery to everybody. This is the mystery tournament. This is the mini mystery tournament that we are going to be introducing. We're having a whole slate of games today as 6 players duke it out. Now only 5 players, now that one playing a whole series of different games here, and the winner of this mystery tournament series is going to get a buy for the upcoming Mystery Tournament 20, which signups have opened today. So if you want to sign up for Mystery Tournament 20, you too can participate. You don't have to have any former experience. You just have to like video games and be ready to play a wide variety of video games that have been provided to you as a challenge.
You say, come on, the 20x6 joke is right there. We already did it. That's right. This is Mystery Tournament 20XX. It's right there. It's even on the screen. Look, it says MT 20XX, and our little mystery ghost is all Mega Man'd up. Like, they're all ready to roll. Like, we're there. We already are there, IRL Rabbit.
So I think,
anyway.
I think our races are all readied up. So we can start this as soon as we feel comfortable.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start it, and then we'll tell you a little bit about Mystery Tournament and what's going on with it and the randomness involved in card shuffling and what's going on over here. I just clicked that stream to pull it up to see where we were at with stuff, and I just see Church just shuffling cards. I'm so confused. Anyway, welcome to Droodler. I don't know what's going on with this.
Yeah, I have no idea what this is. I guess we're going to find out as soon as this race starts in a few seconds. Yeah, we've got 3 different players here. They are about to play a video game that none of them have played before. That I don't think I've never played this before, Roar. So I think all of us are going to be surprised together to find out what it is that we're going to be asked to do here.
Ha! Joke's on you. It's golf round 2. Let's go! Oh, it's golf meets Kirby Canvas Curse. Let's go.
So
all right.
I read the Steam page. I know very little, but it seems like you can draw up to 5 lines per level, and that's to help you get this object to the goal.
Yeah, Calico saying you were clipping the mic there. Trust me, the compressor works overtime when I'm on commentary. Don't worry. We all know. Yeah, so this is going to be like, we're rolling the boulder, and it's Line Rider meets Canvas Curse. Hi!
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be a game that if you have played a whole lot of different games, you're going to immediately have an advantage here. If you've played like Line Rider, you've played Kirby Canvas Curse,
or you've played Ivy the Kiwi. Let's go.
Oh, Ivy the Kiwi. That's another excellent one. Yeah, you might start to already have some ideas here. So it looks like these players have to guide their little sphere to this goal. They have to draw a couple of lines to do it. So we can see that after a little bit of a false start, as the players start to figure out what the heck this game is even asking them to do, suddenly they
collect the stones too.
I don't know. Do we have to collect the stones? So we usually get a paste bin. I think I didn't get the paste bin. Normally the players will get a set of instructions to start them off, and it will tell them, and they can use that information to warn them about what they are supposed to do, what they can ignore. So we'll find out pretty quickly, I think, whether the players are able to clear these levels. I think everybody seems to be trying to collect them. I guess we'll figure out.
It looks like you had to get all 3 in the level.
Yeah, because we see an almost down here at the bottom.
You could just kind of like, otherwise you could just kind of like sweep straight to the goal and like it wouldn't be too much of a trouble. Yeah, somebody asking, do we get an account with all the things? We only play free games. Unless there's like a rare chance where somebody provided keys. For the most part, everything in Mystery Tournament is free. We give you the links to places to grab the games. You know, we got a lot of free stuff on itch and the like, and you know, the huge. So yes, it is 100% free to join. And easy.
Yeah, there's no need. So no need to make an account. What we usually recommend is that you'll join our Discord, and then you just sign up on the tournament page, which will put you on the bracket for Mystery Tournament 20, and everything else will be handled for you. You will receive directions to where to download the games that you'll be playing. We'll provide you packages of all the resources that you'll need. You don't have to pay a penny in order to do any of that. And we'll make sure that you set that up. Some players have restrictions. Some players, they might not have a computer that can run.
Oh, Alpha, no. It was halfway in. Yeah, I don't think, by the way, that Alpha's collecting the stone out of order and instantly exploding. I'm pretty sure Alpha is actively restarting because he screwed up.
Yeah, so that's another element of this game. It looks like that the players have a fail key that they can hit if they make a mistake. And being ready to hit that as soon as you realize you've got a failed run, that's a really useful talent. So these players are hustling our way through. I don't see. Is there something in the element that tells what level they're on?
Yeah.
Nope. So I guess it's going to be a surprise to all of us.
Yeah. No, that's their shots, isn't it?
I think that's number of shots that they've got.
Number of shots.
So the best we can do is we're just going to have to see if we can recognize some of these levels, and that might give us some guidance to try to figure it out.
So let's talk a little bit about the history of Mystery Tournament, by the way. What's going on with it these days? Sorry.
I'm going to cut you off real quick, Roar.
Go for it.
Nico was in the middle of, I think, a really important sentence before we started talking about what was going on in the match. Nico, you were talking about accessibility.
Yeah, so we've got accessibility here. We have a lot of different requirements that you can put in. When you sign up, you'll be given an opportunity to bring up some of the things that you might have issues with. For example, color blindness. We will restrict games, and if you have like a restriction for color blindness, we will make sure that you get games that you can play. That will be available. If your computer is not quite as good as others, we'll make sure that you get games that you're able to play. Maybe you're not able to operate with a mouse. We'll say, hey, we're not going to give you games that require you to play with a mouse and keyboard. Things like that.
I'm photosensitive. I can't deal with flashing lights.
Yeah, so we are going to make sure that you are able to participate. This is a very accessible tournament. Do not say to yourself at any point, I can't do this, because there's no reason why you can't do it. We will find times for you to play. We will find games for you to play. You'll have an opportunity to play. And even if you struggle a little bit with, that you're not as strong a player as some of these people, you say, wow, these people are so good, I can't compete with them. That doesn't matter. We're going to find games for you to play. We're going to find games to have fun. And we are about just playing games and having fun.
Yeah, and like I said before, basically we give everybody their time in the shine, even if it's not just top 8 players that get broadcast here on Mystery on Mystery Tournament. We do have our channel, Mystery Funhouse. That's why we have the website mysteryfun.house, named after an old 1970s text-based game from a certain series. I don't remember the name of the guy who made it, but basically when everybody was like saying that they're playing Mystery Tournament on Twitch, they would use the Mystery Funhouse category. So we just kind of like adopted it as our moniker. And Mystery Funhouse, also known affectionately as MFH, has been around for a while doing these. So everybody gets their chance to have a stream. Basically, the only requirements that you have for being able to join Mystery Tournament is that you're capable of streaming on Twitch, because we do need to be able to, see what you're doing, for instance. But otherwise, your low bar computer, we can make exceptions for you. We can make things work for you.
Yeah, we're going to make sure that you're able to participate in this at any cost. Yeah, some of these levels these players are being asked to play these are starting to get challenging. Alpha has been struggling a little bit on this one. Has to shoot up, get this rock, whatever this thing is, and then has to kind of do a little bit of a jump here, like a ski slope, and has to draw these lines pretty darn quick. So this is a challenging one. Looks like Jorf is joining on the same level. This might be an opportunity for Jorf to pull ahead of Andy if he can figure out how to handle this. Or Alpha, yeah, I'm sorry. Andy was in our previous match. The oh, there we go.
Jorf already pulled ahead of Andy because I like Jorf more.
Yeah. Oh, so close. Jorf is right there. Right there.
That was a jest, folks. That was a joke. I love Andy. It's great.
Oh my goodness.
Don't go causing. There's no scam here.
Yeah, and so here's Maurice.
Nicely done. There we go. Alpha through.
Oh, nice. They both finished at the same time.
Jorf just like pokes at it.
So in the community, Jorf is another major figure in the mystery community, and so we like to say that Jorfs his way through a lot of levels. Jorf being a verb for accomplishing a goal in an unintended and possibly confusing manner that nonetheless achieves the objective. And there we see Jorf Jorfing his way through the level by poking his little ball.
Sometimes you got to poke the ball.
Sometimes,
as a world-renowned ball poker, I know the power of poking balls.
Right.
I'm talking about pool, folks. I'm good at pool. I'm not world-renowned, though. I'm bad at it.
Yeah. So we see Jorf and Alpha on this next level. Suddenly, this level is getting a little confusing. There's a couple of different ways you could approach this. You can go for the one on the right. You can go for the ones on the bottom. So it'll be interesting to see how the players decide to approach it. Oh, here we go. Jorf coming up with a solution, going all the way to the left.
Now, we do have both. I was like, oh no, I got pinged twice. It's because both the TO and Church are sending me the entry for this, or pay spin, as we also call it. So to give an idea, pay spins are given to players so that they have a rough idea of what they are supposed to be doing in the game, so that way we remove any extremely important moments, like say Bonk's adventure, knowing that you have to grab onto the wine glass and move yourself to the other side. So here we have a pay spin that simply says, Droodler, the goal, beat level 42. Start selecting level 1, click play, Astralis, the bright piece, level 1. Done. Beating level 42 and finishing the third piece of Astralis. Controls, control, click and drag to launch rock/draw lines. The goal of the game is to get the rock to hit all 3 gravity crystals in the level and then get to the exit. You can draw lines after launching the rock to guide its path. You can draw up to 5 separate lines per level. Click top left corner to reset level at any point. So we do give them a bit of information in regards to this, make sure that they know what they're doing. And yeah, this is, so chat mentioning that Maurice is absolutely crushing this game. It's a mouse game. Maurice is known for being a very strong competitor in mouse games, especially. A little bit of history with these players. So, Alpha 5 joined roughly around the same time I did, I believe. And
yeah, all Mystery Tournament 10 folks here.
Yeah. Well, no, Maurice is way later than 10.
Oh, yeah. Well, Maurice and Jorf, yes.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Mystery Tournament, basically, Mystery Funhouse, Alpha 5 is one of the founding members of Mystery Funhouse. Basically, we joined in Mystery Tournament 10. In Mystery Tournament 11, people were asking where the races are broadcast, and we mentioned we only broadcast top 8 because, we just don't have the resources. And the answer is, so why not? I'm on disability, so I have infinite time. So I'm like, why not broadcast the races? So I started broadcasting the races. And I started doing it on my channel, and then Alpha 5 also started doing matches that I was not able to grab on his channel. And then another friend of ours, the Spin Beast, started broadcasting matches on his channel as well during Mystery Tournament 11. And at the top 8 of Mystery Tournament 11, during the end, we were like, okay, we've got... Oh.
If you didn't catch that, the rock got caught in the goal, and you could see the frustrated mouse circling the rock.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is a finicky game. There's a lot of opportunities to make just little micro adjustments that just don't go your way.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's good. It's good. Keep talking about the race. So yeah, basically Mystery Funhouse, like I said, Alpha was broadcasting stuff on his channel. Spin Beast did it, and we were like, okay, we've got like 3 different channels broadcasting the races. What if we put together a community channel that has multiple volunteers doing the races? And Sir Nico, Alpha 5, and I were some of the founding members. We're basically like the 3 founding members of Mystery Funhouse. Nico did a lot of commentary for us, especially in those early days, and Alpha as well. And then we formed that Mystery Tournament 11. That was 2017. That was 8 years ago, almost 9 years. Kind of crazy. So we've been doing this a while for the broadcasting like. So that's Alpha 5, one of the well-known members of the community. Also has one of our most famous clips of Alpha Says Directions. Go find Alpha Says Directions. It's a good time. Meanwhile, Maurice joined us in Mystery Tournament. I'm sure that
13, I think. I think 13.
13, yeah. So that was when I was running it, I think. No, that was Exuno running it. Mystery Tournament 13 was Exuno. Maurice joined us, Mystery Tournament 13. Maurice's first race was in Tech Deck for the Game Boy Advance and immediately set a world record.
There was a pretty high bar to suddenly set.
And then started joining every single race in MT13 and crushing everybody and startling everyone and scaring the crap out of them. And I believe came in second during that tournament. So it was pretty staggering, Maurice's joining. And then Jorf is a bit of an older racer here. Hasn't been joining Mystery Tournament as much lately, but I believe, has been here for a very long time, doing, like you said, has that notoriety of just dwarfing it and winning these levels in ways completely unexpected. So it's definitely these 3 racers, I think, are pretty good for this game because they're going to show weird stuff because they just don't think like.
Yeah, well, these are people who play a lot of games that I know. Jorf in particular is doing races of games with friends very frequently. And I mentioned before the Mystery Funhouse channel. We'll do all sorts of races with each other. We'll find obscure games and we'll just play them for fun outside of the context of the Mystery Tournament. So lots of opportunities to just play a huge variety of games, get experience with a large variety of genres, and that gives you a lot of skill. In order to be ready for anything. Like I've just been watching here, Maurice has been pulling ahead here. Suddenly this game has introduced a new mechanic. Suddenly there's a power-up that makes Maurice tiny. And so even if Maurice is, pulling ahead and having a good time here, suddenly has to cope with new elements. Like suddenly Maurice is rolling right under this little gravity stone and has to realize, I have to start adjusting my trajectory in order to make sure that I don't undershoot these.
So I think on Jorf's screen, we just saw a level select, and Jorf is on 29.
That gives us some context. I think we'll know when Jorf and Alpha catch up and they start seeing the shrink power up. But yeah, so this race is a little bit wild. This is one where it's really difficult to tell, as we saw. Like Alpha gets stuck on a level and it takes a long time, and then Jorf just pops in and just figures it out, and we can manage to have a lead change very abruptly. Although again, Maurice is running away with this. It looks like Maurice is in the lead. But we'll see. You never know. We might see something pop up that may change the course of events of human history in a way unexpected by all.
And Internet Dirigible, by the way, to give you an idea of what's going on with Mystery Tournament, it's a very community-oriented event. So Internet Dirigible is the current tournament organizer for Mystery Funhouse. The original, or for Mystery Tournament. The original Mystery Tournament was made by our good friend Boney, who basically stopped after like Mystery Tournament 12, I think, maybe 11. I don't remember exact numbers anymore. It's been a while. Boney eventually, quit doing the tournament and switched over to our good friend Exuno, took over for the next two mystery tournaments. After Exuno, it was actually me who took over running the show for the next two tournaments. And then finally Internet Dirigible took over after IRL stuff stopped me from continuing the tournament, and Internet Dirigible has been our fearless leader since. He actually explicitly wanted to not join the first match, because to point out how much of a community-oriented thing this is, and that ID, as much as I jokingly call him fearless leader, is not like, this isn't a one-man show. This isn't one person putting this on and putting all this working together. This is a huge community. Mystery Funhouse, Maurice is one of our programmers that does a lot of the back-end stuff. We have a back-end now thanks to Maurice. We have Blade Twin Swords puts together fun statistics for everybody. Our good friend Phantom Matt puts together YouTube videos. Like this is and we have just a bunch of people doing commentary all the time. So this is a huge community thing. And if you want a welcoming, fun community, legitimately, I am going to shout this out, because like just the other day, not too long ago, I was talking about how I don't remember the exact context of it, but somebody mentioned that the exact reason why they joined the Mystery Tournament community is because I talked about mental issues here on the GDQ stream while doing a top 8 commentary, and how we are able to accommodate those things and how good it is. And they joined the community as a result of that and found a welcoming, fun gaming community that just likes to talk about games and have a good time. So like we do emphasize that community. We are not one person doing all of this. The games that are submitted by the players and pulled out of older games. So we absolutely want you to join Mystery Tournament. Come join Mystery Tournament. Be a part of the group. It's a good time. And if you don't have fun with it, hey, all you lost was a couple hours every few weeks at most. I've made some of my greatest friends in this community.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Like I too was really intimidated before the first time I joined, but everybody is incredibly welcoming. Everybody is here. We want you to join us. We want you to play games with us, and we're going to make sure that you have fun. Looks like Jorf is pulling ahead here. I think Jorf is on the set of the shrink icon levels. And where's Maurice? Is Maurice finished up?
Did Maurice just
believe so? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
there it is.
42.
Man, Maurice just plowing through that. So I think.
Crushed.
Oh, here we go. We see Alpha is starting on level 29. So I think several levels deficit against Jorf. Again, Jorf is a very strong player, and unsurprisingly, Maurice is a very powerful player, as we can see by his incredible finish here. But no slouch. Here we go. Alpha's making it through. Alpha's working through the levels.
Make barriers.
Yeah.
Make barriers. It's important, folks. It is important to put up barriers where possible. As much as you want to let people rock around and fly into areas, sometimes you do need to put up those boundaries and understand where you're going. And the same is for rocks. You have the rock coming right at you, and sometimes you just need to say, "Hey, rock, I understand that you are trying to win this level and hit the gravity clusters, but I need you to not go there." And the rock will respect your boundaries, because the rock believes in you and understands you, and the rock loves you.
Are we talking about the person or the object?
I don't know. I think it's the object. I'm sure the Rock tries to be a positive figure, so I'm sure that Dwayne Johnson does love you to a certain degree. But I mean, insert commentary that I don't want to make here, but nonetheless, the rock, the boulder itself, the gravity crystalline rock, it loves you because it knows no other emotion, because it knows no emotion. Therefore, you can only say that it loves.
That said, there is a non-zero chance that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has in fact joined or will join Mystery Tournament. So you never know. You never know.
That's entirely true. We've had our fair share of celebrities. Like I remember that one guy. We had. Okay, I'm lying. I'm just outright lying. I was gonna try making jokes, but I'm lying outright through my teeth, and I just can't in good conscience.
Well, let's just say that if you are a celebrity in the chat right now, we want you to join Mystery Tournament because we are welcoming to all people, including celebrities.
I really appreciate what Jorf is doing here. Jorf is trying to give The Rock a little bit of momentum by just drawing lines underneath The Rock to push it up.
Yeah. There's a lot of small little adjustments you do that just give little bit of adjustment. There you go. Yeah, just give it a little push. Sometimes The Rock needs a little push. Sometimes we all need just a little push, folks.
I mean, we talked earlier about different genres of games that you'll see in Mystery Tournament. Physics puzzlers are a legitimate genre, I think, that it's not enough to just be generally familiar with physics by virtue of the fact that you exist in the physical universe. There's a whole set of special rules that video games operate on that others don't. And if you have a little bit of experience, say that you've played other games like Line Rider or things of that nature, that's the sort of thing that's going to give you just that little bit of an edge that may be what helps you secure a victory in a race here in Mystery Tournament. And that, you may be surprised. You may be against somebody who is a very talented player, but because you have that little bit of experience, that may be your opportunity to win. Oh, poor Jorf. He gets all the way to the end and then flubs it. Oh, that last just doesn't expect that ball to move. Sometimes sometimes you just want to be ready by just drawing a little bit of a protective barrier. Like you said, putting up barriers to keep that rock into the right place in your life.
And BTS mentioning, I can't take all the credit for the MT stat sheet. Zelleray built the sheet and maintained it up to MT14. Yeah, I actually want to touch on that ever so slightly. Is that, like, again, we really do owe thanks a lot to what Mystery Funhouse is now, is because of a lot of the people that came before us. Like I said, this tournament was originally built by Boney. Boney is no longer hanging around. Boney is, how do I say, not with us anymore, but not dead. He's just not with us anymore.
Boney's just doing Boney things.
He's just doing Boney things. He's taking a break from stuff. We respect him. We're glad to continue on his legacy. Zelleray having built the sheet, like I said, me taking over the tournament, Exuno taking over the tournament, ID taking over the tournament. Mystery Funhouse was originally technically legally owned by me, but it's no longer. It's been properly returned to the community, and so it's incredible to have these legacy things that persist beyond us. Whereas I put in a bunch of the work originally to make MFH go. I'm not trying to pat my back here. It's incredible for the legacy to continue beyond.
I just want to point out, Jor plowing through that one level looked like the Maurice had a lot of trouble with this level where he had to launch, and Jorf just saw it. Jorf just understood this is where the ball has to go and cleared that in no time at all.
Yeah, I think Maurice spent a good few minutes on that one. So very impressive performance there by Jorf, as to be expected by a finals contender for the greatest gamer of all time by Goaty.
Oh, that's true. That did happen.
That is a thing that happened. Ooh, I think that might be a victory for Jorf. Back onto the map screen. And there we go. Yeah, these players plowing through this goal very quickly, under 30 minutes by Jorf. We do target mystery races. I think the most recent iteration, we're aiming for goals that are under an hour. But sometimes players will surprise us, particularly when we're dealing with incredibly talented players like this. We'll have players clear these goals much faster than intended. So this is really just a showcase of how skilled these players are. When you join a mystery tournament, when you join races, we will let players play, I think, up to an hour, and then if time goes over that, we'll make a judgment call on who appears to be further along on the goal.
The as of last mystery tournament, the rules were that if your match does last more than an hour and a half, so like originally our rule was that if it lasted over an hour 15 or something, you could offer a redraw, and then at 1:45 you could force a redraw. That led to a lot of people having more time commitments than expected, especially because we do want to keep it snappy. We want to keep it, you making as little time commitment as possible. So now if the game does last for more than an hour and a half, a mod will call who is in the lead based on what. Admittedly, we don't really have mod call metrics like Cuso Grande does outright baked into it because we don't expect the goals to go to mod call, but they sometimes do, admittedly. And so basically what I'm trying to get at here is that we're guaranteeing that you're not wasting more than an hour and a half of your time with us. We're not going to waste all of your stuff. Well, I mean,
I wouldn't declare any time you spend in this community to be wasted.
Well, that was that one time that I
Chips
did.
Challenge. There is Chip Challenge.
There is Chips Challenge. It did happen. It does continue to happen.
So even though...
Why, Andy? Why?
Even though our other racers have finished, we do like to let all our racers finish up. I'm a fan of let's go ahead and let's all finish the goal. So even though Alpha is finishing up last year and is unfortunately going to be going home after this race, still fun to see him puzzling out the challenges that the other players had gone through. These levels with the mini ball are pretty tricky because previously, your ball is a pretty big target, so you just throw it vaguely in the direction of these crystals and you get it. Once you grab that little shrinking power up, it does change your perspective because suddenly you have to deal with not being as confident that you're going to be able to hit that target exactly as you intend. And also, I know an element that all the players struggled through without this race is that the actual surface of the ground and the visual of the surface of the ground don't always match. It's kind of inconsistent, and I've seen all the players having frustration. I think every single player playing this level, they got to this last little crystal. This glass crystal is just slightly above the ground, and then they all missed it. So yeah, I'm sure every one of the players has experienced that in this race, and it's fun seeing these little elements that wouldn't be obvious on your first pass, that now that you're playing it, you say, oh, yeah, that is a thing. Oh, I have to make sure that I draw my line very precisely, that my little ball doesn't roll underneath my goal.
Rail-kun saying you'll have to explain the Chips Challenge joke. No, I don't. You can go to Mystery Funhouse or twitch.tv/Mystery Funhouse and take a look at our clips to see what I am going on about. Wonderful clips from this community. Definitely one of Sir Nico's finest moments.
I don't agree, but okay. Yeah, we have a lot of fun games that we've played. Folks mentioning Adventure Ball. In the chat, Adventure Ball is another notorious mystery game.
No. I refuse. I refuse to sit here and let us do a promotion where we invite people to play and tell them they're going to have a good time and let anybody espouse the virtues of Adventure Ball. Do not do it, folks. It is there in the channel topic. Don't fall for Ondor's lies. Don't fall for Sir Nico's lies. Don't fall for Sir GFM's lies. In fact, ignore every Sir in this equation. Do not touch Adventure Ball. Save yourself.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that. Alpha's trying to figure out which path he wants to take through this level. Almost was considering just ignoring that shrink power up and going through the left, but has decided to take the little easier route to the right. Yeah, this game is a little tricky too because it has a lot of these levels that have these divots, these bowls, but you don't have any control over your ball other than drawing lines. So yeah, I have to really think about which way you're going to launch this ball and how to conserve your momentum or other. There we have it. Alpha falling into the bowl. No more momentum to spare. All out of momentum.
They're all lying in chat. Sir Nico is here trying to commentate this race, do his thing that he's supposed to be doing, be a professional, and you are all just lying in chat like terrible people. Oh, nicely done, Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha making it to the levels. We've got a couple of tricky ones coming up here. Yeah, has to immediately think which way does he want to go, and kind of unintuitively wants to go down first before going up. Ooh.
And actually kind of, oh no, that's right. You said down first before going up. And I was going to say, oh yeah, actually kind of intuitively figured that. Oh, you mean just at the start there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there you go. Can you actually make it through that gap?
I doubt it.
Little ball a lie?
Oh, I guess it is a lie.
Little ball is a lie!
Nicely done. Skipping a power up. Yeah, the last couple of these levels, they want you to do these bank shots here. You got to go down. Oh, this is nice. Oh, is he going to get first clear? No, Alpha. Oh. Almost a first clear. It would have felt really good. That really gives you a big boost for your ego when you manage to first try one of these shots. Like, feels like getting a hole in one.
Oh yeah. You just sometimes when you're playing Mystery Tournament, you feel great. That's the trick, is that you absolutely can feel confident that you're doing really well in some games, and it's a buzz. I'm not going to lie. It is a high that I wholly endorse. Getting just a feeling of I am going quick and I've never played this game before. And we do choose a lot of games that you get to do that. So, like...
Yeah, so as we're just wrapping up this race, there we go. Alpha guarding that ball, making sure it doesn't take a tumble.
There we go. Nice.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Alpha was so far behind? What the heck, Alpha? Come on, step it up. You're supposed to be one of our main community representatives for reasons I don't understand still. Why, Alpha? Why do you continue to... I mean, I'm sorry, what?
Alpha is one of the...
I love you.
Yeah, Alpha has organized a lot of events here, too. What was it? SRL... Season 3?
Yeah, speed seasons. We actually were here on GDQ for speed seasons.
Yeah, so Alpha has definitely been involved in the community, has been to a couple of GDQs himself, a good personal friend of mine. So yeah, I'm definitely rooting for Alpha, even if 90% of things are usually his fault.
And folks, I just want to point out, remember how I said that the ADHD is real thing? I apologize. No, I don't. I don't apologize for my commentary. I'm just mildly explaining it. Don't worry about me. Nice.
Oh, nicely done.
You got this. Yeah, let's go. I love that there's like flames on the finish. Like, finish.
Yeah, and so folks might be asking too where we find games like this, because I'm sure, like me, a lot of you are like, I've never heard of this game before. We do search all over the internet. Game Jam tournaments are a great source for indie games. Sometimes we look for classic console games to play, and if you join Mystery Tournament, that's all planned out for you. You don't have to have any experience with any of those things. We will provide games for you. We will provide you keys for Steam games. We'll provide you with links for downloading indie games. So that's all taken care of. All you have to do is join the community, and we will help you out. Ooh, nice job from Alpha. Quick throwing that line down gets him directly to the goal.
I'm not saying that, because we dig up all these weird little game jam stuff and all these interesting little, oh, nicely done, Alpha. Let me finish my joke and then... Crap, nope, I lost it. Thank you, world. Baba Is You is great. We played it here. I'm not going to... That's the joke I was going for. There we go. I'm not going to take credit for Baba Is You taking off because, we showed it here first, but I'm not going to say it's not a factor.
All right.
Saying.
Anyway,
congratulations to our players. Congratulations to Maurice and Andy for moving on. Alpha 5 has been eliminated from this little bitty event here. But you know who hasn't been eliminated from this event? You, chat. You can keep watching. Keep joining us here in Mystery Tournament. Join MT. Please, for the love of God, join MT. Because they can't keep hiring me to shout at you. It's just not feasible. So you're going to have to join us so that you can, I'll admit, I don't know where this is going. I got 3 hours of sleep last night. I'm lost. Who let this lost child on the GDQ?
You did. Actually, no, I did.
Oh, right, it's me. No, you did. It's your fault.
It's my fault.
Sir Nico,
Yes.
it is always a pleasure to join you for these things.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been a while since we've done some commentary together. Good to catch up with all my Mystery Funhouse peeps. And this isn't the last you're going to see of me today. I'm going to be back in a couple of hours to do some commentary on the finals. But for the rest of you, you've got some more exciting races coming up. We're going to see our racers all compete for the semifinals.
What the heck? I wasn't invited back.
I'm going to be real with you, Roar. Every part of that got eaten. I didn't hear a word you said.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's entirely fair. It was a bad joke anyways. I was trying to make a joke about how I wasn't invited back, but that's because they only put me on the start because I know who I am. They know who I am. We all know who I am. You do not put me last. You put me first because I bring the energy and the hype, but you don't put me last because everybody wants to go. So, speaking of going, you know where we should go? Break time!
Yes. Thank you so much, Roar and Nico. It's always a pleasure to be here with you for Mystery Tournament. Again, we are going into the semis. We need a little bit of setup time. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes to get these going. So we're going to take a quick break. We're getting ready for the next game. We'll be back in just a few minutes here. Just a quick reminder to you before we do go there. If you are looking to get more involved with the GDQ community, you can join the official Games Done Quick Discord and add the Hotfix role to stay in the loop on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for an invite and more information. We're going to take that quick break. We'll be seeing in just a few minutes with more mystery games. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we have a very special Mystery Tournament Invitational. Before we jump back into it, just a quick reminder for you all. We do appreciate everybody who is supporting Games Done Quick, either with your subscriptions, gift subs, and bitch cheered. All of your contributions do help keep the Hotfix running. So if you are enjoying the stream, if you enjoy any of our regular shows like Speedruns from the Crypt or Crosshair, if you enjoy these weekend specials, anniversary specials, or, showcasing the different parts of the speedrun community like Mystery Tournament, all of your support really does help us keep this going. So if you do, consider subscribing, you will get exclusive emotes, ad free viewing, and access to chat during our replays. You can also always support the stream by sharing Games on Quick channel with your friends and family, and anybody else who you think who would enjoy it. And with all that said, we do have Mystery Tournament. We've got some more matches coming up for you. We got a new set of commentators here. I'll let them introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Internet Dirigible. I am the tournament organizer for Mystery Tournament 20. Been doing this for a few, and I'm really excited to see this race.
And hello, I am Shrambles. I am a regular participant in Mystery Tournament as well as a regular commentator. So I am excited to see what our racers are ready to pull off today.
Yeah, we've got, if the bracket, unfortunately, we weren't able to get good pictures of it, but just to let you know, we had And4H and Captain Drake win in their match with golf, and so they are moving on. And then Jorf and Maurice win in that the fantastic Droodler race that we just watched. So now we're swapping things up a little bit, and it's normal tournament style. So now we're going to see And4H versus Jorf. The both of them are very good friends. So this is a true rivalry between.
Yes, some might say it's a grudge match between two close friends. Andy 4H, well known in the mystery community, has won multiple mystery tournaments. So you may have seen Andy's name around. Jorf, also a very prolific gamer as well. I think was in like the top 2 of like Gamer of the Year competition at some point. That someone held. So yes. Both are very respectable racers. So should be a very close match for the chance to go to the finals in this invitational tournament.
Yeah, I'm extra excited to see this. Sort of Jorf is famous. They mentioned it earlier for Jorfing, for kind of pushing their way through things in a janky way. And Andy is famous for like
I think Andy just like
quickly
has
picking
his
up on mechanics like immediately.
Andy will luck into like the correct solution and then just like into it from there. So like you have two almost opposite strategies here in play with how they play games, and it should be very fun in the game we have selected for them.
See what the game is, and it is indeed the game everyone was expecting: Pandemonium 2 on the PlayStation. The game that everyone knew it would be.
The game, the myth, the legend. Yes, Pandemonium 2.
So, I have played this. We're waiting for some of the players to ready up still. So I have played this. Shrambles has not. I'll tell you a little bit about this game. The first Pandemonium is also on the PlayStation and plays very similarly. But unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, we've played that a lot in Mystery Tournament. Pandemonium 2, a lot of people have never seen, so I'm excited to see it today. You get a character in Pandemonium 2 that can double jump, and in this race, the players have been told not to switch characters. So they're going to play as the girl. I think her name is Nikki, and she has a double jump, and that's a pretty important thing. This Chester turns into a little guy. I don't know much about the story of this game, to be fair. It's made by, I'm pretty sure, Crystal Dynamics, who made Gex. So if you're a big Gex fan, you should be a big fan of Pandemonium.
You boys up for a ride on a rock?
I think that's why maybe Gex has a cameo in this game somewhere. But this is one of those games where even though the camera's going to be going all over the place, the only way to control your character is left and right. It's like Kirby 64 kind of 2.5D platformer. You're only actually moving your character left and right, though. You never move into the background or anything.
And with that, the race has begun. English. I majored in it, and I don't use it. So they have started the race.
At the level Goon City, we won't focus on that too hard.
What? All right, no, we're not focusing on it. But
this game is super wild. So you can move forward pretty quickly. And the most important thing is there are these certain surfaces, water and just like, I don't know, eventually the game is so psychedelic looking you can't even really tell what they are, where you just speed up really fast. You can see Andy doing it there. And you can continue this momentum into the air. So it's about making big jumps over things and going crazy.
Yeah, so like it looks like because it is a 2.5D, they cannot move in any other way outside of left and right, even though this path does look big enough for them. It looks like they could go around this house. No, they have to go over it or under it.
Yes. And like there, Andy could have jumped over it. I think eventually you'll get more used to the controls here. But it's a really fast-paced game. That's one of the things I like about it. Certain older 3D platformers can be a little slow, but this game is not slow. You're cruising in this game.
Yeah, and like in Mystery Tournament, so they aren't just going in this completely blind. We may have said it in the other two races you may have seen, or if you're just joining us for the first time. The players are given a document that gives them the controls, what the goal of the game is, and any kind of extra information that might be needed for them to finish this game to make it a fair race.
Yes, and we tend to limit that. You know, it's not like it doesn't give like strategies or whatever for the most part, but it'll give stuff like if there's some gotcha in a level or some level where there's like 12 doors and you just got to pick one, and that's the only level like that in the game, then we'll say so.
Yeah, so because for the purposes of this race, they were given a cheat code to give them 31 extra lives.
That's true, and I don't think these players would probably run out anyway, but it's just nice. There are passwords, but ideally we won't have to use them because we have the extra life cheat code. It doesn't actually affect inside of the levels very strongly. It would just it would lead to game overs where you had to put in a code to get back to the level you were on.
Okay, so I'm looking on Andy's screen right now, and his character is just shooting lightning continuously around.
Power-ups. The power-ups are not all that useful for the most part because you're moving so fast. You don't really need to fight enemies. But
and Andy takes a death.
some of them help you. You can shoot fireballs with certain power-ups and similar things.
Did that put Andy all the way back at the beginning of the level?
It sends you back to the last screen transition, which sometimes is the beginning of the level, depending on what level you're on. So yes, it did.
Oh, so that's good information, or at least the players don't know this, but for Jorf it's beneficial because Jorf just entered this level. So they are essentially tied at this point. Though Andy does have like what they call in the mystery community the stage knowledge, the lore of the level.
Yeah, he has a
little bit
knowledge lead. So he knows what's coming. In a game like this, it's so fast though, maybe you don't know what's coming. Maybe you walked past it and didn't even really look that closely. One mechanic that we're seeing on Jorf, we saw it on Andy. Oh yeah, we see it right here. When you jump off of a vertical like vine or chain, you go flying, and it's really useful to build up speed and like skip sections by kind of jumping sideways off of these things if you can maintain that momentum.
Oh, and Andy taking another hit. Jorf has been taking this level a little bit more slowly, going through this, and we'll see that in a lot of. Oh, and Jorf getting snowballed.
The snowball from the top rope out of nowhere. Oh man!
So like when you're mystery racing, like because you don't know what the game is like, you only have like this brief window if it has like an attract mode, or just you playing it in the 1 minute after the race starts to kind of get a feel of how you should be approaching this game. Some people will just go. I know Andy always has a philosophy as go as fast as the game allows you, and we see that in Andy's gameplay.
Yeah,
he is moving. Go ahead.
I'll push it too hard. So like when I tested this game, I did take a lot of deaths because I was like, well, I would rather just not think about anything that's going on, right? And I can just jump fast. Maybe the game will let me do that. So I like to try that. A lot of the times the game does not let you do that. Andy's making good dodging and weaving through these birds, though. These birds on this little hanging section are really difficult.
And I think that's something that's really cool about the mystery community. So if you are thinking about joining Mystery Tournament, which you definitely should, you will get to play a wide variety of games that you may have never even heard of. I don't know how many people in chat even have heard of Pandemonium 2. But now you get to see it, and that's like kind of the cool games you'll get to experience if you join Mystery Tournament.
That's my favorite thing about Mystery Tournament. I just like video games, and especially obscure ones. And it can kind of... There are games that we've played that really aren't all that interesting if you were just going to play them alone, but playing them in a racing context really elevates the experience that the games can bring to the table. I'm a fan of this game, but it's definitely janky. I mean, you can see that everything's like too fast for its own good. The physics are a little wonky.
Yeah, I saw like Andy just bounced off of one of those enemies, and then like their momentum looked like it increased, but like in an uncontrollable way. And both of our players right next to each other. Jorf is right behind. Oh, and Jorf takes a death, gets a game over. See
these floating hearts around? They're really important because your health is only 3 hits. It's really easy to... Oh, how did he get back to the main menu there? That's weird.
And so this is another important note for Mystery Tournament. If you need to read that little document, because I think that Jorf forgot to enter in this immortal passcode.
Or maybe reset the game after entering it in the first time. It says something when you enter it in. It's like, you're the life of the party. Life of the party, yeah. So now Jorf
that is going to
31
be
lives, but is going to have to redo the first level. Oh no. Got to go back to Goon City. This is going to be tough to recover from.
No one wants to go back to Goon City.
Nobody wants to go back. It's going to be... So this is an example you can see with this ice physics in this level, and he just completely skipping that section.
And getting to the end of the level... So our goal right now is to finish Nori Temple. How far into the game is that?
It's decently far. It's I don't know, maybe 11 or 12 levels in. It's hard to say exactly. They're gonna have to face a boss. It's the level before the second boss is what Nori Temple is, if I remember correctly. Andy doing a strategy that we see sometimes, taking a purposeful game over.
And it looks like the same thing has happened to Andy that happened to Jorf. So if you thought Jorf was out of it...
The game remembers the last password of the level you were on.
So if you thought Jorf was out of this, don't worry. We're back to square one, baby. Our racers are back to the same square, but now they have a little bit more knowledge of the game.
Well, Andy's typing in the actual password for the level he was just on, which, I mean, Jorf could have done, but probably just quickly...
Didn't notice it in time because assumed...
That being said, I mean, already knows the layout of these levels, is more comfortable with the controls. I don't think Jorf is out of it by any means. Yeah, the first level is indeed called Goon City.
It had a different meaning. We were told we're not going to dwell on it.
Yeah, we're not going to dwell on it. So the levels so far have been pretty straightforward, where you just move in a straight line, but they start adding some verticality, some walking left and right things, and so we'll see more.
But still, like, linear, right? It's not going to be like left, right, up, but like there's multiple paths. It's still like a linear path.
Yes, although there are some spots where you have to go get a key. In order to, like... But,
like, it's obvious, like, you have to get that key. Like, you won't be able to be blocked.
Generally, I would say, it's certainly not mazy.
Yeah. And so I'm kind of just...
We see Andy cruising on this water section. So here, I mean, at any time you can jump and carry this momentum into the air. The game doesn't always give you good opportunities, but it does in some levels. You can really capitalize on that.
Yeah, I'm kind of just getting like a nice feel of like what's going on. How much HP does your character have? I think I saw like a little HP bar.
You have you can take 3 hits and then a 4th one kills you. It's like a little round thing in the top left. So you can see these little red hearts around. And they're really good to collect when you can. Health matters in this game. It's pretty easy to die with how fast you're moving. So it's important to keep track of that stuff. You can jump on enemies. You see Jorf doing that. So enemies they don't hurt you when you jump on them. Like Mario. Mario's got strong feet, so does this character.
Yeah, all video game characters have strong feet. For the most part.
Yeah, I think that's what Miyamoto said in an interview. Okay, so Andy now is down to 1 health. And there, we got lightning running across the floor. Okay, we're all good.
It's got the key.
That was the thing specifically mentioned in the pace bin, that key doesn't show up until you kill that enemy. It's very confusing. It seems like you can get to the key, but for some reason you can't.
Yeah, but Andy is making short work of this key collecting level.
Yes.
Let's open the next door. Just has to drop in, and I think is going to be very close to completing it. But takes a shock, and I think is back at the beginning of the level.
I don't think we're at the very beginning. We're pretty far back. Yep, we're at the very beginning. More or less.
That is a punishing death.
Good chance for Jorf to catch up if Jorf cannot die on this level. Ooh, there's a big jump from Jorf. Yeah, you'd love to see it. We've got this little top path here, the pterodactyl bouncing. The game gives you that sometimes, kind of like Sonic, where the top path is a little faster if you can stick to it, but it's hard to stick.
I don't think it was faster. I think Jorf intentionally dropped down to get to the fast ice path, and that is a completion from Jorf. Jorf is now, I think,
you're totally
on the same level as Andy right now.
That's the kind of fast thinking that's really hard when you're playing a game blind. Because, the difference is normally we see speedrunning on games done quick.
Maybe not the same.
And in that instance, you're very familiar with the game. And people who are normally not even you have thought about what's the fastest way to go. And then you just do whatever they already thought about. It's more about execution. Here, you still have to think about that kind of stuff. But it's like... it's only got to come from you, and you got to do that while you're also trying to navigate the level and you don't know what's coming up. So you have to balance the sort of fast strats that you can think about versus what you think you're just actually capable of on the
And Andy, on the same section that lost his last hit point to.
Still only has one hit point. But
I think he's going to collect this key.
Bulbs. Is this the end of the level? Yes, it is. Clutch finish. Clutch finish from Andy. Jorf is one level behind. We're into the level hot pants.
Hot pants. Remember, if you are a video game developer,
in Mystery Tournament once in 2015, and that this was the goal. They stopped at hot pants. Oh no! So you see these little signs that say danger this hole, but they're kind of hard to see when you're moving this fast.
Yeah, and these are the things you got to notice when you're playing a game. And then what do we got here? We have cutscene. Oh, is this a boss fight?
That's hot pants.
That is hot pants.
Well, it might not be hot pants. It might be the idea that because it's a fire-breathing dragon, you will have hot pants. No, Andy's jumping off the edge of the platform. So the way you fight this boss, and Andy accidentally did it, but we'll see if he actually was seeing what happened, is that you walk past those catapults and then it fires that fireball into the background, and then it hits the boss if you do it with the correct time. Yep, Andy already picked up on that mechanic. Very good.
Hitting Mr. Pants with the fireball.
It's a little unclear when he's vulnerable, when he isn't. We'll just have to see how it all works out. I think once he turns toward you, even if you seem to hit him with the fireball, I don't think it counts. Oh, just barely missed it. Now you got to go down to hide from the fire. We get signs,
and it looks like
very convenient signs.
And it looks like the hitbox is just that flat plane on top, because it looked like Andy jumped into the fire, but it didn't do any damage to him.
Hot Pants is coming for him. I don't know. Well, we can take a poll. Chat can tell us, not like an actual poll, but whether or not this dragon is Hot Pants or whether or not the level is just kind of about potentially having Hot Pants because of the dragon's fire. What's your opinion on this, Trambles?
Honestly, it could be both. Maybe its name is Hot Pants and is warning you you're about to have hot pants.
That's a cop-out. It can't be both.
It can be both.
You got to make
that's called good writing. When you can have your
it's like a double entendre. It's a yes, his name is Hot Pants, but it's an allusion to the hot pants you're going to have. There's a lot of depth to it. I agree. Now, you've convinced me.
Yes. See, that's what we're going for here.
Yeah.
Jorf's still collecting keys.
Oh, Hot Pants is down.
We have dropped Trow on Hot Pants. We're moving on to the next level.
Andy is moving past the first boss, Hot Pants. So we're stopping on the level before the second boss. It would be cool if we could fight the second boss, but it's just it's a really long auto scroller. But I do hope that the players show up to the level because it's the most insane boss I've ever seen. Except maybe that guy in the clouds from Mr. Nuts on the Super Nintendo.
And it looks like
that game.
On Jorf's side, Jorf is having a little trouble trying to collect this key.
Yeah, so this is where you got to kill this enemy first. And it's in the paste bin, but we already know Jorf didn't do the immortal thing, so you just cannot get that key unless you kill the enemy on top first. It took me forever to figure it out, which is why I put it in that paste bin.
And he maybe saw the note in the paste bin is killing the enemy. The key is dropped.
And then it just moves. I don't like you should be able to get to it, like physically it's within your reach. But I think it's an issue of Jorf falling down a layer, so has to go through this section of the level again. That's another thing. Andy's in a very fast level. Also, by beating Hot Pants, you get more health. Your health gets doubled. So pretty useful.
Now Andy on this level and is just continuously missing this first jump.
Yeah, so these rings are weird. You have to, when you jump through them, you like hold jump and it kind of moves you upward a little bit. It takes a little bit of getting used to.
Yeah, Andy's having quite a bit of trouble here. This is a good opportunity for Jorf to make a bit more of a comeback.
Has 24 smiley face lives.
But Jorf is being extra careful. Only does not have a hit point to spare. So keeps accidentally dropping down. Doesn't want to land on this. Oh. And Jorf gets shocked back
Andy
at the
with
beginning of the
leg
section.
Grab. I thought that was going to be a death for sure. This level does have some checkpoints, I remember. I don't know where they are. All right, we've got this section. Got to climb this rope effectively. Or you could just choose to jump through all this stuff and take a big damage boost.
Andy chooses to take it a little bit safer, though.
Yep.
I don't blame Andy at this point, since I think he's seen that getting hit when you have no HP can send you back very, very far. I don't think wants to risk it.
Andy has not noticed that the health bar changed color, which is like an indication that you have more health.
And you do also have to remember that they both game over because they didn't put in immortal and they don't know the other player did.
It's true. It's true. That's right. So Andy probably thinks he's pretty far behind.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to just throw some background information. So we have a little IRC chat for both of our racers, where we give them all the information on the game. And Jorf didn't comment on the fact that they had to enter that information again. Andy, however, did.
Yeah, so Jorf does know that. It's true. They can't see each other's streams. You don't get, or else, especially when we race things like puzzle games, it'd be a little unfair to just get information from your other opponent. But if people say some stuff in the race chat or need some clarification, then you're giving your other racers whatever information you're saying. Andy moving on from that fairly, the maziest level so far. Moving on to, I believe, Hot Pants. Yep. So we'll see if this fight goes as well. Jorf, excuse me. Andy took a death on this jellyfish level, but then moved past that section.
Yeah, Andy still has a notable lead right now, but we still have plenty of game left.
Did you like how fast that platform moved? Everything in this game just really feels like a lot of the keyframing and stuff feels like some guy just dragged it around with a mouse. It reminds me of like when you move elements on PowerPoint presentations.
Who's this guy?
Yeah, look at this guy. You got to fight him to end this level. It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know who this guy is, but you got to fight him to end. Maybe there's some deep lore, and I just don't know much about it.
He's got a fly swatter. Yeah, he's trying to swat flies away. And Andy's just not doing anything.
Landing on this guy's head every time, taking no damage. Oh, it's a slow fly swat. Okay.
He's right.
Look at this.
He's on top. He's gone.
The technique Spatula Man is defeated. That's hot pants. Yeah, that's a good point. That might be hot pants.
Hot pants.
Then you stand on this thing and it moves and you get to sit on the chair. And that's the end of the level. Made it to the easy chair. Now on moving on to Oyster Destroyer. All these levels are crazy.
As I was going to say, if you are thinking about designing a video game, be sure to name your levels the craziest thing imaginable.
I actually agree with that. You want your levels to be memorable, and the names are a big part of that.
But now it looks like Andy has this shooting power.
So there's a spot in this level where I don't know if if it always happens. It happened to me, but where you end up in this room. So a flashing warning, I suppose, to the people. If you're watching and you know you have sensitivity to flashing lights, I would consider maybe waiting until a different level, because there's a crazy room in this game where you're in a room and the whole thing is lights. And you got to stand in the middle and the whole room has to rotate around you quickly in order to get out of the room.
Oh, okay. This is wild. Okay. Andy now has this sort of pea pod that is now flying around.
Pea hat from Zelda is maybe what you were thinking of. Maybe it's kind of like a pea pod.
At this point, we'll just go with whatever you said.
Okay. Dwarf's still consistently one level behind.
Andy hasn't really seen too many setbacks outside of like the beginning of that slidey level, which Dwarf also seems to be having a little bit of trouble navigating at this point.
Yeah, this is a level you can do really quickly, but if you end up taking deaths, it's pretty scary. And these weird rings have a little bit of strange mechanics. Andy's moving through here. So yeah, something I want to point out, this game is very different from Droodler's, which is very different from Mini-Putt on the NES. So like, this is what happens in Mystery Tournament. Yeah,
there is a wide variety of games that we essentially have. And as long as it is essentially a linear game that has very minimal RNG, our testers will make sure that it's good to go, and you might see it in Mystery Tournament.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, we've explored a lot. We've explored the whole universe, but the great thing is there's a lot of weird little free indie games that come out every year. There's always new stuff for us to look at.
And even if it's not in Mystery Tournaments, everyone in the mystery community at Mystery Funhouse loves racing games.
It's true.
So you'd be hard pressed to find no one wanting to race with you, because if you have a game, it's like, I really want to play this game, but I want to do it with someone else in a race context. You will find someone in the MFH community who will race that game with you.
So Andy is on a really interesting section here. This part's fun, where you have to turn this switch and then make it to the door before the door closes, and it's really tight. Like it's just really tight timing.
Yeah, and then you're punished by dropping all the way down to the bottom. It's not like an only up situation, but
no, it's not that bad. But it's you definitely have to land on this guy, and then you gotta whoop. Oh no!
Oh man, that is tight timing.
Yeah, it's not. It is not small. And then if we can just okay, there we go. You saw it close. I mean, you gotta be on it.
And Andy almost falling off, and they're falling off right there.
He's falling off. How dare you say such a thing, Shrimp?
And has to do the door again.
You got to do the door again. It's all right. Andy knows the door. They're gonna get it first try. I told you. This is the way Andy plays games.
Yeah, Jorf on the other side. Yeah, Jorf on the hanging, like, goo or whatever this is section.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Look at that jump. It's so tempting because you can get so much speed to just jump off of everything right away. But because most of this level is like pit, it's really risky to do that. I did it a lot and just died over and over and over.
And the game is well aware of it having that kind of momentum.
Yeah, it's not like that's like an exploit. I think clearly they understood that that's the way the game works.
Andy finishing the level, moving on to
I want you to pay
the next
attention
one.
to this platform on Jorf's screen. When it comes down, it's just a really powerful movement. There we go.
It just slams.
It's a slam. It's very fast.
Oh, no, this guy is Stan the Man.
Oh, it's Stan the Man?
Yeah, there was a mailbox outside of this room. You just barge into this guy's house. and then you jump on him like 16 times.
I've heard of Stan the Man. I can't believe that this is Stan the Man. Man,
This
Jorf
is-
immediately with the
Hopping on him.
the wombo.
Jorf doesn't want to fight Stan. Jorf's a
You gotta-
pacifist.
Well, there's nothing to indicate you have to be fair. And this is the first time this has happened in this whole game.
Jorf did collect this power up
you
to let him
indeed have to
choose.
fight Stan the Man. Jorf has no health. Oh, landed on
and-
Stan's butt, which is very sharp.
And Stan got his revenge on Jorf. And this is a long section that Jorf has to go back through to get back to Stan.
Yeah, where is this? This isn't the beginning of the stage.
No, well, I guess
no,
it's
there's
not that
Stan right
far,
there.
but
Stan
like
the
it's
Man,
close
yeah.
and it's far enough to feel inconvenienced. Andy on the other side is in this another.
Oh, this is
going
also
up
a
section.
boss. This stage has a little boss too. You got to destroy this lady. Not nearly as hard as Stan the Man because she only has 2 positions she may or may not. And when you get the key, you just immediately end up here. Like it very much. This game is very funny the way that they put this together.
But yeah, we are, I think, running out of game for Jorf to catch up. Don't know how many more levels are left, but Andy has to be getting close.
And he's making good progress.
Jorf has sat in Stan the Man's chair. He's moving on. I think is now 2 levels behind Andy at this point.
Oh, Andy, I think. Oh no, this is actually correct. It seems like Andy just dropped out of some crazy part of this level that they already were, but I think that's actually correct.
Yeah, I saw the sign that was pointing down, so I feel like following instincts there, that is the way to go.
Oh, you can grab that thing. At least it looked like Andy grabbed it. I honestly don't know. We'll take the hit, we'll move on. Nothing wrong with damage boosting. Health is a resource. I say it all the time.
And that is another level complete for Andy.
Yeah, that's basically a 2-level lead. So Andy continues to gain on Jorf in this one.
And this is the Temple of
final
Nori.
level. Yeah, this is a pretty fast time for this. I expected this to be closer to 50 minutes, but when you don't die, then it's not a big deal.
Andy has been very good at just kind of figuring out what he needs to do in each level. It is remarkable how good Andy is at just intuiting everything that the level throws at him, especially with this very wonky momentum you have in this game.
Oh yeah, you get these guys, and they come out and try and fight you. You got to hit these gongs to open up the doors in this Nori Temple level. I mentioned in the pace bin that it's very important that even after they finish this goal, that they check out the boss of the next level, because he's out there. So hopefully they do that.
Andy opening up another door. I think we saw the mystic gong sign pointing down.
Yeah, and Andy not going toward the mystic gong to start. If it were me, I probably would have gone that way. Just seems like if it's the sign's pointing you somewhere, you probably got to go there first. But maybe you don't, honestly. Couldn't tell you. I don't remember.
I think it is going to be a move that pays off because Andy has collected a key, which is probably necessary to probably getting access to this mystic gong. We have ourselves a whiplash-like obstacle that Andy avoids pretty easily.
Yeah, they can do a lot in this game with just left and right movement. You can see these are pretty complicated paths that are getting traversed, despite the fact that you can only, you don't move forward or backward at all. That's just a weird thing, just that wall blows up. I don't know, they just had a lot of ideas, and they just said, we'll put them all in.
Jorf on the other side, still trying to get through this bubble flotation level.
And another thing that, it's something that I really love about MT. And, I guess this could turn some people off, but just, this game's kind of silly. It's kind of janky. That's the fun of it. You know what I mean? And not necessarily every game in MT is like, oh, we thought this was the absolute best game, but we did think it was a fun race. That's the beauty of blind racing, to elevate these experiences.
And a lot of the games you get are games that you probably wouldn't normally pick up on your own.
Very true.
Like, I don't know many people who are seeking out to play Pandemonium 2.
It's
let
true.
alone even know it
probably
exists.
has a retro achievement set or something.
But, that's the cool thing. If you love video games, and a lot of people in the Mystery Funhouse, love games just as a hobby, even if it's not, a speedrunning sense, but just having a cool, vast knowledge in that, is that going to be a completion for Andy here? That is a completion. I think that is a dot done.
That's a dot done.
So finishing the goal in a 35:44, according to SRL. What a time.
Very, very solid time. We can see Jorf finish this out. Let's check out this egg.
My God, what is this guy?
Who's this guy?
I see the GGs in chat. No, put EGG for this guy.
EGG, indeed.
And it looks like Jorf is not finishing out the race.
Look at his big feet. He floats around.
So another thing, as much as I love to talk about this egg guy, there is another aspect of Mystery Tournament that we do want to fill in on. Sometimes you get a game that might not jive for you. It might not be something that you want to keep playing after your opponent finishes. While we love to encourage you to try to finish out the race, you are not obligated under any circumstances to finish out the race. If you're not feeling it, you are completely entitled to just say, I'm done. I don't want to finish this. And sometimes you do it just because, you don't want to play
and that's what happened in this moment. It just depends on the situation. There's definitely no rule about whether you have to finish after you lost. I think it's fine a lot of the time, but it just depends. Some games just, you're not going to get there. Especially if
end
it's like
of
a
the day,
puzzle game. Sometimes you just know you're not going to get there.
yeah, at the end of the day, we want this to be an enjoyable experience. And sometimes it's the luck of the draw. Sometimes you just pull a game that you're not going to be jiving with. But there are so many other games that get played in the tournament that I bet if you watched like 10 races, you would find at least 8 games out of those 10 that you would personally love to play.
I personally would find 10 out of the 10, but I'm a freak. So it just depends. It just depends who you are, honestly.
But yeah, so that is going to be Andy 4H moving on to the finals in this mystery tournament invitational
Yes.
for Mystery Tournament 20. If this was looking interesting to you in chat land, we have signups. They opened up today for Mystery Tournament 20. We'd love to see you in there. Who knows? You might be the next person to win Mystery Tournament who's never joined before. We've seen it happen.
Multiple times, if I'm not mistaken.
Multiple
Yes.
times.
Also, to be clear, if we didn't make it clear, Andy being in the finals is the winningest player that we've had historically, has won Mystery Tournament more than anyone else and always does well. So this is not surprising, but it is still exciting.
But yeah, so with that, Church, are we going to be going to a quick break?
Yeah,
I'm assuming.
We're gonna take a quick break, let everybody get set up, let y'all do some admin stuff. So we're gonna take a quick break.
Sounds good.
Got a quick reminder for you all before we go to that break. PAX East is going to be GDQ is returning to PAX East. It's going to be March 22nd through 29th. You can visit east.paxsite.com to find out more information about the show, or you can use exclamation PAX in Twitch chat for more information. And we've got plenty more mystery tournament coming up. We're going to take a quick break, get some setup done, and we'll be back in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Games Done Quick Hotfix. We have a Mystery Tournament Invitational Tournament for you today. Before we get back into it, just a quick reminder for you all. GDQ Hotfix will be showcasing transgender speedrunners in our second annual International Transgender Day of Visibility celebration on March 21st and 22nd. Run submissions are open from now until March 1st. You can use exclamation TDOV in chat to learn more. And with that, we've got Mystery Tournament. We've got another match. I will hand it right back over to our commentators. Let them take over.
Hello. Yeah, we're back. We're back, and we've got our second semifinal match between Maurice and Captain Drake. Both have won Mystery Tournament. In fact, both, I think maybe more than once, have been in the finals of a Mystery Tournament against each other. Very strong players in this match, and I could see this going either way.
Yeah, it's going to be another incredible match. We just finished watching Andy 4H beat Jorf in Pandemonium 2, but now we have a game that, as we've seen a golf game, we've seen a physics game, we just saw a platformer. We're throwing another completely new genre at you this time with the game that we have on showcase from Maurice versus Captain Drake. We've got ourselves a nice little driving game.
Yeah, just a nice little driving game. And I think we're ready to move over to it. Not a lot of preamble here. This is a game called Nitronic Rush. It's an older... there's a Steam page that makes it seem like it's going to be coming to Steam soon, so be out for that. But it's a freeware game made by some students at DigiPen. So as far as I know, it's somewhat associated with DigiPen School in my neck of the woods, and so I'm just... This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, and
we're going to start.
As we've seen with all the different races, like there's a whole bunch of different kind of strategies and ways you got to play a game. Racing games are a completely different beast. As we found when you play an actual like driving racing style game, times tend to be very, very close to each other.
Yeah, and I want to point out Fireball in chat saying they really haven't played this. So this has been an issue with me. I didn't know about this game, but everybody I talked to had played this. So I had this slated for a top 8. I was like, this game is amazing. How have I not? This is fantastic. But then I guess everyone had heard of it. It just wasn't me. But neither of these players have played it. So here we go. This game, you don't actually race against opponents. This is more of like a Trackmania kind of game. This is like an obstacle course style game. And the car has a lot of really cool mechanics. You have a boost, and then you can also boost only left or right to make it so you take tighter turns. Like you have a boost on the side of your car as well.
Looks like you have a jump, so you can jump over gaps. I see Maurice just taking a quick jump right there.
You can jump, and you can also fly in certain sections of the level. And you can drive on the side of things. You can jump in the air and then boost to the side and flip sideways and drive on the side of a wall, which you have to do, especially in these harder levels. Oh,
Maurice doing a trick. Gets the self-termination achievement, but we're not going for achievements here. That's a different GDQ show.
Kabam, son, 3,600 points. There is a whole point system. There's I think there's, leaderboards and stuff. We shouldn't have to worry about that in this race. The goal is always just to reach the end of the stages. These initial stages are not so hard, but whoops, race is in a bit of an issue here. But then what'll happen is we'll finish story mode and then go back and start playing what they call the hardcore stages, and those ones are pretty difficult.
But yeah, when it comes to racing games like this, as I mentioned before, they tend to have close times just because there is not too many things you can do to outpace your opponent outside of the small optimizations of racing lines. And so this game isn't really based off of laps. This is more like reading a level and kind of just reacting to what comes your way. And so I still anticipate this being a very close race between Captain Drake and Maurice here.
Yes, it is very, very close. I mean, already. I haven't seen a lot of the mechanic where you sideways boot. Oh no, Maurice was doing it there to get the tighter turn. You can see the flame will come out of the side of the car, and that's how you can tell that it's happening. By the way, on commentary, we can't hear it, but when I first played this, for some reason, I thought the commentator or the person who announces things sounded like Shrambles. So chat, you can tell us if that's true. Drake is going for a skip, which was cool, but unfortunately messed up, and that's put Maurice a level ahead.
But I mean, this is kind of like the forward thinking you can have with these types of racers. They are trying to see any kind of skip possible because they know their opponent is just as good as them in these race scenarios. So I don't blame Drake at all for trying to find a skip like that. It didn't pay off.
Oh no, absolutely. I totally agree. Maurice in his level, you saw these walls, these lava walls. I think those are just instant kills if you hit those. So Maurice has done a good job avoiding them. I have to explain what they do because the players are too good to actually run into them.
The players are too good to fall into the pitfalls of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Drake really likes flying in these levels. I honestly don't know, because you're not gaining any speed while you're flying, it looks like.
Flying is not good. I don't think you want to be flying for any longer than you have to. Oh, Maurice, unfortunately, so you want to jump off the end of ramps. A lot of these courses are really designed for you to jump off the end of these ramps. And Maurice only boosted and didn't jump on that one, and so they cut that line short. It's easy to forget about the jump button because you don't need to use it that often, and you're more thinking about boosting to get speed. But it is important.
Yeah, so there's Maurice finishing up the level. Drake continuously just ignoring the level geometry at all times. Like, Drake is just deciding, if I can fly, I'm going to fly.
It may pay off. I think it's a cool idea. You can't fly anywhere. I think there are some restrictions. I don't remember how that works exactly. But they have caught up a little bit. Drake is now just starting on the same level, right? So it's not that bad.
It's not bad. I think, and it might pay off in a future level where, like, if we need to fly, Captain Drake is going to have way more experience actually activating fly mode than Maurice. Though Maurice is getting very good at these tight corners and using the boost.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I mean, you can see there are a lot of obstacles on these stages. There are these saw blades, there are these death walls, and like it's just like we're not seeing any deaths. There we go, Captain Drake slamming into that sign. Finally, Maurice hits a saw blade. The game says lame sauce. Can you tell this game came out in 2012, people? 2012 is when this game came out.
And I'm just watching Drake in amazement. Like, is honestly just any opportunity is just flying. I think that's just great. It's silly.
I think it's a really cool idea. You get in your head. See, this is what happens to me. Because sometimes I do, even though I'm not one of the better racers, and we'll see that coming up. I'll find some really cool tech, and I really just want to do it. And so I'll end up doing it too much and being like maybe doing some cool skips, but like at way slower than it would have been if I had just gone through the level normally. And so that's the kind of balancing.
It's the spiritual victory of like, I did this cool thing.
Yeah, exactly. Because you don't build up the same speed in the air. I mean, I think that's evident.
No, yeah.
So
you're not
unless you have a good skip line that you can do while flying, it's probably not worth it. Okay, Maurice did a little flight there just so he didn't miss the jump, which I think was smart. But Maurice seems to be avoiding flying. I know Maurice plays a little bit of Trackmania, and in that game, you're slower in the air. You want to avoid air time. So it could be just like stuff coming up in your head from other games, which does happen.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Mystery Tournament. The more games you play, the more likely you're going to do well in Mystery Tournament. While this game isn't Trackmania, we didn't ask if the players had any Trackmania experience, since that is a completely different game from this game.
Yeah.
Though a lot of the skills you gain from, say, Trackmania are going to, spill over into a game like this.
It's true. And so there's certain situations where we just won't, like if, for example, we wouldn't play a chess game because that's so specific and people have such specific skills related to chess. Oh, is Maurice going the right place? Nope.
Maurice just didn't so. Maurice just doesn't like that kind of iconography. Obey?
Yes,
Maurice doesn't obey.
Yeah, has now found the correct way to go. I was excited. We were going to go through like a Mario warp painting and then end up in the... Would have been awesome. So we haven't seen a lot of sideways wall driving yet. That comes up more in the hardcore levels, but we have indeed played a game called Chess Koban. Famously, one of our testers and long-term players searched online just the word Chess Koban to see if there was a game called Chess Koban, and that's how we found that one.
For those who need a little bit more context, Sokoban is a style of puzzle game where you push blocks into patterns to clear levels. And we see a lot of Sokoban-style puzzles in Mystery Tournament.
Yes, we try and avoid the simplest of them, but a lot of people make some really great indie puzzle games, and they're always long enough. So there's a lot of puzzle freeware coming out, and so you'll see that in Mystery Tournament for sure. Maurice deftly flying through this section. Drake is in a pickle.
Drake is adaptly using the flying to turn around.
Yeah.
It is a sick way
that would have been faster than doing a 3-point turn, so that was pretty cool. Looking at where Drake is, it's actually not that far behind, despite this sort of more erratic driving style. It's mostly been working out. Probably only maybe 20 or 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game is going to come down to those like hardcore levels at the end of this race. This is essentially like the story mode is just a tutorial for those like levels that they'll have to play.
Yes, so this is now End to a Violent Heart, this level that Maurice is on, very dramatic name. This is the final story mode level, and then after this is going to be the hardcore levels, which take a lot longer. Because it's more of, I mean, unless these players are just insane, but we'll see.
And I mean, we've seen players be insane before.
It's so true. It's so true.
We have had, before some rules have been modified, we typically had a 15-minute rule where if both players finish before 15 minutes, the race is null and void. Because we want to test players' skills. If a game is too short, it didn't have a meaningful enough impact to display someone's skill. Now we have Maurice moving on to the hardcore levels.
Yeah, and you notice at the beginning it said wings disabled. So I think in the majority of these hardcore levels, you can't fly, the thing that Drake has been doing this entire time. Yeah, it's just not the way the game works. And you notice right there, okay, so look at this. You can move the right stick around while you're in the air to rotate your car and drive on the side of things. Here we see the meat of this mechanic. And even the initial jump that Maurice had to make on this first hardcore level was really tight. We'll see if Drake gets it the first time. But you have to, it says tap RB just before going off the jump. No, see, Drake did it too late, or too early rather, and didn't make it. So they're now asking a lot of these players.
Yeah, so this is the technical aspect of the race coming through.
Maurice is doing just fine. Got a hot dog for score, and we're moving on.
Yeah, Drake hasn't.
So look, check out
100%
this.
caught in.
Oh, not quite. So the thing is, you're boosting. You can't just lose your. You could lose your speed in the air, but you got to be careful. Yep. There. Oh no, not quite. You have to build up enough speed before you start flipping onto the ceiling. My grandpappy taught me that. Oh, there we go.
Very technical. Maurice landing on his side. But yeah, you can just see the difficulty between the previous levels and this level.
Yes, especially there, the 180 shift from sideways to other sideways. Some might say left to right. I don't say that.
Sideways 2. They were crazy enough to do it.
Sideways to the sequel, Sideways 2. Maurice has finished the what they call I think that was like build as a tutorial level. Moved on to the second of the hardcore level. I don't think there are as many of these as there are story levels. They're just a lot more challenging. We'll see how quickly the players can push through this. But yeah, stuff like this. This does have a Steam page, by the way. I think the idea is that this is going to come out on Steam at some point. But stuff like this, which is from 2012, some indie game made by a gaming college in 2012. This is the kind of cool stuff you find in Mystery Tournament. That's why I love it.
What a
so even if
sick
you're not planning on joining,
by...
we do have a channel we stream these at, and I think it's great fun.
Maurice falling like 500 feet, but has managed to land on his tires to continue moving on.
Yeah, it was like a 180 where you were supposed to take the loop, but I mean, falling out of the loop is just fine. Maurice didn't take that transition.
Probably
like
scared
you don't
to.
Need to.
Probably scared. Like, oh, not scared at all. Takes the transition.
Okay, it looks like you need that, potentially. Once you start flipping gravity, it gets a little bit... Oh, Oh, wings disabled. Maurice was trying to fly. It popped up the wings disabled indicator on there, which I think is the case for all these hardcore levels. There might be one or two with wings, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I feel like wings really does, like, you have to design around wings.
Yeah. Maurice taking advantage of the tight turn there. You can see when the fire goes out on the side of these vehicles. That's when they're cutting their turn tighter. Oh, Drake barely missing that jump.
Yeah,
the checkpoints are pretty generous, but they're not, you do have to go back a ways.
That is another completion for Maurice. How many hardcore levels are there?
I don't know, but this is fast. This is really fast, I would say.
So what does the pace spin say about what the final level is?
Let's see.
For those who don't know, we do
the last hardcore level is called Nitro Tunnel.
Okay, Nitro Tunnel. So for those who don't know, we do provide documentation for our players so they know when the game is over. Because sometimes goals aren't as clear as beat the game or beat all levels. In the case here, I believe it is beat all hardcore levels.
It is, yeah. So in this, oftentimes in games, like, games will let you move on to the next world before you finish all the levels. But, like, you choose which levels you need to beat. Normally that's a little too much variance, so we'll just make the goal beat all the levels up to a certain point in the game. It's a lot more straightforward. And the goals are always very clear. This isn't like a Taskmaster kind of thing where people are trying to find loopholes in the rules or whatever. we make it clear.
Yeah, that's a different tournament entirely.
Yeah, that'd be a different thing altogether. Sounds fun. Maybe we could do it sometime.
That's the tournament I want, yeah.
That's another thing I want to point out just in our community. You notice we haven't been doing it 20 years, but this is the 20th mystery tournament. They used to do 2 a year, but then they're like, well, why don't we just do 1 a year so we don't have to, we can do more other stuff that isn't mystery tournament. So we do all sorts of different stuff with blind racing, different formats, and there's a thing going on right now or about to go on where people are going to race demos that come out in Steam Next Fest, which is really cool. So yeah.
Yeah, there's always something happening in the Mystery Funhouse community. So even if you don't want to join Mystery Tournament, it is a great community for you to find out about new video games.
That's true.
We will always be on the lookout for Steam demos and new releases because we just like playing unique games.
Also, eventually, when you've played so many games, like, the only exciting ones are the really weird ones anymore. So we just like weird stuff. Okay, hardcore gold. This is not yet the final hardcore level, so we've still got some time. But Maurice, so it's difficult to convey the difficulty in the 180 transitions. But if you don't make them fast enough, you just start to lose height when you're going from, like, the ground to the ceiling, and you'll just start to fall. You can, mitigate that with your boost. Oh, Maurice is going crazy.
And, I swear Maurice should have exploded there because I've seen them crash and they just explode.
Is there like a health bar? I'm not sure how it keeps track of. I think you might only explode if you end up in an out of bounds, but maybe I'm wrong. Or like hit the edge like there. Maurice, he took just the ceiling ride. That's awesome.
Didn't even flip, just decided, no, I'm going through this.
That's fantastic. Okay, so right there, that was a good indication if you saw what happened on Maurice's screen. If you don't transition fast enough, you just end up falling. And so these are difficult to do. We're seeing both of our players like succeed on the majority of these first try, but that's not a typical performance. Oh, that one you had to flip. that one you had to flip. Good try.
Maurice was trying to like Tony Hawk grind rail car that situation.
Yeah, I love this 180 skip. That's awesome. And there he missed the jump on the thing. So I mean, really, like, the game is asking you to do a lot at once. These guys can handle it, but it's not easy. You do have limited boost as well. Your boost is on a cooldown.
Like I can't begin to imagine how hard it is to actually like do these transitions in the air.
The important thing to remember when you're doing the 180 transitions is you've got to jump and have enough. You don't want to be in the air so long that you start to lose speed, but you have to jump before you start spinning, or else you're not close enough to the other surface to switch to it. That was the problem that Maurice had up here. Like this one, but this is a really long, far transition. Okay, made it. I don't think we've hit a checkpoint yet. That blue thing's a checkpoint. All right.
It just reverses into the checkpoint and resets. Yeah. What a move! That's a mystery player move. Realizing that it's going to be faster to reset at the checkpoint than to turn around.
I don't want to ignore Drake here. Drake looks like a level behind. Okay, is not wanting to take this with speed, but I think you'll find that it's just better to take it with speed, even though it's hard. It's just, you get to keep going. There's an amount of like inertia that you have when you don't slow down.
And Maurice hits the next checkpoint.
Yeah, these are super weird transitions here. Like, it's hard to even know whether you're on the ground or ceiling. The camera's moving so much.
Drake had a really nice recovery there.
Yeah, Drake is fighting to come back. Doesn't know where Maurice is. So that's another thing with this mystery tournament format. You never know where your opponent is at any point until they done.
Oh, Maurice didn't have the speed. This is a long section to redo. This is a long checkpoint.
Yeah, Drake still has a chance to bring this back, but it's gonna take a lot of first tries that Maurice is not letting up.
Yeah, gotta jump over these flames for Maurice. Drake finishing out this level. Let's see, is Drake now starting Hardcore Gold, which is the level? Yep, that's the level.
Yes, so they're both on the same level, but...
So quite a bit behind because this is a long stage.
And it took Maurice quite a bit of time to get this first, or maybe not the first transition point, but at least the second checkpoint.
It's true, if Drake comes through and gets all the checkpoints first try, it's not that long of a stage. Like a full speed run of everything these players are doing is probably around 15 minutes, maybe shorter.
Oh, Drake with the move.
Wow. Oh,
has no boost, doesn't have enough boost.
Oh, Maurice is having trouble keeping the speed for this last section. Really difficult, demanding. Drake just having some fun.
Using
little
boost.
dabble, do you?
Yeah, not going to have enough speed. Drake needs to figure out this transition and maintain the boost.
I dig what
What is this? Drake, what are you doing?
I dig it.
Maurice has the speed. Finally finishing Hardcore Gold. Oh my gosh. Drake is flying.
Drake
says, I don't need wings to fly.
Drake was driving on the barrier sideways.
I didn't catch the Maurice losing connections, got it back. I didn't catch the name of Maurice's level. Did anyone catch it?
I did not see it.
Oh, I looked over and found the delay on the stream. It's Hardcore Black, so we're not on Nitro Tunnel yet.
When Drake is now through to the checkpoint, I think got to that checkpoint a little faster than Maurice did. So that is going to be some time save for Drake.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, this is not over yet. And Maurice had to redo this one a few times. Yeah, Maurice is having trouble with this 180 here. Ooh, really, really difficult to get this.
Oh, does Drake save this? Does Drake save this?
Maurice drove on the... Oh, was driving on the barrier like Drake was.
Drake is unfortunately not getting these transitions back and forth and is just falling to their demise.
Oh, Maurice made it. Made the transition. Do we have a checkpoint?
We're in the neon zone for Maurice.
I mean, we're in the neon zone permanently.
But this is especially neon.
Yes,
it's neon plus.
I don't know. I think.
Is he? Oh my gosh! But I think Drake is going the wrong way. What a sick save from Drake. That is crazy.
I think he went the wrong way to get the momentum.
Let's see if
Drake might be able to clear this. Will Drake have enough speed?
No. Ooh. This is not happening. No.
Yeah, not enough speed.
Yeah. You need a lot. Maurice failed that like 8 times in a row or something. You need a lot of speed. Maurice has passed the first checkpoint, is on now the second one, I believe, of Hardcore Black.
Oh, I think Drake's going to have it now. Has more speed.
Yeah, good comment in chat. I remember the section Maurice is on taking me a straight hour the first time. So this is, as a tester and like an organizer like I am, you gotta think about
Drake,
these things
come on.
when you're playing.
No!
It'll take me, so close. It'll take me a really long time, and then these really good players in the finals will just destroy this stuff.
Do it in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. This is, I think, pretty tricky for anybody, though.
Oh, is Maurice going to have the speed? Has the speed.
This could be it. For this checkpoint, it is.
And Drake, again, not having enough speed.
Oh no, Maurice just went flying. Weak sauce, says the game.
Going into the void.
2012. Achievement unlocked. Tricks make you cool.
Bleep bloop.
Drake, I think, has this. This looks good. Yes, okay. 1 level behind. Maurice moving on to the level Hardcore Death Machine. So far, things are looking all right. I was expecting some pretty scary things for Death Machine.
Maybe we're the Death Machine.
Darn. I thought that was going to be savable. Maurice made the transition. Yeah, Hardcore Death Machine. Hardcore Death Machine and Goon City, those are the places.
Captain Drake having a little bit of trouble trying to figure out where the rotation needs to happen. This is flying off into nowhere. Maurice does not seem to have any trouble on Hardcore Death Machine at all at this point.
Yeah, has had a few deaths. They seem reasonable for the most part. As these hardcore levels go on, though, the checkpoints get to where you're doing 3 or 4 difficult moves, so it's not a guarantee. You know, they're really asking for consistency for a lot of this stuff. Oh, didn't get the jump, so didn't get the checkpoint.
Maurice rotates, almost falling off.
Okay, made the jump that time, got the checkpoint. Captain Drake on probably the hardest. So I remember this transition here probably being the hardest one for me in all of these levels. And I don't know why. It's this 180 up here. It's just really hard to do.
I think it's just like matching the same color, and so it's really hard to tell where the rotation needs to happen.
I think also the platforms are fairly far apart, like as far apart as they can be realistically to catch the other one. Oh, okay. Maurice saved that somehow. Oh, okay.
I don't know. I didn't know about that, Maurice.
We're good. Flipping. I think now we're on the ground. Now we're on the ceiling. Back to the ground. Very confusing. All right, looking good. Wherever we are. Got to make this jump. Didn't jump off the end of the ramp. This is what I'm telling you. It's easy to forget about the jump button.
Yeah. Hope was there, but now hope has been destroyed.
There we go. There's the angle. Gets it. This is not the final level, but I think we may be moving into the final one now.
And Drake has gotten past the awkward jump.
Uh-oh.
Hits the checkpoint.
This is a bit different kind of challenge here. Oh, no, we're good. No, just
We've challenged you on your speed. Now your braking ability is being put into question.
Excuse me, sir? It looks like you may have made a mistake. You set up a bunch of giant swinging spike balls on the road here. If you wouldn't mind. Yes, this is a very different kind of level. Ooh, into the plasma. Who knew? I didn't know it was there.
Oh, what is happening? Is Maurice just not getting enough speed?
You have to, the jump timing on the end of ramps is pretty tight.
And then runs into like an elevator just coming up?
Yeah, the floor moves, so you have to jump over that gap or wait for it to go back up. I have not played San Francisco Rush. If you say so, it might be. Oh, so there's a sequel to this game. Is that free as well, or is that paid? I'm just out of curiosity. It's still probably worth it either way.
Man, Maurice is just hitting every one of these obstacles. But at this point, it is becoming a very comfortable lead for Maurice.
Yeah, Drake's been stuck on this part for at least a minute now, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh! Yeah, Maurice, this is a really tough section. You can't go too high or too low. There we go. Threading the needle.
Checkpoint, not the finish of this level.
That's awesome. I'm glad these guys are still going strong. This is clearly a passion project, especially if it was made by students at the school.
Is that going to be enough?
Oh,
there
so
was a
Maurice
wall.
had the correct height, but there's just a bar in the middle of the screen.
But it's fine. It's
fine. It's fine. We're all
it's
good.
A checkpoint. What a crazy landing.
Landed on the little. Yeah, this section's crazy.
Not punished in any way whatsoever. Maurice hits another checkpoint.
This where we're going?
Maurice is in the sky. What is this? Landing on something? Is it correct?
I think this is on top of the end of the level. Yeah. Okay.
Is it the finish? It is
there
the
we
finish.
Go. Yeah.
Maurice almost jumping the finish.
Went too high.
Moving on
Observatory.
to Observatory.
Still not the final level. Yeah, this is a pretty challenging goal for these players.
Drake, though, definitely falling behind. Needs to have some really good pushes to make it to come back against Maurice.
Do the jump. We've got the spinning spikes. These levels have really gotten, like the one Drake is on is a very, well, speaking of which, made that transition finally. Oh, but missed the next jump. That's rough. You got to redo the whole thing?
Yeah, Drake has slowly been getting farther and farther, but he can't quite make it to that last checkpoint, so he keeps having to, or the next checkpoint. So he's had to redo it, I think 30 times now.
This was definitely the most difficult checkpoint for me. I remember this, being on this section for a long time. My time as a competent but not great gamer was around, I think, 56 or 60 minutes on this. Cool.
Yeah, this is certainly a level that I could see myself tilting on.
It's true, yeah. Our winningest player, Andy and 4H, if you ask him, how are you so good at games? He'll say, don't tilt. That's what he says. So, that's how you win. But see, that's not totally true, because Maurice tilts all the time, and he's pretty good too, so. It just doesn't really matter. Everyone's got their own style.
Maurice getting through these tunnels. Looked like he got stuck for a bit, but it's now through. Next.
Well, I think it seems like the game expects you to be on the wall there or something, but I guess not. I don't know. Maurice did it fine. Oh, just some of these ones have fallen off their tracks. They're losing control of this force, people.
The tubes have been released.
The tubes are loose. This level's crazy. Look how fast those saw blades are moving. It's so wild.
Completion of Observatory. Are we moving on to the
Nitro Tunnel? The final level.
Of the goal.
Unless this is insane. Oh, so this is a turbo tunnel. This is a reference to the Battletoads turbo tunnel.
I was assuming it was going to be that, but because a lot of people in the chat have been noticing that a lot of these levels have been paying homage to other levels in games like this.
So I remember on this level, this is what I'm talking about, this when do you risk and when do you not risk. On some of these little ramps, you can do a big jump and just skip massive sections of this level with your boost. But you end up you end up just
doing
getting completely out of control and being in a place where, so you're probably shouldn't. And I think when I finally did beat it, I didn't do that. But it felt like I should do it,
I mean, it's the temptation to go fast in a race.
Yeah.
Drake didn't make it past that checkpoint.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, dodges.
And I mean, it could be that Nitro Tunnel's really hard, but Maurice is making progress, is getting checkpoints. You really need, at this point, when someone's on the final level, you need them to be walled and not making any progress. Consistent progress, even if it's slow, is still going to win the race.
That's a completion for Drake. Moving on, but I think Drake is 2 or 3 levels behind at this point.
I think has 3 to go. Has a Death Machine, the one after that, and this Nitro Tunnel.
Yeah, I think it's this, Gladiator, and Nitro Tunnel.
Oh yeah, Gladiator, yep.
And Observatory.
Oh, right.
Oh, and Observatory. Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah. So, man, yeah, I think this is probably Maurice has this one, but still, Drake destroying my time. Jokingly, one of our community members coming in saying, "Oh, hey, a good game." I will mention, we don't guarantee that the games are good. That's it's cool when they are, and you might like it even if it's bad. Like some people, sometimes things that are bad can be fun in various ways. But yeah, I don't know. Mystery Tournament's about playing a mystery game, not necessarily good games.
And sometimes a good game can give you a bad experience.
It's true. Not all good games are good races. In fact, a lot of them aren't very good races.
I see a lot of fireworks exploding on Maurice's screen. I think I see the ending. I think it's right there.
Nope.
Or is that? Nope, that's another checkpoint.
Oh, there's more to go.
The buzzsaws are horizontal. They're not coming at you.
This is all the jumps. So that was the section where I remember you could just like skip a lot, but you don't have to. Oh, jeez. Okay. I appreciate it, Maurice, but you might need to slow down just a bit.
The Yu-Gi-Oh card wall is strong.
Oh my gosh, the slalom. The Winter Olympics have paid off. Checkpoint, we're still going. Oh, we've got fireworks. Are these celebration fireworks or bombs?
I think this is celebratory. Oh, but knocked into the lava.
No!
And that's gonna do it. Maurice
That's gonna do it.
is going to done. Congratulations to Maurice. Moving on to the finals of this Invitational Mystery Tournament 20 showcase.
Yes. Yeah. To be clear about the schedule, we've got the finals are now locked in. It is and 4H versus Maurice. If you said who are the two best mystery tournament players, you might say those two. It would be very reasonable for you to say Andy versus Maurice, honestly. This tournament was only for people who weren't in Mystery Tournament 19. So Ferris, who's also in that conversation, Triscorp, a few other people were in Mystery Tournament 19.
Last year's MT winner, Mid-Boss.
Mid-Boss won Mystery Tournament 19. Hasn't traditionally competed a lot, but clearly is good at games. But before that, we're going to do sort of a exhibition between myself and a distinguished commentator, Mythical 9, as two more average racers playing through a game to just kind of talk about how to play a mystery race and what you might think about while doing that. So that's what's going to be coming up after this, before finals.
Yeah, if you ever wondered what it's like to play in the tournament, we'll get kind of like a sneak peek between two people playing a game and their kind of internal thought processes, being Internet Dirigible and Mythical 9.
Oh, Goose, you haven't been around. Yes, Mid-Boss won Mystery Tournament 19. It was a crazy moment. We were all very excited.
Heck yeah, we were.
It was one of the most hyped things we've seen in a long time.
It was phenomenal.
Beat Ferris V5 in the final, in a tight finals, it went both ways. Like some won one way, some won the other way, and then Mid-Boss clutched it out in the end.
What is happening with Drake here? Almost like riding the line. Yeah, we're gonna watch Drake. Hopefully, Drake can finish this out. A lot of levels left, though.
Yeah, we'll see how long we follow Drake here. That's up to GDQ. But yeah, and Drake clearly is playing this game well. I mean, it's not like Drake is bad at this game. It's just it's when you're at this level, a lot can happen. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, but they got the checkpoint. Drake got the checkpoint. No big.
Yeah, this is a very difficult game played by two very talented players.
Yeah, it's very easy to think that this game isn't that hard, depending on some of what you see in top 8. The story levels aren't that hard. Some of these transitions, the interesting thing about this game is that when you do the transitions correctly, it looks really smooth because you kind of can't do it any other way and maintain speed and like succeed. But the game is fighting against you, gravity, all the time. Is that moving on to Gladiator now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So Gladiator,
2 levels to go.
Observatory.
Oh no! Yeah, it's Observatory, right?
And then Turbo Tunnel. And honestly, I don't think these last 3 levels weren't too bad.
Not as bad, but you can already see like that wall that Drake just ran into, the slowly closing wall, was an obstacle that we saw on Maurice's screen, but didn't really know its danger because Maurice didn't fall victim to it.
And Maurice also didn't fall victim to that one wall where he perfectly landed on like the lip. So who knows?
Oh, yeah, I think you really don't want to be off on these little tiny ramps here. Yes, these hard levels have the wings disabled. They are very specific with the moves that they want you to make. Oh, so Maurice's strategy here was just to go a lot slower. Which is fun. I mean, you get through it. See, that's the thing. It's hard to know when to go slow.
Yeah. Especially since the entire game has kind of trained you to go fast.
Yeah.
And then you're also under the pressure of a race.
Sometimes slow and steady really does win the race, but it doesn't look cool. And I think that people need to understand that.
Are you saying it's not cool to win the race?
You have to weigh that against how cool it is to look like you're doing cool stuff during the race. I mean, so there's you got to weigh the pros and cons on that one.
Remember, Mystery Tournament organizer Internet Dirigible has claimed it is not cool to win races in Mystery Tournaments.
Yeah, I'm just saying it might not be as cool as pulling off something awesome. I'm not saying that that'll affect your standings. If you lose, you'll still lose. I mean, I can't.
This is the expressed opinion of tournament organizer Internet Dirigible.
So this is a good opportunity to point out that while I am the tournament organizer, this is really a community effort. You know, everybody comes in and brings their part. So no one voice or one opinion can drive the community in that way.
It is true. All the games submitted to Mystery Tournament are user submitted. So they have all been submitted by a player for Mystery Tournament at some point in Mystery Tournament's history, dating back to Mystery Tournament 1 all the way to Mystery Tournament 20.
Yeah,
so it is a community effort.
The process is that somebody submits a game, a lot of times like a childhood game or just some game that they know about that's cool. And then it goes into the tester's hands, and the testers play the goal and make sure that it's a good amount of time and that it's a fair race. And then we put that into the pool, and during the tournament, you just randomly draw a game from a big list of all the submitted games. And, you know, I'll submit games, and other people who aren't necessarily competing will submit games too. But everything has to get tested.
Yeah, you're not going to be thrown into, like, Dark Souls beat the game as a goal for Mystery Tournament.
Yes. Yeah, Mystery Tournament goals, as reflected in this tournament, are meant to be between about 30 and 60 minutes is a good estimate. At 90 minutes, we cut the race off and determine a winner. So it's guaranteed not to take longer than 90 minutes.
Oh, come on, Drake. Oh, you have to land on that. You have to land on that.
Well, or you can just go straight through the hole. Like.
Oh, I guess like there's the holes on the side.
Yeah.
But, like. Man, Maurice just hit the perfect shot there when he did this level.
Oh, okay. Whoa.
A bit
was
clunky,
not
but
expecting
he's
that.
making it work.
I think that was an awesome transition, but I was not expecting the. Oh, okay. We do need to go over this. Maurice went too high. Drake went not high enough here. Yeah, beat Dark Souls as like a weekly blind race would be pretty awesome, actually. So let's see if we can make that happen at some point. But like to kind of come back. We've done that before, where we play games and only play a certain amount each week, and then eventually finish a game with the same group of people. So it's really not that far past this little stadium lip here. There we go.
Yeah, Maurice just had all the speed and landed on top of it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, 2 levels to go. Didn't get baited by the wall there.
Yeah, I feel like I have a hard time remembering what happened in Observatory, so I'm
It felt like it was the exact same as the other
Gladiator?
level, Gladiator. It was just like a tunnel with a bunch of obstacles.
Oh, this is the one that had this is more where the whole thing is a tunnel. It is similar. It is really similar. I'm remembering this now that I'm seeing it again, but less memorable than Nitro Tunnel. Oh, so these explode. I don't think we even realized that because Maurice
just drove right past them.
Yeah. And when I say, it's little things like that I don't even really think about, but it's just the more mystery racing you do, especially, you just kind of get, developers aren't pulling these ideas completely out of thin air. Most of the time they're basing it off of tropes that exist in games. So if you play a lot of games and are good at recognizing those things, that helps a lot to compete in Mystery Tournament. I didn't actually see those explode, but they blink different colors and they look like bombs. So that's the...
Yes, Maurice has a patented thing he always says when you're fighting a boss in like a platformer or an action game, which is never attack anything while it's spinning.
Yes. And that tends to be a pretty good rule. We found exceptions, but for the most part, don't attack something while it's spinning. I believe that was coined during the pivotal... the great game Shrek Hassle at the Castle on the Game Boy Advance.
But like as you like play a lot of games, you tend to notice these like almost just consistent similarities in design. Some of it good, some of it bad, but like you typically when you fight a boss, you might think like it's always going to take 3 hits, and that's how much I can generally assume a boss will take. And like those are like kind of things you keep in the back of your brain when you race games. And those assumptions can and sometimes will either propel you to greatness or they can hurt you based off of those assumptions.
Yeah, that's just what's it really it expands your mind in a sense of what makes a game interesting. Because you might, playing a game single player might not sort of bring out the same ideas that you're like, oh, you have to think about this and this. You start thinking about like what you have to balance in your brain to think about how to play a game fast, and it's really fun to analyze stuff that way.
We are on the final level. Drake is going to get this completion soon. Very good showing.
Recovered really nicely.
Yeah, nice.
Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that turn. I thought we were going to be going off the edge there. Looking good.
Yeah, like the weird thing about this level is that like we really only need the speed to make these jumps. You're not getting punished at all for running into these slabs.
Well, you'll die if you run into them fast enough. But
yes.
I mean,
Oh, not enough speed there. So I guess
so their Drake died, I think, from an air fireball. Is that what has happened there?
No, I think Drake reset, realizing that not going to have enough speed.
That makes a little more sense, because I didn't see anything, but I just had to guess about, well, no, the fireballs are falling. Oh, no, excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
Hit that slab, but did not explode.
It's true. So I guess that wasn't the fast enough speed. We have seen explosions on slabs like that. Yes, so Drake is taking liberal use of the self-reset mechanic. Another huge thing you have to think about when you're playing MT games is when to reset a level and when to try and push it to finish it.
Drake is cruising here.
Yeah, this is looking good.
I think we still got quite a bit
in front of you. Legitimately, Sir Nico, the answer is maybe, because I think it does follow a really similar layout to the turbo tunnel, even including of like order of obstacles, where some people in chat before were saying that they were recognizing what was going to be coming based on the just remembering turbo tunnel on Battletoads.
It's going to be another checkpoint.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this level is a lot more generous in checkpoints compared to some of the previous levels.
I thought you were gonna say compared to Battletoads. Like, yeah, it's a lot more generous than the checkpoints at Battletoads.
Because Battletoads, you got to do it all in one go, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Even if there is one checkpoint, it still will be more generous. The other levels in this game than the Turbo Tunnel and Battletoads.
Although in Turbo Tunnel and Battletoads, you get little warnings about what's going to be coming. Well, in this instance, you can literally see it. So I suppose
you can literally see what's in front of you. Imagine if they shifted the perspective of this level to be it sideways.
Jump.
Oh, missed that last jump.
Yeah, but the interesting and something I like to point out during these wider mystery tournament style events that I haven't mentioned yet is that the fact that the games are random doesn't mean that it's just random who's going to win a race. Like, we consistently see the same people win and you know, beat other people in the tournament. There are some true universal gaming skills that carry over. It's hard to put your finger on them necessarily, but they're there.
Yeah, this is the last section, and that is going to do it. Nice. Drake is going to finish. Very commendable time.
Yeah, cut the hour.
A very, very difficult game.
Yes. And a fun one, too, which helps. Yeah, so it sounds like there's a sequel to that game called Distance, so check that out if it looks interesting. And also there's more modes. There's challenge levels, which we didn't do. Apparently old levels. So there's more in this game, and this is totally free, so I'd get in on this if you can.
So Drake has been eliminated from the Invitational tournament. We have the finals to see between And4H versus Maurice. And for those in chat wondering, how does one get involved with Mystery Tournament? How would I even approach even doing a match? Well, we're just in luck. We are going to showcase for you after our break. Internet Dirigible and Mythical 9, regular commentator on our Mystery Funhouse races, are going to showcase for you what it's like to play a Mystery Tournament match for you right after the break. So, Church, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we're going to take a quick break here so we can get everything set up. Just a quick reminder to you all before we go to that break. If you are curious what's coming up on Hotfix or interested in running anything on GDQ, you can always check out this week's schedule and submit your runs over on gdq.gg/hotfix. And thank you both for being here, for doing commentary. And we'll see everybody in just a few minutes with the exhibition match here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we have our Mystery Tournament Invitational, and we've got a very special match coming up for you. Before we get into it, just a quick reminder, if you have missed out on any of our previous Hotfix shows or any of our marathons, you can always catch up on them over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. If you're watching this over on YouTube, consider liking, subscribing, and becoming a channel member to support GDQ. Now, we've got a very special match here. It is an exhibition match between two prominent commentators in Mystery Tournament. They're I'd say middle of the line players. They're very average in terms of the Mystery Tournament players, and that's not a dig at them, but they are here to kind of show how easy it is to get into mystery games. I talk about this a lot about speedrunning. It is very easy to get into speedrunning. It's getting those world records that becomes a little bit more difficult. And I talked with ID about this, and we thought it'd be a good idea to kind of show you all how easy it is to get into mystery racing. So they're going to do a little bit of an exhibition match here, walk you through their thought process, and help you see how easy it is to get into mystery gaming. So I'm going to hand it over to both of you. You can introduce yourselves.
Hi, yeah, I'm back. I'm internet dirigible. I was just doing commentary. I'm tournament organizer for Mystery Tournament 20.
I'm Mythical9. I do a lot of the commentary. I've been a part of the community as like a tester and on the organization side of things for like 7 years. I have never actually joined Mystery Tournament. So I think I'm the perfect guinea pig here. If you're feeling anxious, if you feel intimidated about watching, some of the best that we have do their thing, and you're like, it looks cool, I want to be a part of it, but I don't know if I'm cut out for it, I'm going to show you that everything is going to be fine. Just hop in, press some buttons, have some fun.
Absolutely. Just a quick thing about the game. This game's called Vivid Lope. This is a paid game, but we thought it would be fun to do this one. Suggested by previous commentator Shramble, so shout out to him. This seems like a really good one, and we're not going to be playing the whole thing, so I may be interested in looking into this as an audience member afterwards. So we mentioned before, we're provided a paste bin to look at. We call it a paste bin. We don't always use the site paste bin, but if someone wants to post that in chat, that's the one of our moderators here. That's we use the site Rentry a lot of the time, but this tells us what our goal is, where to start the race, when we're going to know that we're done, and then also kind of just what is the game even asking us to do. It's not telling us how to win or like what would be a good strategy to beat the opponent. It's mostly just saying stuff that if you didn't know, you might just sit there confused, which is no fun for anybody.
Yeah, so this one is pretty basic. We're going to be beating all the stages in World 1, 2, and 3. And the controls, we got arrow keys for movement. I'm using a controller, so one tip I would give you here is you might want to rewrite parts of the paste bin so that they're more relevant to you. So I've written down some of these controller equivalents for the controls. But we got arrow keys for movement. We got a jump. We have a button to use an item. We have a button to use a special. We have a button to slow down. We got pause. There's a button to, I think, equip items, which I'm a little bit unclear about. We'll have to get in the game and see. And then there's some camera stuff and a button to retry, which might be important if we think we're on a doomed run and it would be better to start again quickly.
Also, some important things to know at the bottom of the paste bin. So the goal is going to be, it's like Qbert. We got to turn everything a certain color. We have limited lives per level, or else we have to redo the level. And we can't use the shop is an important thing. So there is a shop in this game. We're not going to be using it. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, so I'm immediately thinking, if we have a certain number of lives, is that number of lives going to carry over to the next level? Say you just barely beat a level, you have 1 life left. The first thing you might want to do on the next level is die, so that you game over and you get all your lives back for that level that you're on.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I think I'm ready to just get started and see what this is like. Yep. Church, you want us to count us down?
We're going to go from 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, I don't have the game focused. Okay.
Hold for 3 seconds to skip.
That's a long hold.
Yeah, press the buttons during waiting screens, cutscenes, things like that. All right, I think we were supposed to be on that screen at the start of the race. Also, we elected not to watch the tutorial.
Yeah, one thing to talk about for games is that there's often an attract mode, or often called a demo in games that kind of shows you stuff about the game. And if you can take the time to watch that, it's really useful.
I'm immediately noticing playing with a controller that you can sort of drift a little bit between the squares to get 2 at a time or something.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Okay, so I'm noticing, and so we're playing this a little differently than normal, because normally other players wouldn't be getting this. But I saw that there was a meter on the left, and I didn't know what it did. But I noticed that once the game switched to bonus phase, it started going down when I walked over squares that I'd already stepped on. And then the bonus phase ended. So my guess is that if you wanted to get a good score on these levels, you might want to get 100%. But since we're trying to go as fast as possible, I'm going to try and run out that bonus phase as quickly as I can.
I think enemy items are really powerful in this game. I think you want to try to use those as best you can. And when you get one, you probably want to try it out and see what it does.
Oh, dead. Okay, so the game actually told you. That was the first time I got hit by anything. It says your lives replenish each stage. So reading is something interesting. We try not to make the players do a lot of reading, but if you can quickly skim things, it can help.
This hammer is hitting really far in front of me. All right, I'm doing my first jump.
That hammer is a deceptive range.
I think I'm safe to just mash the button in between levels to go to the next one. It looks like that's the case. You always want to make sure that you're not going to accidentally redo a level or something. Mm-hmm. These arrows, I think, are telling me that they're one way. Oh, no, I missed a square. That's okay. 75% is the goal. You can miss one every now and then. In fact, I'm going to intentionally miss a couple near that enemy because I think those are going to be troublesome. And we'll see if I get punished for it. Oh, just barely.
This game, a lot of fun so far. The jump is really interesting. I've noticed that you can kind of you jump a fixed distance, but can mess with it when you're in the air, which is really a strange. Okay, so knowing what these items do is interesting too, because you can kind of take care of a lot. Those paint roller items seem really good if I can hit those at the right time.
Yeah. I kicked one over to one side, and then I kicked it down to a new row, and then kicked it across again to get double use out of it.
I'm trying to
forgotten what the jump button is, because I haven't been doing it very much.
In between walk, and it's difficult.
It is difficult. What is this? Okay.
Need to hit the. Okay, so that's on me. This is probably a. Oh, okay. That's not what I was expecting it to do, but it fulfilled the same. So. You're on this stage probably that has the edge, right? Where you're like, oh, yeah. I know how to get over there. And then you see the key and you think, okay, I need to get the key. But I hadn't stepped on the glowing circle yet. And that was the only thing left. So sometimes you just got to do stuff and see what happens. And the quicker that you can make yourself make that decision, normally the better.
Yeah, definitely in Mystery Tournament, sometimes you just got to try things and see what happens.
especially true for puzzle games, which, while this game does involve squares and like specific movement or whatever, this is not a puzzle game really in any way at this point. It's more of an action game. But maybe some puzzle elements about how to get to different parts of the stage. We'll see how complicated they end up getting.
I feel like I'm coasting. I feel like I'm not doing enough to think about how I can go faster.
Yeah, it's very
just sort of like, well, this is working, so it's okay.
It's difficult to think about the path that you're taking and how many you're allowed to skip. Okay.
I haven't figured. Oh, the cherry is fruit, right? We know fruit is points. So what?
Something I was going to point out is that during transitions, you want to press the A button, the confirm button, as often as possible. In this game, you can hold it to make the level appear quicker.
Found a level at an item at the very end of the stage.
So this is something important. The goal is beat all stages in World 1. The game kicked me out of World 1 after beating 1.8, but you have to go back.
It sure did.
To beat 1.9.
Yeah.
If you're not, you need to have in mind what it is that you're going to do, or else you end up in a situation where another player ends up way ahead. So there I just kind of sprayed and prayed, and I don't think that was the right strategy, actually. Maybe I should have thought about that a little bit harder. What is this? Oh, that's an enemy. Got it. That's not an item at all.
Oh. I somehow only just...
Oh, 90.
The pluses.
Okay, so here's another thing I should have looked at. It tells you the percent of the level from the very beginning. And knowing that stage was 90%, I would have approached it differently. Okay, bad movement there. This is kind of a cool game to evaluate your own performance too, because it's kind of obvious when you're making unnecessary movements. So you're like, I shouldn't be here if I've already been here, and it's very clear where I've already been.
The UI, there's a lot of stuff. There's the drop queue in the bottom left. I've not really been looking at that at all.
I just ignore it.
I didn't even notice that until you brought it up. I'm gonna be real with you.
I know, right? Trust me, that's not been something I've been thinking about. Okay, I thought this level would be over, and it's not. And I
think you're maybe going through the exact same situation I am.
We've been pretty close, I think. Nicely timed hammer at the end there.
Yeah, so far this game has seemed pretty straightforward, except for whatever the hell the drop queue is. But we're not gonna talk about that. I don't think.
I do understand. I think what the drop queue is, but I think it's just not something I need to think about. And that's the decision that I've made. So if it is something I need to think about, then I've made the wrong decision.
And we're all gonna learn about it together.
Yeah. Why would I jump to that? I guess I'm just not gonna bother. Man, I love these pluses. Come back here, get these. Feels good when you pull something off that you meant to do.
Gotta keep better track of my items, I think. I think I'm leaving stuff on the table by not using enough items. Whoops, I jumped into an enemy and died immediately. Oh, it's a...
Yeah,
it's a berry.
To me, the biggest thing so far in this game are pay attention to what the percentage is at the beginning, if you can. So that way you know how you need to play the level. Playing a 70 or 60% level is super different than playing a 90% level. Because turning around is slower than moving forward, at least it feels that way. And then, yeah, using these paint rollers and items effectively seems huge also.
tutorial keeps telling me so many things and I'm not reading it and I'm getting so nervous about what it's trying to tell me and what I don't know. I got a new item, I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, so sometimes that information's gonna be in the paste bin, but that can be just as bad as the tutorial saying it all the time. You have a massive paste bin that just has a lot of info. It's not always useful.
Okay, I'm a little bit worried. What have I missed?
Yeah, I don't understand anything about this paper, and I don't care. I'm doing it anyway.
I need to jump in a clever way. Wait, this has been here. Okay.
You do get a grade for each of these levels. If I, well, now I do, so I probably will. I would go back and be trying to S rank everything. But you got to think about games very differently when you're trying to S rank them versus just playing a mystery tournament race.
All right, I lost some time there. So I thought maybe this level wants me to do a jump off a ledge in a clever way, but I looked at it and saw that didn't really look like it was going to be possible. So I had to sort of reassess my options and spotted something in the corner of the level that ended up being what I was looking for. If you ever get stuck, one of the best things you can do is challenge any assumptions you've made about the level or the game or anything.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
really
you're
important
taking for
in puzzle
granted.
games. Yeah, most of the time, if you're like, man, why can't I make this jump? Is this the hardest jump of all time? The answer is probably no. It's probably just you don't understand what the level's actually asking you to do. Okay, so that's huge. I did not realize that you could activate basically any item with a hammer. Really useful for not having to walk somewhere. Okay. So I didn't know where level 2 was. I could have just assumed you had to talk to somebody, but nothing in the paste bin was about talking to someone. So I want to try the less risky thing of just going where I hadn't gone yet to look for it, and it paid off.
Camera did show you earlier when we transitioned.
Oh, yeah, when we beat... I didn't notice it.
What?
That's interesting.
What just happened there? I did a jump at the start of the level and cleared a bunch of stuff, and I don't really understand why. Ooh, oh, okay, that's how that works. Got it.
There's another level where I knew I should have looked at the percentage initially and played this wrong. Hard for me to remember.
I just barely... I knew at some point I was going to begin focusing on playing the game more than talking, which was the whole point of the thing. Honestly, it helps.
Yeah, Church, would you mind saying, is there anything that sticks out differently between our gameplay?
You both seem to be doing pretty much the same thing. This isn't a serious thing, so I will say you've both been pretty much neck and neck the entire time. I think you've all both missed or realized something a little slower or faster than each other, but for the most part, you two are pretty neck and neck. The one thing,
strategies then.
Yeah, the one thing that I think you are, I guess, showcasing is, again, you've brought it up several times, but you are hoping that a level will end because you forgot to look at the percentage, which, you know, if you had remembered to look at it, you would probably have played it differently.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Because basically, when you can... This is a game where, in general, you can just keep moving. And so, the most sort of destructive thing you could do is die, which stops you, and that makes you take a hit. So I'm focusing very closely on who's showing up in the level, and not so much on the percentage at the beginning. So but you need to, or else you don't go fast enough.
Yeah, it's very important to, kind of keep in mind what your goal is, but also that you are in a race, so you have to keep going fast. And, sometimes you have to slow down just a little bit in order to go fast.
Yeah. Oh, man. So that was I risked that. Didn't go well. Oh, and you lose the item, too. That's rough.
That is actually very rough.
So that's big info there. Had the dash item, which was huge for going fast, but I ran straight into those X's, which means I took damage, which meant I died and lost the item.
Oh. Interesting. Okay, so I'm on this next level, and you have to double color things.
Yes.
Very Cubert. And now I'm wondering, if I get an item and slam the ground, is it going to super color everything? And it is.
Oh. That's huge. That makes you not want to necessarily use your item right away if it's an area where you've already put some time in.
Yeah.
Whoops.
It also makes items a lot more important to have.
Oh, I almost ran out of stage there.
I did run out. I was planning on going back to one area, and I was at 89. I think I'm doing too much skipping of I need to be a little bit more... Ooh, okay. 95, that's kind of crazy.
The jump, I have a little bit of a hard time telling how far I'm going to jump when I jump.
It does give you a little thing, but...
Yeah, but I'm just hitting that button,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's the 5%. I'm leaving it back.
Having something that kills guys, I'm learning, is good.
Yeah, very good.
I don't like having to dodge guys. Also, our character we're playing can take an extra hit, but sometimes I feel like I can't take an extra hit, and I feel like I haven't had a good sense of what's going on with my lives. I feel like I should have less or more lives than I do.
So your lives reset every stage, I've learned. It said that.
Mm-hmm.
The hits, I think, are also dependent on that little power bar in the top left. Or on the left side, rather. I didn't realize that.
I've not been jumping often enough that I have internalized that, like, my jump button is my jump button. Especially because the 1-ton power-up is a jump power-up, which you press with the power-up button instead of the jump button. I just killed a guy who was not any immediate threat to me. Oh, I missed a jump. But I thought he might harass me later in the level, so I just got rid of him. I'm dead. How have I only done 60% of this level?
Yeah, this level is both large and also very strangely designed.
No.
Not designed, but constructed.
I've made a horrible mistake.
Ooh, yeah.
Like, this is a great place to go. I know the percent is going to work out, but that's cycle. Oh, man. Okay.
Got a shield. I'm going to test it out. Okay.
Which sometimes you just gotta test it out and make sure you know exactly how things work. What?
Another wonderful thing to notice is that something that I had just completely ignored until now, which for me is easy. I'm sure everyone that's a little different, but at the top of the screen, it tells you whether or not it's a double transition or a single transition stage.
Oh. What is this? Get out of here. Got a safe spot. I want that item, but these guys are scary.
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
And you brought up the that information at the top right. Yeah, sometimes it's really important to actually understand what's going on your screen, and then sometimes whatever's going on with the drop queue is happening, and all three of us are ignoring it and hoping we don't need to know what that means.
Well, yeah, and then as I was talking to you about whether or not it's a double stage, I completely was treating it like a single stage and made a horrible mistake.
I also did that for not as long as you, it seems, but.
If you're finished with the pink-blue stage, then you're way ahead of me. I'm at like 50% there. I don't really know why.
You're both
done.
Literally neck and neck. You're on different parts of the stage, but you are very close.
Okay, so the little... See, that's not an item. That's a... I don't know what you'd call it. Not an item, I guess.
So I got an item there, and I was very happy to have it because the enemies are being very annoying, and they're very helpful on the double stage color. And I think maybe I could have done better by being more aggressive about looking for an item and getting one and using one. I'm pretty good at hindsight.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're still in the race, so hindsight can still be foresight.
Something I tend to do in a lot of mystery racing is I treat enemies more like nuisances than something to actually be engaged with or taken care of in any way. Not always useful, because sometimes the enemies are too strong for you to actually do that, but...
I'm not super into... Oh, okay. Nope. Whoops. That didn't work. Oh my gosh. Thought that was a switch. That was an enemy. I'm feeling stuck. I feel like I'm supposed to transition with a jump, and it's... Oh, you know what? I bet this is like a... Okay.
Yep. So I didn't say it, but that's a situation. I'm assuming you just went and got that key. Oh my gosh, so something else I never noticed at the top is when you get close to the goal, it says how many left you have. And I bet you've been staring at that probably this whole time. I just didn't even look. So my story with Mystery Tournament is I loved watching the finals on GDQ. I knew about it. And then I was like, I'm pretty good at video games. So I decided to join. Thing is, I am pretty good at video games, like in the people that I know. But then this is where everyone comes to shine right here. So, oh, that's rough. Accidentally missed input there. But because it's such a good community and it's such a fun place to be, and I love playing games, I was happy to end up in the middle of the pack. I'm happy to be here.
Okay, I've got the 1-ton weight thing, and it's tricky to use.
Oh, I see, that's only the big ones. I never even understood that obstacle until now.
Green, I see a green switch and a purple switch and not a blue switch. I'm feeling lost. I know that I can jump down to another part of the level. I'm trying to even hit the switch and just see what's happening. Oh, that's... Okay. So do I want it like that? Yes.
Taking note of where it said World 3 was.
Whoa.
Oh, uh-oh. Here we got Q*bert style.
Yeah, we are getting a little farther onto the game where instead of just being able to kind of run around and figure it out, we're getting the more puzzle platformy sections, and it's going to be a lot more important to keep track of all the mechanics going forward.
It's also reasonable for the way you play a game to change as you progress in the game. The first few levels might be levels where you can just ignore everything and just take damage boosts by enemies and don't need to worry about anything. Speaking of which, this is not a very good game for damage boosting. Hits freeze the whole screen. They take a long time. You only have so many of them. I guess if you have a shield, you could utilize it, but don't do too many of them here. But yeah, it's reasonable for later levels to just kind of start approaching things differently.
Yeah, and being able to recognize, when you need to change up your playstyle is very important.
It is important, and it's difficult to do.
Yes.
And it's you think about, we do that all the time if you're playing a game like Dark Souls or something, and you're like, oh, I need a new build for this boss, or I need it's not like that's something that you never do, but you normally aren't doing it on a timer.
Yeah, being able... And so I think it is important to note, normally when you're doing a mystery race, you're not really commentating. Obviously, you two are commentating to kind of give everybody an idea of what you're thinking while you're going through it. But when you're actually doing the tournament, you don't have to be entertaining an audience while you do it. You are very much locked in on your game. You're trying to figure out exactly, the fastest way to do things on your own, and other people are, restreaming the match and commentating over you. So you are given a little bit of a grace there. So yeah, if you're at home thinking, wow, maybe this is interesting, but I don't think I could, talk about what I'm doing while I'm doing it, that is not a requirement.
No,
this is just
and also
to give
wouldn't
you
even
the thought
be,
process.
Wouldn't even be encouraged, honestly. I mean, 'cause
Yeah.
we're doing fine. We do this a lot, but I will say I think both of our commentaries are hampered by also trying to win a race.
Yeah, very much.
Whoops.
Yeah. Again, very understandable. It's
Yes.
very different atmosphere than what you're used to. So
No, we actually when people have
Haven't said anything in like 5 minutes.
When people have done that before, we generally don't like. I don't know. It's kind of funny. It's weird commentary usually when people try and commentate and play at the same time.
I did not appreciate the percentage goal, and I played very conservatively. I had an item that would be very useful that I didn't use all of.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. I was talking about the opposite issue where you end up skipping too much because it's a high percentage, but also it's detrimental to not skip enough when it's a low percentage and focus on like the more constrained areas of the level.
Don't camp me. Okay.
Health is a resource. It's my motto.
if you have 1 health at the end of the level, you did good.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially in dying would be detrimental if you're at the end of a level, but yeah, especially in a level where, it's not as punishing, you only go back to the beginning of the level instead of, having to restart an entire stage or something. Like, sometimes playing a little more aggressively is the way to go.
And I have a feeling neither Myth nor I have actually taken a game over yet. I know I haven't. This is...
No.
You'd have to be playing pretty fast and loose to take a game over on these stages, I think. It's certainly possible, especially in these later ones where there's so much going on.
Yeah.
And I say that, I'm on pace to game over on this stage, so we'll see what happens. Oop, excuse me. actually stopping.
The
First time I've
enemies
done that.
are everywhere on this stage.
Yeah, this
I
level.
just want them to leave me alone.
This level seems to have ramped up in difficulty pretty heavily.
I cannot tell you how happy I am to see this hammer. I'm clearing the enemies. Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm noticing
I'm excited to
there's
see World 3 after playing this, because it's really ramping up. So like there, I had to stop for the first time. I hadn't stopped on a level yet, stop moving, but sometimes you actually have to do it.
Yeah. A little bit of a different approach there. Myth decided to slow down a little bit and clear some enemies, while ID just decided to, YOLO it and ignore them completely.
That sounds about right.
I missed where World 3
Down,
is.
yeah. Down and right. I shouldn't be helping you, but I am.
Well, there was only one way to go, basically.
That's fair. You would have got there eventually. I will say I'm glad you decided to play this character.
Yes. So if this is, this was kind of a more, not thrown together, but a quicker thing. We almost always mandate character choice in games. For the main reason being that even if you see stats in a racing game, you don't really know that. Like, until you've played a racing game to know what those stats actually mean or whatever.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense if somebody just picks a better character, then they win the race. Like, it's just not very fun. So we almost always mandate characters in games that have multiple characters to choose from. So I made an assumption in this level, despite the game showing me that that's not the case, is that because the arrows in all previous levels were not colorable, but the arrows in this level are, and you need to be careful not to make assumptions.
Yeah, especially in, again, it's not necessarily a puzzle game, but it does have some puzzle aspects to it. It is important to remember.
It's definitely a game where the game gives you information to choose to route efficiently. You can take it or not take it, but the game shows you the shape of the level, and you can kind of quickly take that in and be like, okay, this is what I'll do. Oh, this is a fun mechanic. I like that. Oh, I didn't realize I was on the right. I didn't even see the arrows. Okay. Okay,
I got a little bit lucky with my routing there. This is you got to keep your eyes open in this game. There's stuff all over the place.
Yeah.
It really is.
Like, if there's an item somewhere and you're just not picking it up, you're forfeiting a lot of time.
I'm doing what I would consider a risky strategy now. I don't know if this is going to pay off or not. Because it'd be very easy for me to lose track of where I've been.
Oh, I was seeing the opportunity to transition to another thing, but there was nothing there to transition to, and I didn't understand, and I understand now.
Oop. That's okay.
I thought that was a game over for a second.
Yeah, I know. it's I hadn't died in a while. Oh, whoops! This way. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. There, as far as I'm aware, there are no difficulties. Each stage has different color targets, which is why you see differences on each player's screen.
Yeah, I don't think there are difficulty levels in this, but if you were going to play this and wanted to kind of ascribe difficulty levels, I think playing this to actually 100% the levels and get good grades on them is very different than the way we're playing it.
Yeah, for sure.
But also, I would like to do that. This is pretty fun so far.
I mean, yeah, sometimes you just find a game you want to play. And,
that's true. That happens a lot in Mystery Tournament. Sometimes I'll want to test a game, and then it just won't be any good for Mystery Tournament, but I'll play it anyway just because I like it.
don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making stuff up.
Your stage is a nightmare. I will say that.
Trying to go up the down escalator. That doesn't seem like.
Oh, see that one. I was playing correctly, but I didn't know I was being bad, and I didn't notice that was a 95, which is kind of crazy.
Whew. Right, I forgot I can just mash the button. So I'm wondering here, I've got 2 paths to the same place, and I wonder if I should leave a path or take both paths. And it's an interesting sort of question. Do you want to be done with a certain part of the map, or do you want to leave yourself something to do if you find yourself in that part of the map because, you're being chased by an enemy or something? In this case, the enemies don't seem so bad, and I got an item, so I'm switching to cleanup mode here.
Yeah, and it's important to be able to recognize...
the strategy. I don't know if it's faster, but it feels faster.
It is important to be able to recognize when you can play slightly differently to your outs based on what's occurring. I feel like your strat is faster, but it is very hard to tell because it is a very long level.
Yeah.
I liked what I was doing with the item use there. Oh, you know what? These bubbles kill enemies too. Maybe I don't want to just run and pop all these.
I definitely will find myself sometimes walking over areas I've already been. And when that happens, you basically know that you've failed. But sometimes you have to just go with it because actually sitting there and concocting a new strategy would be too slow.
See, I left some stuff on the table. There were some easy, explodey 3x3 things that I could have used there. I should have appreciated 75%. I could be a little less precious. For some reason, I don't know why. I thought the shield would just save me from the X's. It saves me from the damage, but the X is still an X.
No, I think popping the bubbles right away is the right strategy.
Again,
there's some stuff going on in the background with these platforms. Sorry, I don't know. I just...
Yeah.
Okay. So I missed my ride here.
We're definitely coming up onto
it here.
The very... we're nearing the end of the game here, so these are very complicated, or at least the end of this race, so they're getting more complicated. Lots of mechanics going on, lots of different transitions and keys and stuff that you're going to need to grab here.
One of the best skills that you can have in this pursuit of ours is being able to free up your mind to think critically about the game in some way, and less focused on here's the enemy, I need to move like this, and the moment-to-moment gameplay. If you're able to sort of let your hands sort of automate and do what they need to do while your brain is thinking, hey, look, the back of the level is moving. That's got to be important. Maybe there's some cycles I should pay attention to.
Yeah.
Apparently there's fall damage in this game. Okay. Wait.
I doubt it. I feel like something else probably happened. I mean, maybe.
Oh. Yes. 8 directions pop up there. Wait, no, it auto send me out. I don't know where I'm going after this though.
I have no idea.
It's okay. We got to reset our lives.
This is, I believe,
find out what a game over looks like.
Yeah, I believe the first game over we've seen. Definitely the first game over we've seen.
So dramatic.
I have to let you know.
So I guess I'm going this way, but that seemed to kill me last time. Yep. feeling pretty lost. Clearly, this move feels good to me. Oh, you know what? I can reach here. Okay, not that hard. Overthought it.
Which does happen sometimes. Yeah, that is another skill, is being able to recognize when you are thinking too much and when something is very simple.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that happens especially in puzzle games. Another fun thing, because we stream all the matches on our Twitch channel, Mystery Funhouse. A really fun thing in every race is to kind of see the differences, like what makes somebody, what did they do in the game differently to make them win? You know what I mean? Because it's not always obvious. Like in this game, I'm not sure what strategies. Sometimes you can tell, well, I'm losing because I did this badly or whatever. But sometimes you just are like, I don't know, I seemed good, but everybody beat me, so there must have been something wrong. So that's a situation where
Oh my gosh.
it can be fun to
really
watch
hard.
the races and see, like, try and figure out what's going on.
Is this even good? I don't know. I'm glad to be out of that stage. Wow, this is getting tense.
I think you're pretty well ahead of me, but it's hard to say.
I feel like you're right, but also I have such self-doubt that like it's impossible for me to be like, yes, I'm definitely ahead.
Oh, the first
Not
one,
really
the
makes
first
a
game
difference.
over.
Now have a game over on each. In a normal mystery tournament, you wouldn't know that your opponent is game overed, and you'd be you'd possibly be kicking yourself because you felt like you did poorly, but unless Myth has started like God gaming in the 10 seconds I looked away, Myth is only one stage ahead.
All right. Well, I mean, that's a lot in this game because
It is a lot,
while not auto scrollers, it's difficult. Well, you can actually take advantage of the items pretty well. I think we're at the point where maybe that's not completely happening, but what I would think that the sort of top level players would be doing is really thinking about item usage a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. I can feel the wasted potential in the items.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them, and some of them are pretty different. Mostly, I have to, like I said, I have to think a lot. Oh, I skipped a level. That's okay. I can go back, I'm pretty sure. I have to think a lot about the moment to moment and moving my guy.
Yeah,
but a
not
really
getting
good
hit by
player
stuff.
would
Yeah.
be spotting like, oh, there's an item over there. I should get that item. It's going to help me in this part of the stage that I can see ahead and look at.
All right. We're getting a lot of MT people here saying you at some point changed your difficulty ID.
I did?
Apparently, you are playing on hard mode.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my gosh. Oh,
Trying to figure out how that happened.
Not
People-
usually a problem.
People
Oh, there
seem
we
to
go.
be saying that you have to do more colors. Yep. Okay.
What?
All right.
That's so huge.
All right. Somebody earlier brought it up, and I thought it was because you were on a different stage. Nope. Apparently, you've been playing on a different difficulty.
That's funny. Well, you know, these things happen. This was kind of just, play this game. But that's ideally something testers would catch. If a race goes badly enough, we'll just redraw it. And that has happened where, like, the game clearly isn't running right for somebody, or, like, somebody makes a really simple, easy, like, mistake and destroys the whole race or whatever. In this instance, we might not. I mean, ideally, we'd put in the pace, make sure you stay on normal difficulty. Because if you use the D-pad, that probably wouldn't have happened. But I switched to using the stick to kind of get more smooth movement between the squares.
Yeah.
And you can easily kind of go down.
That's a really bad game over. 88 out of 90%.
That is an unfortunate game over. Yeah.
I tried to play safe, but
Yeah, something like this. If this did happen, there would be a redraw. I've definitely had redraws because for whatever reason my game was running like slow motion compared to the other players. So I was just like, all right.
Oh yeah. Also, based on the way this game has been working so far, hard may be where we would put this in an MT. Just because you generally want situations where you have more variance in the levels if possible. And if it makes enemies a little bit more of a threat, sometimes it's oh, see, that's how it happened. Is I went
yeah,
there you go. Yeah.
All right, so I used the retry option and I feel good about it. I only had 1 life left. There was still a lot to go. The analog stick is getting me killed because it wants to snap onto squares in a certain way. And I realized the enemies were being a really big problem. I was taking a lot of damage, so I knew one of the things I want to do is go get the hammer right away.
Remembering what's written in the paste bin is huge, because that's the first time any of you have retried a stage, right?
Yeah. It's the first time a stage has been hard enough that I felt like, I've done really badly, really fast on this level. So I think you can switch weapons, but I don't understand. I think it just overwrites.
Where the heck have I not gone? So here I got lost. This is something that happens to me a lot in games. And it looks like I made it happen, but... Okay, good to know that speed boost doesn't let you send your power down. It's a little guy! Howdy!
I'm getting quite fed up with these rings of purple, pink circles.
But everything in this game is so cute, you can't get fed up.
I know. They're too cute. I don't identify them as a threat with my peripheral vision. I've been walking into them the entire race, just unable to learn the lesson.
Okay, so...
Oh, wait, this is a dash. Oh.
Zuno went back. Apparently, you changed to hard after 2.6.
After 2.6?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, could be worse. Could be better.
Now, even if I win, it's got an asterisk next to it.
See, that's the best. This is the best situation, though, because now neither of us can say we won or lost this race.
Yeah. If you win, you can say you won. You won hardcore.
Okay, yeah. So there's an excellent story.
I'm in the no-win situation here.
First of all, to be clear, in the mystery tournament community, we like to have some fun. We have a lot of funny stories and things that happen. One of my favorite things is that we played a game called a freeware puzzle game on the NES called, or homebrew rather is what I meant to say, called Alter Ego. And Arc Bliss, who is one of our better racers but has never made it to top 8, has gotten 9th like an insane number of times, like 15 times or something. Whoops. Okay, we're good. Played that game against Triscorp, who's one of our absolute best races. And then during the commentary, sometimes we look at Speedruns Live at the history to see who else has played the game. And it turned out Arc Bliss had already played it, and he just completely forgot about it, and he still lost. because Triscorp was so good. We were like, Maurice was like, oh, okay, let's compare these times. It looks like Arc Bliss got... Wait a minute. We're watching Arc Bliss right now.
It says a lot about Triscorp.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Mystery Tournament 17 champion. A lot of champions playing today.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 20th one. Kind of a big deal.
All right, I'll let you know. I have 3 levels left.
I don't know how many levels I have left. I just click next.
I think you have 3. I think you're 1 stage behind.
Got it.
What does this do? Oh. So I've been favoring being quite thorough and I'm only now realizing at the end of the race, I'm denying myself information by not exploring the level a little more earlier. Like maybe there's something good, like this item.
I think that is partially true. But also, you do know the general shape of the level because you can often see other parts while you're... Okay, so that was a horrible mistake I just made, is what I'm thinking. That I shouldn't have sent that up and then gone away. Is that trapped out there forever? Am I ever going to be able to make it back? Who knows?
Oh no. I'm gonna have to give up on getting most of the squares in there. Oh my goodness!
Interesting.
What is happening? I got a key.
I think we entered the game corner in Pokemon Yellow.
Oh man. I like the hammer.
Okay, so that was...
Okay, so these arrows are operating in a clockwise sort of way. Oh my god, look at all this. Oh, I could have beat this level so fast if I'd come here earlier. Ah, well. All right, last level.
I love the second to last level here.
Yeah.
Let me just... Excuse me. Thank you. Nope, that's too bad. Missed that key. Can I have that? Thank you. No.
It's almost done.
Okay, this is where it ends. This is where it ends.
I believe.
We don't swear on games done quick. We move on. All right.
There we go.
So I have this dash. I'm very tempted to use it to move fast, but its uses are pretty limited, and there's very little I can do about the enemies on this level. So I'm saving it for them. I'm also not being terribly systematic.
Importantly, you both have the same color target left, so...
GG!
Alright, yeah, that is a clear from Mythical 9 here.
Nice job.
Whoa. That's a cool game. I would have been happy to have played that in the tournament.
Yeah, this is a very cool game. Very interesting mechanics.
I think not a huge portion of it that we're playing. It is a $10 game on Steam and really polished. This is kind of like PS1, like Dreamcast arcade style game. I haven't seen a lot of indie games trying to emulate this aesthetic, and I think it's really cool.
I liked the level design. I feel like they were, we played like 45 levels, and I feel like every level had something new going on, bending in a certain way.
That's totally true.
Giving you certain kinds of items, certain kinds of enemies.
There's this level or a game on PSP called Cube, which has a similar thing to this, but it's really easy to forget where you're at, and this game doesn't have that problem. Well, cool. Yeah, I didn't have chat up. I wasn't able to do that. I was already doing too many things at once.
Oh, yeah.
But
I had the chat. I could not bother to look at it. I was 100.
But hopefully that was somewhat enlightening. It's the thing is, you play fun games, you talk about them with people afterwards. Sometimes people come on and they commiserate and they say, I hated that. And sometimes people come on and say, I'm going to speedrun that. And then, that's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, there's something that's sort of magic that happens in the first hour or so where you play a game where the learning and the mastery is at like the steepest part of the curve. You're doing so much and so much better in such a short period of time right when you fire it up. So capturing that and sort of gamifying that is a really interesting part of mystery racing. And I got to tell you, I was super worried about doing this. I had that sort of anxious ball in the pit of my stomach, sort of, oh, I can't believe I have to do this. And I feel so much better about it, having put myself out there and hopping in and just playing the game. So if you think this looks cool and that same sort of feeling has been stopping you from signing up, I cannot recommend enough that you just jump in.
I totally agree. Yeah, this is the last commentary I'm on today. Myth is going to stay with you, but yeah, Mystery Tournament's a lot of work and it's a lot of fun. A lot of work for me, like to run it, and it's so fun to see it come together. And so Mystery Tournament, a little bit of history. MTX is why we're calling this MTXX, because it's 20. MTX, MT10 was insane. They did a thing at live GDQ, and it was crazy. Like 400 people joined or something. I hope that doesn't happen again to a degree, but also be cool if it did. We're trying to make it a big one. Bring everybody back. Maybe even some of your favorite
friends.
streamers. In MTX, you had Spike, Vegeta, I Ate Your Pie. You had all sorts of people. Probably not going to get them back, but if you want to bug them enough, let's see.
If you got a friend who's like, is always so good at every game, no matter what you're playing, whether it's Mario Party or Counter-Strike, they're always the one that at the top of the scoreboard, right? Maybe let them know about this.
Or if you got a friend who just like sends you a game and you're like, where did you find this? What are you talking about? Then definitely send them our way, because that's our
because we want to see them too.
Right, yeah.
Well, links in the chat to get started with our community and our tournament. Thank you so much for having me on for this.
Yeah, thank you both
so much, Myth.
Thank you both. ID, while you're here, always appreciate all the effort you put in the mystery tournament. A lot of this wouldn't happen without you, so thank you so much. Thank you for being here, for showcasing, this exhibition match. And if anybody still has any doubts, join the Discord. You can talk around, talk with people. Even if you're not sure you want to join, you can always check out the community. Everybody is super nice. So definitely, if you have even an inkling of interest, you should check out the community and see what it's all about. And we've got the finals coming up. We're going to take a quick break, get ready for that. Just a quick reminder before we do go to that break. If you are looking to get more involved with the GDQ community, you can always join our official Games on Quick Discord. You can add the Hotfix role and stay in the loop on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more. You use !Discord in Twitch chat for an invite and more information. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes here with finals. Everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today we have the Mystery Tournament Invitational Tournament. And we were in the finals right now. I'll hand it over to our commentators, let them introduce themselves, talk a little bit about Mystery Tournament before we get into it.
Hello, welcome back. It's the grand finals. Our little showcase is over, that little pony show we put on there. The real stuff is here. I'm Mythical 9, much more comfortable in my commentary seat, and I'm joined once again by Sir Nico. Hello.
Hello, this is Sir Nico, rejoining you folks for these last couple of races here in today's Mystery Tournament mini tournament. And we've got our two of our very talented players here, Andy H. and Maurice, ready to play 2 or 3 more games for your amusement in an opportunity, a bid to win a buy in the real Mystery Tournament 20, which signups are open for now.
That's right. These two are... ID said it earlier, and I think I might be one of the people who would put these two as 1 and 2. I think Captain Drake is right there with Maurice, but it's hard to argue anyone other than Andy is our top player. He's won the dang tournament like 6 or 7 times when no one else has even won it more than twice, I think. So he really is our most storied competitor, but Maurice is able to match him in just about anything. So
yeah,
really
they're two incredibly talented racers, gone head to head quite a few times. I know Maurice, prior to his first victory in Mystery Tournament, had a couple of runs where he got very close to the end. One Mystery Tournament, I think Mystery Tournament 15, he defeated me to clinch the spot into the finals.
And then he defeated Andy in grand finals. No, Andy in 15. Andy won. Sorry, 15. Andy won Mystery Tournament, but 14. Maurice beat Captain Drake. So that was when he sort of lost his title.
Yeah. So definitely, we've got an exciting show here. These are players who are experienced in a whole lot of different genres. They have a lot of talents. So we're going to see some really top level play here, even though these players have no idea what it is they're about to experience. Doubtless, we're going to see some really clever strategies popping up on the fly as they move their way through.
Well, I'm ready to see these guys. I don't know if you got a look at the paste bin that they had that told them all the info that they need to play this game. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, so I don't want to spoil what this is just yet, but I think that this is going to be a pretty fun game. So you are an aficionado of Tetris. I know Maurice is as well. I think this is a game where a little bit of Tetris strategy may be coming in handy for the players, but in a very different way. So I think we're just waiting for the players to figure out the last couple of things. There is a little catch in this one that this game is going to give them some special abilities, and the paste bin explicitly forbids the use of that. So I think the players are just making sure, because neither of them want to be disqualified because they didn't follow the instructions they were given. So at any rate, yeah, this is a great opportunity, and I'm having a lot of fun being back here with the mystery community. ID actually reached out to me and said, "Hey, would you come here and do some commentary for this little mini tournament?" I haven't been playing in the last few, but yeah, I love this community, and this is one that I joined back in Mystery Tournament 10, and I encourage all of you to join as well. I was really nervous the first time I joined Mystery Tournament. And everybody is absolutely welcoming. They'll answer all of your questions. They'll walk you through the race, and there's no judging at any point. Everybody is welcomed equally. If you are a top tier player, or if you're just a folk who just wants to play a couple of fun games and have fun, even though you're not going to be a victor, that's fine too. We take all types, and we just want people who are going to have fun playing a huge variety of things.
Yeah, and you know what? If you are interested, but you're like, I still can't really bring myself to actually jump in and sign up for the tournament, I think a good way to get started would be to just join the Discord and just like watch the races, hang out with the community. You could join in on other people's races. That's a thing people do, especially early on in the tournament when people are really excited. You'll see lots of people joining races. I'm going to join this one for the first time, but I've been in the community. I commentated the finals for Mystery Tournament 12, I think, and I've been a part of it ever since then. So, it might take you a while to sort of feel comfortable and ease into it, but you can get there. So, on to this match. The blocks are falling.
Yeah, so this game is a little bit like Tetris. These players are going to get a lot of blocks, and their objective is they've got to stack up these blocks in order to connect all of these little dots that they see on screen. So this could seem a little bit easy at first, but as we're already noticing, physics apply. This is in fact a physics game. So
which is, it is obviously the Tetris, right? But if you actually play Tetris, you would balk at the idea of calling this Tetris. What do you mean physics? Especially Maurice, who plays NES Tetris, the idea of holding a piece, which they had to do in order to build the bridge properly, that might be sort of a foreign concept for him too. So, he might be fighting his instincts a little bit here.
Yeah, so I think the players are picking up on this very quickly. And I think we're seeing a little bit of different strategies here. We see Maurice is making very precise constructions that don't have any room for error. And we see Andy is taking advantage of the physics, if taking advantage can be the way we describe what's going on here, in order to try to bridge some gaps in a little more of a haphazard way. And right now, that seems to not be pulling him ahead. However, I think that we're probably going to see, as these levels go on, the opportunity for precision is going to start to fade. But we'll find out as we go along to see which of these strategies is going to ultimately be the victor.
Maurice on this head start. I like once your bridge is complete, you will see a yellow line sort of dance along the bridge to show you the connectivity of your bridge. You'll need to keep in mind that you need some way to get from each, I guess these are stars. I think we're building a sort of constellation. You need some way to get that line from one side to the other.
Well, the name of the game is Soul Link, which that almost suggests that this is even more metaphysical than merely stars. Maybe we're connecting
True.
The spirits of the cosmos here.
With good old Tetris blocks.
Tetris blocks,
good for something.
Tetris blocks transcend much of humanity.
We made, one of the best, most important video games in the 80s, and we're just sort of spending the rest of our time reconciling with the fact that we'll never do better.
Yeah, but I think that Tetris is a pretty high bar. It's understandable. Maybe someday somebody will figure out how to combine Tetris and grappling hooks, and then that will be the opportunity for the next stage in humanity's evolution.
Andy went for something there. He put the long bar across a gap that was just barely shorter than the bar, and it didn't work out. And Maurice has had a beautiful construction that has now begun to lean like the Tower of Pisa, and he's got to somehow connect on the other side with this.
Yeah, and this really hurt Andy that he had a bunch of blocks in place, and a couple of misapplied blocks caused this little tower to collapse, and he dropped a few blocks just completely into the infinite void of the below, which set him back because he needs to be connecting those blocks.
Maurice has lost some blocks here too. You're right. Even if your bridge is not all that amazing, all that architecturally beautiful or sound, the more stuff you have on the board, the more material, that's something that's building its way towards something and is probably making it a shorter distance for some other connection to happen. And Maurice is tired of playing this game with any sort of finesse. The blocks are falling.
Yeah, that's another fun thing. We don't have any commentary from the racers, so we can't hear what they say. But a lot of times, as you're watching the race, you can discern what the player's mindset is by what's happening. And I think here is a little bit of an expression of frustration on Maurice's side. We got to restart here. Maurice is not happy with what happened here and has decided to just begin again from a pristine standpoint. In kind of a reversal of fortunes here, we see Andy is starting to be the more precise of the players, very cautiously building this bridge, and that's working out for him. That has cleared that stage, and now he is pulled ahead of Maurice. But we're still early on in this race. We've got a lot of time left, so it's plenty of opportunities for the fortunes to reverse.
So it's tough. It's easy to build up. It's tough to build out is what I'm really appreciating from how Maurice is going right now. He's going to get a lean here, and it's maybe going to hold. It's good. Okay.
There we go. All right. Yeah, this next level is starting you off right away with this incredibly tenuous construction in the middle.
That's going to work.
Yeah, it's gonna work, but he's still gotta attach it at the end at some point. There we go.
So Tetris has the concept of a tuck, right? All these little nooks here, you can sort of tuck a piece around and into the nook and fill it out. And I can't tell. I want them to tuck it sometimes, and I'm like, do it. But look, Andy just did, and it caused a complete collapse. So clearly, it's not as simple as just sticking, a long thing into a little hole and hoping it's going to bridge everything.
Yeah, that's a really alien concept to somebody who has played a lot of Tetris. Because in Tetris, it's as long as you got that one little piece in there, you're locked in, you're golden. And in this one, no, you've got to think about it. That would work in Tetris, but that's not going to work here. And I suspect the players are feeling a little bit of fear too. Like they've got that construction that's just dangling out into space, and they are absolutely terrified that they're going to put just a little bit too much pressure there, that proverbial straw that broke the camel's back is going to collapse it and then kind of set them back to the beginning of the stage, and they do not want to see that.
There are some parts of the level that are fixed, though. Anything you haven't dropped yourself. Well, no, I think there are loose blocks that are also there at the start of the level, but some of these things are fixed. And if you stick something in there, then like actual Tetris, it will lock in and be quite stable. And both players have used that to sort of help the start of this bridge, but just getting the last little bit to finish it for Maurice here. He's having to put a lot of blocks down, and Andy's already done.
Yeah, and these levels are getting complex in a hurry. I mean, sometimes you have mystery races where you'll spend the first 30 minutes of the race on almost tutorial stages, and this does not seem like that kind of a race. The stage that Maurice is on is quite a lengthy one.
What a save from Maurice to stop this bridge. He was able to go over to the left and replace the part that had fallen. You are able to work on the entire level at once. We saw Andy noticed that there was a second part of the level and was sort of simultaneously, whenever a block looked good for the right side, he would put it on the right side, and when it was good on the left, he would put it there. And that's a good way to make sure that you're making use of whatever piece comes your way.
Yeah, I think, I'm going off of recollection, I think Maurice has actually programmed a Tetris game like this, a physics Tetris game. So I feel like this is almost sort of a karmic punishment for him in a way.
Yeah, if you've seen that one Game Boy Tetris that had the blocks freely rotating and, physicsing around, it was Maurice that made that. I found out live while I was commentating with him. I was like, "Oh, have you heard of that one Tetris thing?" And he's like, "The one I made?" And I'm like, No, it's like Game Boy style. And he's like, "Yeah, that's the one I made." And I'm like, "What?" He did. Now here he is having to battle with his demons.
Yeah, and these are really long levels. Like, we started off, those first few levels were really basic, and this is expanded really fast. Like, suddenly we're having these constructions where they need like 100 pieces to build. Andy's already put 40 pieces here, although half of them seem to have fallen into an infinite void.
Oh my God, that entire tower on the left is teetering, and there is still so much left to do to bridge it on the left. You know what? I think he's setting up for a teeter here.
I think that's a deliberate idea, that they can build something that's very solid vertically, and that's not that challenging. And then just when it gets high enough, they can tilt it over and hope that it's structurally sound enough. Which I like that idea.
Bash apart on the rocks.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of verticals on the left side that if that falls over, those could fall out, and those seem like structural components. Ow!
Not working out, whereas Maurice has a very rigid structure on the left that is worked out. I mean, it is joined by one tenuous little L piece, but he's content to leave that. It looks like it's going to hold quite well as he begins to work on the right side.
Yeah, just get that stable and then don't touch it. Don't even whisper too loud that your microphone might pick up and fall over.
Look at this tuck from Maurice. That's going to be a very stable piece. It's locked into the level geometry that is immoving.
That's got to feel so good. That's got to feel so good when you drop that one little piece and it tips just into the right spot to finish it off. That feels good.
Andy's collapsed mess in the middle does not feel good, I am sure. At some point, he's got to think about restarting to get a nice flat base here, because this could be bad.
At a certain point, you don't even have someplace that you can build off of. You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, it all just slides away. It's just a big pile.
Oh my goodness, this is Maurice building on a seesaw?
Oh my goodness.
This is escalating in ways that I would not have anticipated.
We have a couple different tags that testers give to games that are submitted. And things like, this you need to have color vision for this, you need to not be photosensitive for that. And we have one that we call late rounds only, which is when a game just is difficult or tricky or something, and it just feels like if a new player gets this game, they're gonna have a bad time. And this game is quickly becoming something I would put that tag on. This is hard.
Oh, it's funny sometimes if they move a piece to the side and they clip a wall, the piece will activate and just take a tumble. That's got to feel bad too.
Andy's pile has quickly become a miraculous sort of double bridge here. He's just putting stuff and hoping it falls the right way. Here it goes. No good. No good at all. It's all coming down.
Oh, wait. No. Oh, the left side.
The pile... it's gone. You're right, though. I was wondering if it would wedge in on the sides, and then you could just literally pile it all up.
Yeah, so I think this is probably one of the major genres of Mystery Tournament, the physics game, where the laws of physics certainly exist, but they may not quite be the same laws of physics that you and I are used to. And it keeps trying to balance things on this little stud on the left and realizes, no, that does not work. The center of gravity is just not in the right spot.
Is going to go for a tuck, and it looks like if you're building rigidly and you're connected to the something that is the base level, that rigid geometry, it looks like your other pieces can hold quite nicely.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, all right. I like this. Andy is building a much more structurally sound device here. It seems like these blocks, these U-shaped blocks and these Y-shaped blocks, are particularly valuable just because you can tuck them into a slot and they fit very neatly.
Oh, Maurice's block is nudging the anchor, but it just has enough stability to hold. This is the level that Andy's on, and then 2 more levels Maurice has under his belt right now.
Yeah, so Maurice is starting to pull ahead, although Andy just cleared the previous level, is on the seesaw. So yeah, I think Andy is realizing that these Y-shaped blocks are an incredibly precious resource and is making good use of them, locking in pieces where he can.
Do we even... I'm looking... So there are these points where you need to connect with the bridge, and I don't actually see anything on the right side that is like a goal we need to head towards, but maybe we do.
I think it's just these big glowing pieces. Like for Andy, it's the left, the right, and I think the seesaw has a little bit of dots to it. So it looks like maybe that's it. Who knows? Maybe they only need to go from the left to the right. You might have a level where suddenly taking a guess on that could decide a race, give you a shortcut.
Yeah. Maurice is onto a far more traditional looking level. You need to just stack up, I guess.
Yeah, so
the detection seems fuzzy enough that if you have some holes in a big pile of pieces like this, I think it's going to find a way to snake a path through this stuff.
Oh, and I like what Maurice is doing here to drop blocks faster. He's just touching the top of the field so that it loses control, and then it gives him another block more quickly. That's a clever move by Maurice. Although now he's got a gigantic pile of just garbage. And this level is particularly constructed. It's got that deliberate hole on the right side for the pieces to just fall out. Whoever designed this game is clearly a sadist who knew their art.
This unintentional, beautiful slope Maurice built was the perfect thing to have your pieces slide out. But a pixel perfect straight up tower on the right side is going to be able to close that level out.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe Andy will pick up on that when he gets over to that level and realizes that that's the bare minimum he needs to do. Because again, in Mystery Tournament, we're not going for high scores. We're not going for beauty. We're going for brute force. Whatever gets you out of the level fastest is almost always your best option. And it is fascinating to see when players come up with unorthodox ways to make that happen.
Andy's looking for the quick finish here, but holding the bridge while the anchor is swaying it seems like he needs to have something a little more stable built out on one side or the other. And then you can do one of those, ham-fisted, rickety connections on one side and know that the other side is going to stay stable.
Yeah, so we see Maurice is building up here. This is a very unstable tower, and I think he's realizing the higher he gets, one false piece will cause this to just collapse. I think Andy really made an error when he started not using a U-shaped piece to clip onto those very narrow edges of the anchor. Oh wait, maybe. Oh, good enough. Good enough gets Andy onto the ship.
That was a pretty good clear on the anchor level, but Maurice is not making any mistakes, and if he keeps this up, we're going to need to see more than pretty good from Andy to close the gap, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this a couple of times through the races today, that Maurice kind of running away with his matches, that once he gets locked in, he figures out his strategy, he can just perform.
He really is one of the best. He's doing really good. Is a little bit shaky on the left there, but as long as he keeps building solid, like, okay, I don't even know why that fell. That looked completely lined up to me, but it's caused quite a problem here. Is it going to solve itself? It looks like maybe it's okay.
Yeah, just keeps stabilizing the path. It's fun. You can see Maurice realizing, I need to slow down, and I actually need to make sure I've got this structurally stable. Meanwhile, we've got an ecological disaster of sorts going on Andy's side. I don't know what these blocks are made of, but they're probably not safe for the environment. So
they manifest out of some kind of cosmic hole. There's no way that these oceans are going to support life.
But he's making a stack, trying to clip there, because it's not even enough to know where you want it to be. You've also, Andy trying to bridge that gap, a little bit too big for that.
Oh, and he's going to lose the stuff he's made.
Oh, that's got to be heartbreaking. So again, these players, they don't know where each other are. So a frequent thing I think you'll see in a race is that as you make a mistake, as you recognizably lose some progress, you drop some pieces into the drink, you take a death on a level, that starts to raise your hackles. You start to feel like, did my opponent do that on the first try? Was that mistake only me? And that can start to put some stress on you. And that's a major technique in the mystery tournament, that not only do you need to play consistently with your skill level, but also you need to sort of temper your attitude. That you gotta continue to play well. Otherwise, you might make some mistakes, like we saw early on. Maurice just dumping some blocks in a pile, instead of calmly looking at the situation and keeping it under control.
Maurice is fully weighing down this suspension block. You can't even tell that that's what it is right now if you look over. But there's a lot of elastic force pulling upwards on all of these blocks, and they're now perfectly wedged in. So no, it is teetering. So I was about to say that force is going to make it very stable, and it appears to be doing the opposite right now.
And I think Andy has placed so many blocks on this boat that it is beginning to sink. So another thing we see on Andy's side, he spent so much time on the left side here building this contraption to hold things up. And then as soon as he finished that, he went to start to work on the right side, and his left side collapsed. So there's almost an element of, I think you get something that's mostly stable, and when you're ready for the unstable bits, maybe save that for last, under the idea that, okay, it only needs to last a few seconds to win. You don't need something that's going to stay stable. It's just got to stay stable long enough.
Yeah, I have not got a good read on exactly how long and how forgiving it is. It does seem quite forgiving, and it seems like it doesn't need to stay that long. But it's not going to be like a snapshot moment in time, 3 blocks are literally falling. But at that moment, it's a connection, right? It is going to have to hold for just a little bit. Oh no, Andy lost his right side, and he's going to go ahead and reset, whereas Maurice has been building strong, moving really smoothly through the levels. He seems to understand the value of connectedness, like, stacking up good Tetris leaves you with a quite stable structure, and increasingly as the levels get harder, that's necessary. It's not just a good thing. It seems you're not going to skate by on something rickety.
Yeah, so Bright Shadow in the chat saying the plus piece is a terrible base. I think once you see that plus piece, I just dunk that straight into the void. Don't even bother building that. Don't try to use that. Just say, I can do better.
Well, it has a useful shape if you're tucking it into one of these little nooks. I've seen it used to great effect in that way. But you're right. As a base, it's toxic. You need to distance yourself from that thing.
It looks like the players might have a button here that they can use to just banish a block, because I've seen a few of them that just appear and then they just push a button and they go away.
The top left is like a hold piece. So if there's something you don't like, you can stick it in the top left and switch it for the block that's in there. This is a classic newfangled Tetris mechanic.
And so I did mention at the beginning, the pace spin does mention there's a forced tutorial at some point that gives the players some powers. So there's also maybe these players are playing this game maybe a little bit more difficult than they're intended to. I think the way it's designed is supposed to be these glowing little coins will give them power points. And that they can use that, and the pace spin has made it explicit to the players that you don't get to use those. You're going to play with what you got. So it looks like Andy is picking up here on the strategy that Maurice ended up with at the end, realizing that he only needs to stack up on this right side. That as long as he gets that connected, he's golden.
This could be it even.
Oh,
there it is.
Good,
yeah, so nicely done.
Extremely well done. That's the sort of thing we're going to need to see if Andy's going to want to catch up to Maurice in this first game. Again, reminder, best of 3. So even if Maurice does run away with this, it is not over. We'll be playing at least one more game.
Yeah, so we see here Andy doing the same strategy that Maurice came up with of simply dropping blocks as quickly as possible to just fill up space. I guess not a bad strategy. It's just what are you going to end up with at the end?
I'm surprised Maurice is continuing. Oh, no, wait. The level starts tilted. Never mind. I was like, he's off to a bad start here. He's all at an angle. But no, the start is at an angle.
And that's absolutely diabolical. The sort of absolutely tiny little element of just being on a slight tilt to start the level. That's a Hempuli level sort of troll to start a level on.
Yeah, developer of Baba Is You and a number of smaller, interesting projects who's been working closely with our community, actually. If you like Baba Is You, you'll find the developer posting all kinds of cool projects he's working on in our Discord server.
Yeah, in fact, a couple of games have premiered on the Mystery Funhouse channel. So if you join our Discord, you may have an opportunity to see a couple of Hempuli originals exposed to the wild there. And yes, Bohemico asking in the chat, this is game 1 of possibly 3. We're going to play until we have 2 victories. So that could be another 1 or even 2 games.
I'm liking Andy's much more rigid, stable approach. Of course, he's going to try to cheese it at the end here. Maybe no, not even. He is, he has to go higher, I guess is the thing. So
yeah,
smart of him to realize, no, he is going to just bridge that and go for it. Here we
it's holding. It's holding.
Okay, I think he's just going to pile on the blocks here. It's either going to be a brilliant quick finish or it's going to be a disaster. But honestly, if you know you're behind, not that you know you're behind, but if you feel you're behind, maybe making that sort of play is the sort of thing that makes more sense.
Oh, big loss there for Andy. Unfortunately, going to have to rebuild that. Although luckily he's got a pretty stable base here, so that's not too big of a loss.
Accidentally touched that piece and dropped it in a strange way, and now it's just there in his life. Whereas Maurice has been building up a nice, stable structure here on this level.
But all he needs is just one piece to tilt a little bit, and then it all starts to go south. Oh, wait.
Ooh, very strong finish from Maurice there.
Okay.
You know, there's a mathematical concept that I cannot remember what it's called, but like if you put a brick, halfway off a table, it'll fall, right? So you scooch it back a little bit and it's stable. And then if you put another brick on top of it, it'll fall. But you could, move the first one in a little more, and then the second one can stick out, and it'll stick out even further. And then there's a shape to the mathematical arch that will allow you to eventually have a brick floating completely off the table. But
so despite what Mythical 9 has said here, you do not in fact need an engineering degree to join Mystery Tournament. It can just help.
Look, I don't even know the name of it, right? I'm probably getting most of the info wrong. But the shape of it is very tall. You have to do a lot of bricks placed, just a little bit further and a little bit further before you can even get one brick widths out from a table. So the bridges that these players are having to make of like 4 or 5 blocks, Like, you can't just pile stuff on and have it lean and eventually connect. You're going to need a gigantically tall arch to do that. So more and more of the players are seeking these sorts of rigid constructions that can stand up here.
All right, so suddenly Maurice is playing a very... Yeah, this is a very... Is
in a gravitational hole.
IDs?
Oh my god, he is done. 27:08 is the official SRL time. Apologies, everyone.
Oh,
when you don't know the game, this happens sometimes. You get talking about math, some stupid tower with bricks hanging off the table. The player goes ahead and finishes the dang goal.
But I think Andy is probably going to finish this one out for the fans. Andy is a well-known aficionado of you, the wonderful folks in the chat room. So we're going to make sure that you get your nickel's worth of entertainment here tonight on the Games Done Quick channel.
It's also really good for confidence. You know, you don't want to have to forfeit the first match if you can sort of tough it out and finish and know, like, oh, I was only this far behind or whatever. That can matter going into the next game.
Yeah, I'm definitely a sort of, I like to finish every single race, but there's so many different racers that they do have different attitudes. Some folks like our good friend Nighty never forfeit a single race ever. And I think Maurice is one who is absolutely of the attitude of, when the race is over, just go ahead and quit and just save your sanity for the next match.
I think
it looks like that's what Andy's gone ahead and done here.
Yeah.
At least for me, I tend to try to play. If it's a fun game, I'll play it out. If I am tilted, the instant that dot appears on screen, I vault that forward.
Yeah, it's all about fun, right? If you're not having fun anymore, that's fine.
And there's a lot of games that we'll play that we're only going to scratch the surface. Like you see here, Maurice is already on a new world where these blocks are ignoring the laws of gravity. So, and of course, the players have gone through. They didn't collect any of these little soul pips or whatever they might be called. So there's a whole lot more game here. So I wouldn't be terribly surprised if this was one that Maurice thought was fun enough that later, when he's offline, he might play this just for his own amusement.
It looked extremely cool, especially the gravity mix up there. It makes you wonder just what else is going to be coming later on. Well, if you want to see it, you'll have to track down the game yourself. But for now, we're going to move on to game 2, which maybe requires a break in between.
It looks like we haven't started setting up the next one. So yeah, let's take a quick break just so we can make sure everybody's got time to set up. Let's see. Yeah, so we've got more games coming up. Obviously, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to get ready for the next game. Just a quick reminder for you all. If you are enjoying the show, obviously, go join Mystery Tournament. But if you're enjoying, this community showcase that GDQ is, showing, we're showing you some of the different speedrunning communities. We do put on shows like this a lot, and it is in part due to your support through subscriptions, gift subs, bitch cheered. It does help keep the hotfix going. So if you've been enjoying the stream, consider subscribing for exclusive emotes after viewing and access to chat during replays. You can also always support the stream by sharing GDQ with your friends, anybody who might enjoy it, and it will help us keep showcasing some of the smaller communities that are, either in speedrunning or speedrunning adjacent. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more MT in just a few seconds here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. Today we have our Mystery Tournament Invitational. We've got the Mystery Tournament crowd over here. They're running an invitational tournament to promote joining MTX20 or MT20XX. You two want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, this is our annual mystery tournament. This is a tournament where folks are going to be playing a huge variety of games that they have never played before. So this is an opportunity for them to sort of stretch their gaming wings with a variety of platforms. We'll see action games, we'll see puzzle games, we'll see racing games. But the reason we're doing this is, of course, this is open to everybody. And we're inviting all of you to join us here on the Mystery Discord and to sign up for Mystery Tournament 20 and play some games along with us.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning that we have a pretty flexible schedule. Like, rounds will be like, 1 or 2 weeks, and you just need to play your one match in that 2 weeks, So if you can free up one weekend in that 2-week period, then you'll be able to commit to playing to the tournament.
Yeah, lots of flexibility. If you have difficulty scheduling, we can do asynchronous matches. And of course, we mentioned before, a lot of opportunities for accessibility as well. Even if you feel like there's some genres that you're unable to play for various reasons, we're able to work with you. You have difficulty operating a mouse because of maybe an injury with your hand, we can work with that. Color blindness, we will make sure that you don't get games where that would be a handicap. So we do everything we can to make sure that you're able to have fun with us in the Mystery Tournament, and just encourage you to play along with us. We want everybody at all skill levels.
That's right. Links in the chat if you want to join. Our attention turns back now to our finals here in our Invitational. Maurice is up 1 game in this best of 3, so it is do or die for Andy. If you want to see a Game 3, if you want to see some more Mystery Tournament, you're going to be rooting for Andy on this one.
Yeah, let's cheer on Andy, give him some energy, because we want to see what we've got cooked up, because none of us, not me, not Myth, not anybody in the planning, knows what game is going to come after this. This is all off the cuff. We're all learning as we go along, and so we love surprises here in the mystery community. We love seeing new things. We love being exposed to new and unusual games. We got a physics Tetris game before. Who knows what this is coming up next?
We hit golf. We hit lawnmower of a sorts by painting all the tiles in our exhibition game. What else have we played?
We had a racing game came up.
Hit a platformer.
Yeah, so just we're hitting all sorts of different genres. So and you never know. Sometimes you may be just a sort of an average gamer across the a whole wide variety of genres, and that may be enough to score a victory. Sometimes you may wind up getting a survival horror racing game, and you realize that's your jam, and that might be enough for you to clinch out a victory against an opponent that you didn't expect.
I've given them the signal. The Rube Goldberg machine has started. The ball has been knocked down. It's rolling down a track, and it's bumped into a thing with an arm, and the arm is now rotating, and it's knocked a slot car, and it's going. And eventually, the right things are going to get switched to start this race.
In the meantime, make sure you follow those links. We do more than just Mystery Tournament in the mystery community. We do a lot of races for fun. Like we've talked about recently, the Steam Next Fest is going on. We've had a lot of folks find fun games in the Next Fest that they say, hey, here's a game that I think is fun. Let's all play this together. Just doing sort of fun exhibition races. I've mentioned before, we have a role-playing game book club. So if you're into that sort of game, instead of all these Twitch action games, we play an RPG every month, and then we talk about that. And maybe you just have some kind of an idea for a game that you want to play, that you said, this is a game I enjoy, and I just want some people to play with me. We're open to that. Just come on in, jump into the Blind Racing channel and say, hey, would somebody like to play this with me? And you will almost certainly get half a dozen folks who say, yeah, I'd love to play. So yeah, it's a very fun community for people who just like to play a large variety of games in a whole bunch of different environments. And it looks like our racers have readied up, and our race should be starting any second now. And we're going to find out what our game is. Today's game is This Is No Cave.
Very doesn't really tell you much about what you're going to be seeing, I think, by a game like that. But the controls certainly say a lot. Left click to launch towards mouse, and right click to grapple towards grapple points.
Oh, the grapple game, another critical element of the mystery community. All right, so we're already seeing here Maurice moving a little bit too quickly here and takes what appears to be a death, whereas Andy takes a little safer, but it looks like Maurice is already caught up. I think some folks had mentioned before, Maurice is a little bit known for his talent with a mouse, so he may have some opportunities here to express this skill set and be able to pull ahead.
Yeah, I mean, all the players we invited here today are among our best, so they're very good at just about everything. But they definitely have their wheelhouses, and I'm sure Andy was not thrilled to see that he was going to be playing this sort of mouse precision sort of game against Maurice. But he's playing really well, clicking the heck out of this mouse. If there's a repeatable action you can do to go faster, Andy is quite good at pressing the buttons to make it happen.
Or even honking his horn. Although we say this, but it looks like Maurice managed to take a late-level death here and unfortunately had to restart the stage, and that's pretty costly. So that has Andy already up half a stage. This is a big element in a lot of mystery games, is recognizing what is going to be costly and where you need to take risks or where you need to slow down. And sometimes it pays off to go fast and to play loose, and other times it pays off to simply slow down, take it steady, and by not taking any losses, you can pull ahead.
Yeah, another death to a little piece of rock jutting out from the ceiling, unfortunately for Maurice. Things working out a little bit better for Andy overall, who is, not only is he not dying, he doesn't really seem to be going all that slowly, He's not afraid to press this button in moments where he feels like he can get away with some speed.
Yeah, so I think the slow and steady approach here by Andy is really paying off so far. Looks like they can only afford a couple of bumps with these exposed rocks before they have to restore to a checkpoint. Be careful there, Andy. Be careful.
There's a little dot in the bottom left corner of the screen, and I think it's health. I think, you can take one hit, and now it's gone for Andy.
And Andy is being really cautious about some of these platforms. Some of these platforms are a little bit ambiguous. Like, can you walk off the edge of this platform? Do you have to leap off the edge? And so Andy is taking it cautious there. That may or may not be the right move. But the important thing is just not taking deaths, because some of these stages look like they have a little bit of length to them, and that if you take a death, you have to repeat to a checkpoint, and that's just costing you time.
Yep. The players are now at the same checkpoint. Andy's seen a little more of the terrain here, but Maurice is navigating it really well first try here.
Yeah.
Whoa, careful.
Yeah, so like we saw in the exhibition race that of Vivid Lope, that there was a lot of damage boosting to get through levels, and this game doesn't seem like it supports damage boosting. If you take a hit, you're going to start over.
Yeah, I think even if these players had an opportunity to be like, oh, you know what, I can spend health in this way, they would be very hesitant to do that because it's just a difficult, punishing game. So you really would prefer just to have that buffer from that big time loss.
And now the game is introducing grappling hooks. Grappling hooks are a major element of Mystery Tournament. We see a lot of grapple games. I want to say my first top 8 career ended with a very grueling grapple game. So that is one that you can expect if you make it to the upper echelons of the Mystery Tournament, that you're going to be asked to grapple a couple of times.
Yeah, there's just something about it that it's just very video gamey. And there's usually some higher amount of expression of skill than, running and jumping on a platform.
And there's so many different ways to combine it and things too, that there's this whole element of, carefully maintaining your physics and feeling that just that proper point that you want to release that grappling hook so that you get the right swing. And then you can also combine it with so many things. Whether are you collecting items when you do it? Are you dodging enemies? Are you shooting targets? There's just a huge variety of ways that a grappling hook can be combined. It is only a matter of time before inevitably we see the combination grappling hook lawnmower game. And I am so excited for the day when technology advances sufficiently to make that happen.
So you have this option to pull yourself towards the grapple point. I think you can sort of reel it in. Andy's been willing to do this quite a lot, whereas Maurice has been more about releasing and attaching the grappling hook to sort of feather his arc through the air. And I think these are, both equally valid approaches. I think Maurice is using experience from other grapple games where you don't have this option to reel in.
Yeah, I was going to say, Maurice's gameplay seems reminiscent of the game Speedrunners to me.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, but no, he's definitely has to make use of the new mechanics now. That grapple point is down on the ground, so you need to sort of use it as a pivot down there and pull yourself upwards towards this wall.
Yeah, I think there's an element in a lot of these games that you as you're playing in these mystery games, you want to try to figure out what is it that the developer expects me to do, and figure that out. And I really like what Maurice is doing here, realizing that rather than complicated arcs, just see a grapple point and just zoom in on it. And that gives him just a very precise, straight line that feels really good. Until he rams into a rock and explodes.
So I'm trying to calculate how much of a lead Maurice has here. It's not too much, but we are a little bit early on in the race, so it's the sort of lead that is hard to obtain this early, I think. And okay, maybe this is Andy starting this same level.
I think they're on the same level. So if Andy is able to figure this level out a little more quickly, maybe able to pull ahead of Maurice. Although this is getting finicky in a hurry. Lots of grapple points, and you can home in on them, and you can arc around them. So right now, this is anybody's race. Anybody's race.
So you can launch yourself in the air with the right clicks the way that they've been doing, right? Pop, 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 those little bursts of speed coming out from behind them. If you are grappled somewhere and you use that, the physics of the rope and the physics of the force you're adding with the button, Andy, by the way, launching through to the end of the stage, is Maurice also able to do it, going down low and then hooking back up? Very good from both players. The point I was making was if you are using the rope and you add that boost, the physics of both things are coming into play, and that's what's letting them take these wild arcs through these levels.
Yeah, so I think this is an especially good game for showcasing players of this skill level, because this looks like a very high skill ceiling game, and it's a lot of fun as we move along, as we see what the players are learning. That we can see the evolution in their technique as they play through, as they they kind of digest these new modes of movement that they have at their disposal, and after a little period of experimentation, they're suddenly realizing how they can do it. They're getting down there Maurice was just sort of hovering in place trying to figure that out. But
well, the fact that he had the skill to hover in place is impressive in its own right, and you could see him sort of working out in real time, like exactly how am I able to move my guy in this situation.
Yeah, and even though he didn't save himself, every moment that he's sort of interacting with the game, his skills are just gradually increasing. Sort of a mystery tournament, mystery dungeon, where his skills have started off as 0 for a new game, but he's rapidly climbing the ranks of talent with every movement.
So Andy's at the end of this level too. This same moment, this went tricky for Maurice. Andy's stuck on the ceiling. He is able to launch himself for a quick finish. He's about half a stage behind Maurice.
Yeah, which, as we saw, that if Maurice gets caught with some new element, like what on earth is going on here? We've got bouncing blues, whatever these are. At any given point, a new element could be introduced that one or the other player just struggles with. Oh, here we go. Both players just starting the level over at the same time.
This is maybe the closest the race has been since the very start of it. Ooh, Andy just missing the whatever this is. It looks kind of like a flower to me, but maybe it's a little more strange than that. But this blue launcher, you really gotta. It looks big, you know. It looks like you should be able to hit it basically anywhere. Oh, and you can even come in from the side or behind it.
Yeah, it's not clear to me. It seems like sometimes the players are starting from a checkpoint, and sometimes they aren't. I'm not sure if the checkpoints hold indefinitely.
Wait, yeah, you're right. Maurice has a checkpoint right now. Andy doesn't. If you use the checkpoint, does it like go away?
Ooh, that feels kind of cruel.
Yeah.
And 4-H did use the checkpoint, so I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I saw where it should have been and didn't see it on the second attempt. So maybe that's what's going on here.
I think we'll figure out as we continue on. So Andy is got a very small lead here. These corridors are getting ever narrower. The number of interactable objects is growing exponentially.
All right, a little bit of an auto scroller here. You just know at some point you're going to have to do something.
Yeah.
Oh.
But maybe not. But maybe not. But maybe you do.
Maybe that's just the trick. The trick is to tempt you to not sabotage yourself.
Oh, the trust. Andy trusted. He was like, I'm not going to do anything, right? This is just trying to bait you to click and send yourself off course, right? You need to have the patience and you need to be...
But no auto scroller here. Now it's back to clicking his way to victory. Oh, all right. Saves it.
Gets a checkpoint. Maurice done the auto scroller now. Just
and now
a little bit behind Andy.
Now to the manual scroller.
We like our manual scrollers in Mystery Tournament.
Yeah, auto scroller is is one of the things that we sometimes evaluate for. Sometimes you'll get a game where it's just if the players have a modicum of skill that it's basically both players play the same game, and we try to filter for those as well. We do want games where the players have the ability to actually interact with the game and make it go faster.
It does look like the checkpoint is a consumable, because N4H made it to the midpoint, died, and then died again and had to restart.
All right.
He's just before what I think was the end of the level has died, but he still has a checkpoint, same as Andy, so it's like do or die for this level, and Andy has died. Maurice... No, they both have a checkpoint. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so they're neck and neck right now. We're going to see what happens. Something's going on with the checkpoints. It's probably a game mechanic that we're just not familiar with.
Probably they know, right? Probably these guys have figured this out right away.
And Andy falls for the same trick. You feel like, oh, I just want to go a little faster. And you realize, no, that wasn't enough. You really needed that jump fungus, whatever these these cyan creatures are.
Maurice was able to use the ones at the end of the level to sort of negotiate his position in the narrow tunnel to get to the end. Here's Andy's chance. Is it good? It is.
It's good enough. Gets through. So this is still a close race, but with every moment that passes, we're getting closer to that level 25 goal. Both players on level 15 now, according to the UI in the corner. So they still have another 10 levels. Another element here is, of course, as we get further into the race, the players have less and less confidence of how they're doing relative to their opponent. And again, that can cause them to play differently, just based off of whether they perceive themselves to be ahead or behind, whether they think that they have to take riskier strats or whether they need to take more conservative strats.
Andy learning the lesson here of hitting the jellyfish wall on a rope to reverse the direction of the rotation. Maurice sort of magically navigated around that overhang without that move. I think he's going to see it now, though. Yeah, okay, so Andy's not going to have a sort of information or technique advantage here, but he is going to have a little bit of a lead for doing it first.
Oh, these levels are starting to get huge.
That's a grapple point up there. Waits to hit the jellyfish.
Nicely done by Andy. Just very, very cleverly using that his control over these grapple points to move him in just the way he wants to go. There's not a huge variety to the type of obstacles that the players see. This is doing a very good job of introducing these elements and then just asking the players to interact with the same elements in new ways. And so that's a really good opportunity for the players to just show off their skill levels as they master their ability to manipulate these grapple points.
Oh, Andy still had health there. I didn't think he did, but I guess maybe he hit a checkpoint to refill it, and he was able to bounce off the rocks and into the finish, and that is going to put him more than a full stage ahead of Maurice.
Yeah, level 17 versus level 15 now. Of course, now we've got some kind of a new element here. What on earth is this exploding something or other that Andy has encountered?
Gas clouds slow you down, explode, something. Not enough time to stop and read this thing the way that the developers probably planned on you doing. This is a race, so this happens sometimes, like when I was in my exhibition match, skipping past all of the many tutorials at the start of each level. You deny yourself information, but you gain time.
Yeah, and so there's an element there of, do I think that this game is going to be structured in a way that I can figure it out on the fly? Because sometimes just a minor piece of information can help you out. Although generally speaking, we will try to use the pace spin as an opportunity to warn players of something particularly important. If there's a game mechanic that makes a huge difference if you manage to miss it. One of the many things that our testers for the mystery tournament do for us is to sort of troubleshoot what are these things that a player is going to miss. It's just going to make the race not any fun.
Oh, Maurice at the very end of the level. Andy first tried this section. I thought Maurice was going to follow suit, but he just barely couldn't quite correct. And that's going to mean Andy holds on to this lead. He's moving pretty well through the first part of this stage.
Yeah, so right now, if the players continue at this pace, we may be on track to enjoy a game 3. Oh, Andy threading the needle, threading the needle of death.
Yeah, I can't tell if it was between the hitboxes for the launchers or if he literally was going so fast that he was like skipping over the detection, was on one side of it on one frame and then very next game frame on the other side of it. I'm not sure, but has sort of rectified that mistake now.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me to see how the players went from sort of unease with these grapple points to now it seems like a grapple point is basically free reign that they can manipulate their physics matrix style as soon as they see one of those.
Oh, Andy, it needs more boost. He's out.
Flew too close to the sun.
Yeah, if there's an opportunity to, hit 17 boosters in a row and send yourself flying somewhere, Andy's the sort of player who's at least going to give that a go and see how it works out. Didn't quite work out.
Yeah, this whole section he keeps accelerating and he just needs to make sure that he catches that last one. Oh my goodness. All right. Slide finish.
Maurice approaching a series of these explosive gas cloud things. This is the end of the level here. I think his next level is the one Andy just finished.
Maurice is on 18 and 4H is on 20.
Oh, yeah, right. So, there's a whole other level in between.
So a healthy full level lead for Andy.
Climbing up. Very meticulously calculated.
Yeah, this is a particularly good mystery race because I like how it keeps alternating between levels that are rewarding fast, kind of crazy play, and then some of these more meticulous levels where the players are rewarded to take it easy. All right.
Come on now. How do you launch yourself down that past all those different interactable things and then just hit the last one and perfectly send yourself into the sequence to finish the level? That's just one of those things that I don't know how they do it, but well done by Andy.
Yeah. Maurice not threading the needle of death, but instead just plowing headfirst into a rock formation of this not a cave.
Oh no, Andy missed the thing. Wait, he saves himself off the wall. Okay, and then there's a checkpoint.
Yeah, sometimes that's another major mystery skill to recognize when do you spend the time and effort to try to save yourself, and when do you just accept oblivion and restore to checkpoint.
Maurice did not accept oblivion at the end of the stage, held on and crossed the line. Very important to not lose right at the finish line, right? Those deaths are the ones that cost you the most.
Yeah, so if Maurice can pull a couple of these levels one try, Andy's struggling a little bit here on this checkpoint on 21. A couple of one-try navigations of these checkpoints, and Maurice may be able to pull back into the lead.
Ooh, Maurice just barely getting into the radius of the explosive gas cloud. He needs just a little more juice, and he doesn't have it.
Just not enough. This has got some really floaty physics to it, and so there's a lot of situations where you'll play a game and you'll say like, oh, that's impossible. This game has a lot of maybe in it that makes just for fascinating thought processes for our racers.
Andy threw a long jellyfish sequence up and out the top. This is having the feeling of like a finale here. We have 25 levels. Andy has just finished 21, so we have 4 to go.
And Maurice just clearing level 19, so not gaining, but not losing any ground against Andy.
Yeah, which is like a good place to be when you're on levels 4 and 6. But now that you're on 20 and 22 and there's only so much race left, this is becoming increasingly a bad spot for Maurice to be in.
Yeah, and again, players have no idea where each other are, so they could have anything in mind. They might, Maurice might think, I have a comfy lead. I haven't been doing too badly. Andy might be thinking, oh my goodness, I feel like I'm losing ground. Maybe I got to bust out the real strats now.
Well, what a launch, and then a save from Andy on the grapple point. Oh, wow, Andy was about to finish the level, but just had a little more, falling. The drop-off of the bullet was a little drastic there.
Maurice making it to the end of the level. Almost had a little mistake there, but managed to pull it back. A little twirl of frustration on the mouse. Maurice having to redo that grapple point.
And 4H is important. Definitely taking the I know the level, so I'm going to go hard on it. He actually messed up and had to redo it because of that.
Yeah. And he also died in the same way at the end of the level twice in a row, which is the sort of thing that really separates a good mystery player, I think, is their ability to learn from their mistake the first time.
Not me. That's never me.
Not me.
Yeah. As long as you're not getting caught by the same thing twice, you're gonna steadily move through the game, and then all you need to do is learn better. There's something about the way how Andy grabs a grapple point and then immediately denies the laws of physics by going in just the direction that he chooses at any given moment.
He is so good. Maurice is more willing to let the rope do the work, and he'll work around that. And Andy just is really comfortable with boosting on the rope to go in the direction he wants to go.
So what do you think, Myth? Do you think that this game could stand alongside Dust Force as a pillar of the speedrunning community?
I mean, it's pretty cool. I can't hear the music, unfortunately. That's a big factor, I think. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely the sort of game that will have, at the very least, a very niche, very dedicated community around it.
See some individual level speedruns going on.
Yeah. Get a leaderboard in the game, maybe, if it's not there.
And he ignores the bouncing blocks. He just says, no, I want to go left instead, and just goes left on the grapple point.
Maurice skipping a couple jellyfish, using the ceiling, because you kind of stick to the ceiling a little bit. Stops himself, very controlled on this ascent. I think that's going to be 21 done, but Andy's on 24.
Yeah, Andy is right on the cusp of victory right now. Of course, I think both players are sweating. They're in the IRC. They know any moment now they could see that dot done from their opponent. I think we're seeing a little bit of recklessness here from Andy. He may be worried that that Maurice is just ahead of him.
Something that happens sometimes too is the players are, in a dangerous spot. They're going to hit the rocks. They're at a boost. They're trying to get a little bit of boost here and there. And then you hit the rock, but you're not dead. You bounce off the rock. Are you ready to do what you need to do to get yourself to safety? Or have you just been clicking in frustration and you've sent yourself back into the rocks or whatever? I've seen the players handle these hits that they take really well sometimes.
Yeah, and then Andy has this long drop here. He has to pick just the right moment. Oh, no! Didn't get quite enough momentum. Yeah, a couple of blind leaps here at the end where the players have to sort of guess what the right trajectory is going to be.
You got to hold on as long as you can, it looks like, to really get that ideal launch. You want to just kiss the ceiling. That looks pretty good. 24 is done. One level left for Andy to keep himself alive in our showcase tournament.
Yeah, we're seeing some clicks of frustration here by Maurice. I think Maurice is knowing that he's making some errors here, and I think he's suspicious that that may be costing him.
It's also something of a point of pride for Maurice. We mentioned how good he is with a mouse. He knows he's good with a mouse. If you give him a mouse game in a setting like this, his expectation is I'm going to kill it. And so if he loses this one, it's going to cut a little bit deeper, I think.
And then Andy must be approaching the end because we just saw a cinematic moment here. We saw some parallax scrolling valley as he approaches the end of level 25. And I think that's the victory there.
Done. 26:54 is the time. Incredible performance from both players. The way they were able to manipulate themselves on those grapple points.
Oh yeah, that was an incredible showcase of how the players went from having no idea whatsoever they were doing to Andy manipulating those grapple points like a Jedi to go in directly the direction he wanted. So no, this is not Escorian. Because Andy has pulled a victory here. We are now 1-1, and so this is moving on to game 3. So let's all thank Andy for securing us one more game in tonight's showcase.
Yeah, we've been going at it for a while. Thanks to anyone who's been here since the start watching all of these matches. We got just one more for you for all the marbles. So I guess we'll take a break and get to work setting that up for you.
Excellent. So looking forward to one more game tonight.
Yeah, we're gonna let everybody get ready, get set up behind the scenes here. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break, while we get set up for Game 3. GDQ will return to PAX East March 26th through 29th. You can visit east.hacksite.com to find out more about the show, or you can use !PAX in Twitch chat for more information. We're going to take that quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we have a mystery tournament here. They have an invitational tournament. We are in the finals. It is the third match in our best of 3. I'll hand it right back over to you if you want to, talk a little bit about mystery tournament.
Yeah, so this is the mystery tournament. We play games blind. So we play games that players have never played before. We put it in front of them and we challenge them to play it better than their opponent. So not only is it a matter of, rather than being the person with the most expertise at a particular game, the person who has played the game the most and knows the most strategies, it's more about who can figure out their strategies on the fly, who can understand quickly what the game is asking from them and then perform it quickly and consistently in order to get the win.
You would think that if we're just giving people random games like, it's like a coin flip, whether one person's going to be better at that sort of game or this sort of game. But every single time we see the same sorts of players rise to the top of the bracket, there's just this sort of like universal gaming skill that this really taps into. And if you got it, you'll be able to do well. Not that that's the whole point of the thing. A lot of people join just to have fun and see and experience some cool stuff, and you should too. But here in our big showcase, we've really got some of the best, and they are just able to intuit video games in a way that is a real treat to watch.
Yeah, so for those folks who were tuned in a moment ago, we saw both Andy and Maurice playing a game that had them grappling through caverns. And you could see as they played through that their skill level was rapidly rising as they understood what the game was asking them to do and mastering the mechanics. And that's a big element of being an expert at Mystery Tournament, is being ready to be confronted with a large variety of different genres, a lot of different varieties of types of games, and just being able to understand quickly what it is that you need to do and perform that, and just perform that quickly and consistently in order to finish first.
So, tournament organizer Internet Dirigible has called an audible here. There was a game that we had in mind. They're going to play this. We've set it aside. We think it's good. It's a good fit. And then, for some reason, once we got down to game 3, Internet Dirigible took the players aside and said, all right, look, we could play it the way that we were going to play it, or we can take door number 2. This is the funny option, he called it. And instead of the winner getting a bye in our Mystery Tournament 20XDX, signups open now, both of them would. And we'll just do the funny thing. We'll just have some fun. He's hidden the name of the game and the goal from me in the race chat. He's instructed me not to look at it. So something is being cooked up here for our finale.
Yeah, so I think we've got something a little bit fun here for a finale, something a little bit unexpected, and I'm sure all of you folks in the chat are going to appreciate this. So this is some of the kind of fun that we have in Mystery Tournament. Sometimes we get some really unusual games, and that makes it even sweeter to join this Discord and join the community and join the matches, because sometimes you're going to get some really unusual options for games that are absolutely out of the expected. And there are several games that have shown up in Mystery Tournament for the very first time.
There's also, some of the stuff is just so cool. Like, I recently replayed a game by one of our community members who made it called Sightline. And it's like an old school Doom game where it's sort of doing that fake first-person perspective thing, but it's only showing you a single line. And just by the changing of the colors in this line, you're able to intuit where you are in a 3D space, and you need to sort of, mostly blindly move to a certain location on the map.
Yeah, just fascinating games that ask you to do just completely unusual things just for the strict purpose of we want to test players.
Well, here they go. And the reason I managed to actually outsmart them and guess what they were going to do. They are playing a game called Realms of the Blind. This is a Doom WAD made by one of our community. We put this together. Doom has been rejected from Mystery Tournament before for being too mazy, and the testers they kept getting lost and confused and they didn't know. So me and my friend Crankdud said, we're going to make our own, and the levels are going to be really clear to follow, and the players will have a good time. And so we did that, and it was used in the grand finals of Mystery Tournament 15, in which Andy defeated Maurice to win the tournament. And so they're running it back here in our little showcase. We're going to see who comes out on top this time.
Yeah, so this is not the normal thing we would see in Mystery Tournament. Of course, in Mystery Tournament, we would go exclusively for players being blind to games whenever we possibly can. But this is an example of some of the really wild things that we see. I feel like every Mystery Tournament winds up having at least one game that is developed by somebody in the community. I know we've seen an example, GFM submitting a Metroidvania that was carefully edited to be more linear so that it was a better experience in a race environment. So
we're in the second level. Andy has a bit of a lead, but he died. He tried to be really quick, and there is a big difficulty jump between level 1 and level 2, which makes sense because I made level 1, and my much more talented at Doom friend Crankdud made level 2. So he really did not hold back. This room is a death trap. Maurice is down to 20 health. There's going to be a big mancubus and 2 skeletons in this room once he picks up the key. So he drops a save, makes for the health pack, and it looks like he's maybe going to be able to get out of here okay.
Yeah, so sometimes we do have situations where we might get 2 players pick up a game that maybe they have some experience in it, but because both of the players have similar levels of experience, we might get a game that's sort of a Mega Man fan game, but if both players are familiar with Mega Man, we might say, you know what, let's just go with it anyways, even though the players have, some experience. So we have just a huge variety of different races. Pretty much anything can happen in Mystery Tournament. And if you think of something that hasn't happened in Mystery Tournament, then by all means, we invite you to join us and make that happen. Maybe you have the secret sauce to give us the next Realms of the Blind for Mystery Tournament.
Maurice dropping a save in the middle of this fight. You've been given the rocket launcher. The splash damage is enough to tear through this horde of enemies, and you've got enough space to dodge left and right. A lot of enemies in this game, the ones that aren't hit scan, the ones that don't just point at you and click and immediately hit you, they shoot some kind of fireball that's got usually a pretty slow travel time, especially compared to how fast Doom Guy can run in this game. So you're able to have a lot of enemies in front of you looking at you, and as long as you just sort of carefully step to the right a little bit, you're going to dodge all of it. So both players stunned with level 2 now. It's getting surprised by this Archvile enemy. It's tries to get line of sight to you while this fire is on your face, and so you can see Andy ducked behind the wall to break line of sight, but he popped out too soon, and the fire went off after he came back out and he got hit by it. But he lived, and he's on to the next level.
Yeah, so both players here on level 3. This is some frantic action, and we can see here, this is another just an incredible showcase of these players, how good they are. We've got so much going on here. There's a lot of strategy here about which enemies do I defeat, which enemies do I ignore, what can I afford to ignore, and what is going to make me suffer later as a result. And they're making good, steady progress. Of course, a lot of times we structure these Mystery Tournament games deliberately that we want games that players are going to be able to consistently progress forward in. You're really not going to see a game this difficult until you get to finals. So don't let this sort of put you off for Mystery Tournament. We're going to make sure that you get games that are going to be fun, that you're going to be able to consistently progress in, even if your level of skill is a little bit less than these players. Because again, Mystery Tournament is almost entirely, we're focused on having fun. We want people to join all different skill levels, and we want you to be able to just play along with us.
Maurice has been playing with the map open, which is an option that he likes to use when he plays Doom. Both of these players had Doom experience before racing this against each other in that grand finals. So they've probably configured the things the way they want. Andy's the first one to exit level 3 and step into a strange exit to the level. What is going on here? Tangible progress.
Oh, that brings me back to the days.
So Maurice turned off the map, by the way, because he was having trouble jumping on these platforms, but he's got that now. And Andy's in the secret level of Doom 2. They put Wolfenstein as sort of like a joke as a secret level in Doom 2.
Although this
looks a lot like this.
Although this doesn't, now there's some differences here. I don't think the wind textures are original.
Yeah, well, there was some not so tasteful imagery on the walls, so we swapped that out, and then this bot I thought maybe could use something a little different. The controls actually completely change here. Left and right are left and right, and up is now jump, I think, and you can still shoot guys.
So yeah, this is where we start having a lot of fun with our players. You can just imagine the first time they played this, going in completely blind, no idea what's happening, where they're going.
And now they're in someplace familiar.
Yeah, this is an obscure game, but I think that a few folks here might have played it before. I'm sure somebody will recognize it and be able to shout that out.
Andy's on his way to Bowser in the Dark World. There's a blue key here. It's dropped him into a pit. Maurice has been... Oh, he fights his way to the exit of the level just before getting zapped by the Archvile, so he's now on this Wolfenstein level. Now, I think it was Andy who ran into the portrait for Wet Dry World and found a secret 100 health power-up during the race last time, and I wonder if he's going to... Yes, he did! Now, did he remember, or did he just suss it out the same way?
Yeah, it's entirely possible that just he got the idea in mind that he just wanted to go through portraits, because when you play Super Mario 64, that's just the thing that you want to do. You just want to jump into a portrait. You just want to see what lies beyond.
So there's a couple of switches to hit up here. This has affected the stairs leading up back here. These walls have been risen up because there's now an Archvile guarding the way to Tick-Tock Clock. Andy opted to drop down, actually, and use the cover on the sides, but he's teleported back with the key. He needs to leave the castle. One last guy in his way, and he's got a lot of health, so Andy's just going to skip it.
Just tank on through. Yeah, so this is absolutely an example of like speedrunning in the mystery community, sort of distilled into a single game, where suddenly the players are experiencing a huge variety of different mechanics. They're experiencing the game is changing from moment to moment what it's asking them to do, whether it's asking them to race, whether it's asking them to fight, whether it's asking them to explore. So this is sort of a celebration, really, of the mystery community in just a nutshell, which is one of the reasons why we're happy that we get the opportunity to share this with all of you folks and see that this is the kind of fun we like, that we're not hard-nosed, focused on, oh, you've got to be good at video games or you're not going to make friends. No, we're here because we just want to have a laugh sometimes.
Yeah, and I wanted the players to have those sorts of like surprising experiences in their race. You know, it can be stressful, I think, sometimes, and so just having something ridiculous sort of take you out of the race for a moment and remind you of just the joys of video games, I thought would be a nice thing for the players to experience.
Yeah, like in the previous match, we talked a lot about how the players might be stressing out as they move, and then I think this is just a lot of fun, that you just charge ahead and think, what is the next ridiculous thing I'm going to see? And that, in a way, that motivates you to move faster. Like, oh, I want to see, where is this going? How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Andy's hitting the bananas. Maurice is back at the blue key here in the castle, and Andy's hit the finish.
Oh, no.
So if you're new here, we've got a thing for lawn mowing games. This is Clip and Shear, our do-mentioned lawnmower game. The music you're hearing is a is a remix of the original NES lawnmower game. All the music in this game, including this track, actual MIDIs made for this WAD by community member Jorf as well. He did a great job on it.
Yeah, the community in the mystery community really focuses a lot on. We have so many members with such different talents. Like, for example, Maurice joining the mystery community. Maurice has a lot of talent at development, and developed us all sorts of tools for making our restreams look even more beautiful. So we appreciate that. As Myth said, Jorf, a musician, providing his musical talents to a lot of these games. So, even if you're not particularly good at video games, you still should join us. Just have fun, and whatever talents you may bring, you may discover are surprisingly valuable to the folks that we have to just make our community even more exciting in different ways.
So worth mentioning how the video game lawnmower works if you are unfamiliar. Here's your indoctrination. The mower does not stop. You can hold up to go faster, but you cannot stop moving forward. Also, your fuel is always depleting. That never stops. and there are these fuel cans that respawn randomly somewhere on the field that you have to get to refill your fuel. And you simply need to mow all of the grass. These flowers do not need to be mowed. They will take away your fuel if you mow them. So just, get to work.
Yeah, so unlike the original lawnmower that's very precise lines that you want to make very, very precise turns, this one, it seems a little more slippery, but it looks like if you turn the camera very quickly, you can do a U-turn almost in place. So it looks like the
Maurice has missed the checkpoint. Is he going to realize this one's yellow, it's not blue? He also got hit by the green shell. I don't think he's noticed the timing mechanic here and the checkpoint mechanic. This one's red. Maybe this will sort of clue in that something is going wrong. Well, once he dies in 3 seconds, that will certainly tell him.
Ooh, that's a big time loss for Maurice there. Unfortunate.
I did my best to sync up Toad getting hit by something nasty in Mario Kart with Doonkai's death scream. I don't know if we had Maurice's audio or not, but...
A labor of love.
We never got to see it in the original race. Nobody timed out. They both just ran through the checkpoints and did everything perfectly. So it's a nice little second chance for me. Andy bullied by these enemies into the flowers here, trying to get the last bits of grass.
Yeah, we've got all these pinkies here are ganging up on him suddenly. He just wants to mow his lawn. He just wants to experience the joys of a Saturday spent maintaining one's domicile. And these demons from the underworld are unfortunately intervening.
So we got a cyber demon, the most deadly monster probably by far, has a rocket launcher. He fires in a spurt of 3, 1, 2, 3. So Andy may be using that information to sort of make sure you keep moving. And then after the third one, you maybe try to go double back on the position you just were. Because as long as you're going forward, the rocket's going to land behind you. It's a projectile with travel time. But if you ever double back on yourself, ooh, isn't he going to get the fuel? He's not.
That's so brutal.
Wow. I made sure that Crankdud programmed it so that if you fuel out and power slide into the fuel, you will collect it and be able to continue onward. Just didn't quite get there.
Yeah, the level of attention and care that goes into your average mystery tournament entry is incredible. We have a passion for video games, and we want to make sure that if you're going to experience Lawnmower, you are going to experience Lawnmower in the best possible way.
So here comes Maurice into this section now. If I remember right, Maurice was behind coming into Lawnmower, and he actually started to catch up a little bit through this part of the game. It's a little less doomy and a little more some other video game, and I think that helped out Maurice a little bit, but it's going to be tough to come back at this point. They're pretty far along.
And I appreciate Andy is making liberal use of the quick save feature to make sure that he doesn't take time losses. Which that's sort of some high level thinking, realizing that that's a resource that you have available to you in this game, and to use that to make sure that you don't lose time. So kudos to Andy for his thoughtfulness as he proceeds through this race.
The paste bin for this stresses in bold text to save. You can save anywhere. You should save as much as is necessary to help you in your quest, because it's really good and powerful, because I knew it was the sort of thing that if someone just sort of was focusing on the game and not focusing on saving, they could be gaining or losing so much time compared to someone else. So both players, honestly pretty confident, have not been saving very much, but when they have, it's been instrumental.
Yeah, definitely saving at clutch moments. Yeah, you need to pay attention to all of your talents that you have available to you, and we iterate and reiterate as much as possible. Read the paste bin, because we put those hints in the paste bin for your benefit. You absolutely want to know about those, and you want to use those because those are going to help you edge out a victory against your opponent. Since this is a mystery race, knowledge is absolutely key.
So Lawn 7 here, Andy's on, is something of a little in-joke in the Doom community. Map 7 in the original Doom 2 is dead simple, and it's programmed uniquely. Only on that map will killing all of the Mancubi make certain walls come down, and only when killing all of the spiders here, the arachnotrons, will the way to the exit open. And so whenever someone makes their own Doom levels, they are making level 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they get to 7, and they know there are these special triggers that only work on map 7, and so they feel tempted to make a sort of map like the original Dead Simple in Doom 2. And so the idea of a Doom, a Dead Simple clone is sort of an idea in our community. And so as a little joke, our Lawn 7 is a Dead Simple clone, basically beat for beat, except instead of killing monsters, you got to mow all the available grass. Andy does it just perfectly and is on to the next level, trying to deal with the most puzzly level here.
We have Maurice here on lawn number 4. This was the one that Andy took a loss on, so this is an opportunity for Maurice to catch up a little bit with Andy, if he can manage. Oh no, he does not. Just eats one too many flowers.
I think he even knew. I think he meant to mow some flowers, not all those flowers, but he was like, the fuel can's right there. I'll just, get the flowers and then the fuel. And the angle just didn't work out. So Andy's got the red key. That lets him progress to this area sort of to his left. And, I should be careful giving step-by-step instructions. I'm not sure how synced I am with the gameplay you're seeing, but these high walls here, he's able to run along these high walls, but only when he hits the switch in the middle. The relevant switch is always opposite the door. Maybe that's a good... It's sort of... The switch is facing the same direction as the door is facing, if that makes sort of sense. So you want to kind of press on the back of it, then swing around in front of it, and he slips off. It's tough. You got to go fast, and you cannot stop.
Yeah, and most importantly, if Andy takes too long and doesn't get that fuel, he's going to have to start this map over, and that's going to be, he's using checkpoints, so he's not going to have to start over. But he is using a couple of saves and loads to speed up this process. Nicely done.
That's a good save. Also, what might be hurting the players a little bit is that in Doom, you're always strafe running. You're holding forwards and strafing to the side basically all the time on a diagonal.
Right.
And you can't really do that here in this. The lawnmower moves differently. So some of their instincts on how to basically move through the level might be hurting them. The finish.
I feel like that's an unusual situation in Mystery Tournament of that you have too much knowledge and that that may cause you to think about things incorrectly. Which, on the other hand, if you are a new player joining the community, that may be your opportunity to shine. That maybe your inexperience will lead you to make a victorious decision that a talented, experienced player might not intuit as quickly.
So Maurice is on lawn 6, but he's going to get blocked. The fuel was right there. That was a good chance to catch up. Look, lawn 8 for Andy, lawn 6 for Maurice. This is not over yet. It's getting increasingly slimmer for Maurice to come back, but it is still very possible.
Yeah, and because of the way that this game is structured, that, we're really not sure what's going on, how many more layers there could be to this this mystery onion that the players are playing through. They don't know how close they are to victory. This isn't like the previous game where they know there's 25 levels, and so they have a good gauge on their progress.
But also, unlike the previous game, they've played it before, so they may remember. So we got also another little sort of inside joke here. There's a very well-known Doom WOD, which is the name for sort of a mod, right, of a collection of levels someone has made. Sunlust, very popular, very difficult. They have this iconic level where there are these deadly archviles in the middle and this rolling wall around the circle here, around the outside of the archviles, and so you need to break line of sight with their fire attack to dodge it. It's the only way, and this wall moving away from you is the only cover you have from that attack. So you need to stray away from it a little bit to collect the grass, and then also the fuel can's going to spawn somewhere. You got to have a plan to get to that too.
see Maurice is clearing our dead lawn. Trying to figure out how to get to the middle.
The middle of Dead Simple, when you mow all the grass on the outside, that will sort of kill all the arachnotrons and represent that part of the map and open up the way to the end.
And I do appreciate here the way that the fuel canister can be perceived through walls, so there is no element of, oh goodness, where has it appeared? You can just see it, you can navigate around to it.
Yeah, the original lawnmower only shows you part of the level, so visibility is like a key part of the thing. But in first person, I think the fact that you could just look away from the fuel can is already enough to sort of hamper your vision and make that sort of a challenge. So I think very good decision on our part to make the fuel can visible through everything. That was all cranked Ed.
All right, so it looks like Maurice is on lawn number 9. If he can pick up what this is laying down more quickly than Andy did, maybe an opportunity to gain some more. There's only 2 lawns between them.
It's going to be tough. Andy is on lawn 10, which is the final lawn in the original lawnmower. And it's the icon of sin. It's the final boss of Doom 2. He spawns in monsters all over the place. Randomly, and one thing that happens is sort of like a natural path of pursuit. If you're running circles around a slower enemy, those enemies are going to congregate in the middle of the map. So Andy, doing all of the grass on the outside of the level, has left himself the toughest task here at the end.
Yeah, and I think you saw some of that when you were playing Vivid, whatever, earlier. Vivid Lope earlier, another game that you have to make some similar strategizing of how do you approach it? Do you find simple straight lines that you can clear? Do you move through things expecting that you're going to have to make second passes and leave yourself something to experience? Here we go, end of the line. I think we are approaching the victory. We've got
This could be it.
We've got our portraits of various mystery tournament finalists who may or may not have made their way, and that's the dot done.
Congratulations once again to Andy, winning in a shockingly similar fashion. Maurice was about this far last time they played, and Andy won Mystery Tournament 15. So how funny that things would play out almost exactly the same way. Oh, Maurice is trying to cheese this, going around the bars here. I know Cranked would have at least thought of that as a potential thing, but he's looking at the last piece of grass on that little square, which is stepping on that is the switch that makes the wall come down at the end here. So this is an order of operations puzzle. You need to step on the floor switch to make the wall come down, and then you need to run out of the room and hit the switch that makes the platforms come up, and only then will you be able to get to the exit. And Maurice hasn't realized that the floor switch affects this wall, or that it does in a timed fashion, but that's the last piece he's missing here, and I think he's got it now.
Oh, he sees it now. He sees it now.
Ooh, and even cutting on the diagonals there by turning on the jets. That's a nice finish.
Yeah, just some really nice play there by Maurice, even though that's a very narrow walkway to navigate. You can see how well Maurice is doing. I think a lot of players might get into this lawn number 9 and think, oh, I'll just keep moving fast, because a lot of times you sort of feel that way, that as long as I keep moving, nothing will be able to catch me.
These guys will catch you. There's no fireball, there's no distance check. The Archvile begins its attack, and at the end of that channeling time, if you are in line of sight, you get hit. And it hurts. It hurts a lot. It's like 80 damage or something, so... A nice little saving grace here as well, as the fuel can will heal you.
Oh, that's
It won't heal you above 100, but it will get you to 100 if you need it, and that will let you survive at least one attack.
And I think Maurice is wisely hitting a couple of quick saves.
Oh, he got hit by like multiple attacks there.
I mean, if you're going to go out in a blaze of glory, I suppose.
There's also this idea of sort of moving with the wall or against the wall, right? Like you can stay with the wall longer if you follow it, but if you're looking to get to the next one, you should turn around and go left. That's going to get you to the wall because it's going to be coming towards you while you're going towards it.
Mm-hmm. So as we have Maurice wrapping up the end of this match, we do have, this is the last of our streams for the day for the mystery community, but certainly not the last streams for the mystery community. Of course, we have exciting events going on every day, and well, not every day, but you're welcome to join the community and recommend some events so that you could play every day. There's certainly people who are around looking for things to do. Lots of different activities. Again, we have, of course, the upcoming mystery tournament that we strongly encourage you to join. And we sometimes just matches pop up. We are fond of what we call reject matches, where we have the games that don't quite make the muster for a mystery tournament match, but we have people who are masochistic enough that they would like to experience them nonetheless. So we'll probably see some of those cropping up as we get nearer to mystery tournament season, and people start feeling that blind racing fever. I've mentioned a few times.
And those are low stakes too, right? Your tournament progress isn't on the line. You're just racing to race.
Oh yeah. It's lots of the events that we have are just for fun. We've had other events. We periodically have other tournaments going on. We've had the Jolly Games tournament, racing mini escape rooms. We've had some trophy troopa races where we race games and try to lock achievements as quickly as possible. And again, if you have ideas for your own events, just join us. We love people recommending all sorts of things.
So Maurice is done. He also left himself with that really hard jumble of enemies in the middle, but he managed to thread, bob, and weave through them. And then he done technically a little bit early here, so maybe he'll click through and reach the true end with the end of the line. We got the display pictures. That's Maurice's there, right next to Andy's. This was Mystery Tournament 14's top 8 players featured here in our hallway. We got Triscorp, Nico Jazz, Alpha 5, Cap and Drake, Someone 325, and then one more that I missed at the end. Oh, it's on the left. Let me see it. I don't remember what it is. I put it. Oh well. But yeah, thank you so much, Maurice, for finishing it out here. Done. Thank you so much to all of you for watching. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much to all of our voices and organizers: Blasphemous Roar, Internet Dirigible, Shrambles, you, Sir Nico.
Thank you.
Go ahead and thank myself. On the GDQ side, Church and Sarge and Railcoon have been making this whole thing go basically on the road. So thank you so much to you two.
Yeah.
And of course, our players, Zex, Alpha 5, Jorf, Cap and Drake, Maurice, and our winner today, Andy. Oh, it was Zex in there. Yeah, see, a lot of the same names we've pulled out for our showcase here today. Thank you so much to all of them. And congrats once again on Andy for winning our showcase tournament.
Yeah, and I thank you for inviting me to participate in this. This has it's been great reconnecting here with the mystery community. It's a great bunch of folks, so absolutely you should join us on our Discord. Consider joining the Mystery Tournament 20. There's just a bunch of great folks that you're going to have so much fun with, and we come up with all sorts of great games to play, so you'll find all sorts of wonderful new experiences to have with everybody.
Well, that's all we got for you today, I think, right? I don't think we have any sort of surprise interview or anything.
No, I think we're pretty much wrapped up here.
All right. Well, yes, thank you everyone for watching. That's going to be us. The signups for Mystery Tournament 20 XDX are open. A link to the Discord is there if you want to just get your feet wet and just start there by sort of joining the community. We'd love to have you. And thanks again to GDQ for having us.
Yes, thank you very much, Church and Sarge, and the rest of the folks here at the Mystery, or at the Games Done Quick community.
Yeah, thank you so much, both of you, for being here, for all the other commentators, obviously the racers as well, and I guess you and Crankdad as well for making this game that we've got for our, a third finale game. yeah, definitely. If you are interested at all, you should join Mystery Tournament. It is such a fun tournament. You'll get the chance to maybe run into some of the people you've heard on stream today, or some of the players. Get to hang out in the community, play some different fun mystery games. It's a great time. So if you are interested, definitely go ahead and check that out. We've been posting it all day. The Discord and the website are in the chat there for you to join. And MT20 is going to be a fun time. We don't have anything else for you tonight on the GDQ side either. So we do have more show coming up for you tomorrow. We have the community block party starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. And just a quick reminder again, GDQ has some stuff coming up. We've got PAX East, which is going to be March 26th through 29th. You can visit east.paxite.com, find out more information about the show, or you can use !PAX in Twitch chat for more information. We will also be showcasing transgender speedrunners on our second annual International Transgender Day of Visibility celebration on March 21st and 22nd. Run submissions are open now are open until tomorrow. So the end of March 1st, you can use !TDOV in chat to learn more. And we are going to replay Mystery Tournament in the Mystery Tournament Invitational. So if you missed any of it, we'll be replaying it as soon as I'm done here in a few minutes here. Thank you all for watching, and join MT.